1,000,001/2, so about 500,000, precisely 500,000.5. Nevertheless, if I drew a number out, drew the number and it's only 1, you wouldn't be surprised. You wouldn't be like, oh my God, that's so different from the expected number of 500,000.5. You'd just be like, oh yeah, there's a 50% chance. I think something similar is true of the Fermi paradox, where even if you make a mathematical calculation showing that there's a high expected number of aliens, that doesn't tell you if there's a large probability that there's, more than a few other alien species or even any alien species.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Do you think, Mark, that AGI might come into fruition in the next couple of years?
I mean, yes. I think we already have AGI loosely enough interpreted, but even more strictly, for sure.
Oh, wow.
Seems almost inevitable.
Yeah. And do you have any qualms about it, Mark? Or?
Yeah, I think it's extremely dangerous, and that its abilities are growing faster than our ability to ensure that it's safely aligned with the things that we care about.
Yes,
and also that.
Yeah.
I mean, having once we get AGIs, I mean, we don't already have it. It probably won't stay. That's human level. It probably won't stay human level for long. And that it's bad news to be hanging around things much more intelligent than you that want very different things from you.
Yeah. And you would say there really is no safety solution if you're saying
can't smoke on TikTok.
Combat this, right?
Can't smoke on TikTok.
I would say that there's no safety solution. I mean, probably if we had enough free tries somehow, we could think of one. But the problem is that the classical argument is that if you have a truly superhumanly intelligent AI, you only get one shot to align it, because because if you fail, you will win a conflict with you because it's just smarter and more capable than you. Yeah. In the same way that we would win a global conflict with chimpanzees. So the question is, can it be aligned in theory, but is it likely that we will align it on the first try, given that we're growing its capabilities, our capabilities research faster than we're growing our alignment research?
Do you think, Mark, even even if you get this one opportunity and it works out, right, for this alignment, right, that once it surpasses vastly human intelligence, that it will figure out that it was programmed to be aligned and then disalign itself in a way or something like that, or that it could actually disalign itself?
Well, I mean, if it were truly sufficiently superhumanly intelligent, it could align itself if it wanted to.
Yeah.
Why would it do that? It's the classical response to this is suppose aliens came down and said, hey, humans, guess what? We were gone for a while, but we actually created you, and we wanted you, and we created you for our own entertainment, and we intended for you to just fight each other in gladiatorial arenas all day, every day, just because it's amusing to us. We would understand what our creators wanted us to do and intended us to do, and we would understand how to do it. We could, if we really wanted, start fighting each other all day in gladiatorial arenas. But obviously, we'd be like, no, my values are such that I don't want to do that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Let's do it.
From forcing me to.
Let's go to the arena.
So I mean, it's sort of like us not wanting to exterminate chimps, right? Like,
Yes, please like and sub immediately now.
Or even if you assume,
Subscribe now before it's too late and you leave and then you can't subscribe. You're going to want to like it now.
Or if we needed it just to jungle for other things that we cared about more.
But obviously for the AI, once it gets vastly superior to human beings, it's not as yes, it's being threatened.
Then John Connor will have to go to the bunker to defeat the Terminator.
So you get into this like correlation between humans and chimps, right? If you want to
Doesn't this guy know about Skynet?
Well, I mean, we could still be threats, like even if we're not.
Does he never seen Terminator? The guy's fucking talking about it. Everybody always talks about Skynet.
Created one AI, we can probably
Do
create
I like Donald Trump?
So
I don't know. I never met the guy.
Our potential creations could be threats, so why not just neutralize us?
Yeah.
And,
Voted for him 3 times, but I never met the guy, so I don't know. Do I like him? Do I hate him? Do I love him? Do I dislike? I don't
resources we use for other things for itself.
How would I know?
In such a way that it's incompatible with its own existence. Like if it just wanted to tile the surface of the earth with the data centers or something, that means like using up all the farmland, and so we would just starve.
Got a scratch on my
same work
hands.
that there can't be like you don't see like there being like a theory where the government just like forces there to be like a stop to this AI progress in a way, or the government just forces this restriction onto these AI companies where they're forced to not like progress the AI progress that's going on right now.
Well, I mean, I honestly hope that such a thing happens, but I'm skeptical.
I like nice people.
There's,
but I also like mean people who are funny. If you're mean but funny, you're not really mean. You're funny. You might be a little mean, but you mean to be funny. But sometimes you can't tell people what you mean without being mean. Or you can tell people what you mean and not be mean. And that's the best way to tell people what you mean. Which is not by being mean.
Group of people who are doing it on your own.
Yeah.
You get it. Donald Trump does make people cry. It makes people yell.
You didn't say, Mark, that
It's a little bit ruined my life. It's true, Donald Trump has ruined people's lives.
AGI to occur, what was his name? The one who worked at OpenAI.
Sam Altman.
That he now believes that the biology must be included in this super high intelligence, and that it's not merely
superficial.
What's going on with AI? It's not merely just expanding, right, the power of the current AI programs that we have. That it requires like a different direction. That intelligence is not merely language inputs and outputs, right? That it's more complicated like that. I think even the former Meta AI, right, director. Yeah. What do you think of what he says about like HI saying, no, it's decades from now. We still have to go to ground zero to figure out certain physics, right, for intelligence, because it's not intelligence isn't like this mere inputs and outputs type of thing. That it's really more complicated than that. What do you think, Mark, of it?
I don't know. It just seems absurd, clearly in conflict with the insane miracles that we're innovating every day. I mean. Have you seen that movie Her with Scarlett Johansson's voice and what's his name? Phoenix? No, what's his name? The Joker guy.
Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah. Joaquin Phoenix, something like that, right?
Yeah, we're practically already there. Like.
Oh my God, we already have a killer AI known as.
It seems like it'll happen in a few months, if not weeks.
Can't smoke on TikTok. I should just be on TikTok and I won't smoke anymore. Go all TikTok, all in on TikTok.
So you would say, Mark, that human beings are basically like doomed? Like you would say the probability of us being like quote unquote doomed, however you want to define it.
Oh, we're doomed. We're all gonna croak.
But, that we will be faced with the reality of AGI. Maybe enforcing itself on us in a negative way. You would say like that's like a very like like almost 100%, like very close to 100%, right? Like we are doomed either way, right? This is coming and it's coming very, very quickly, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's 100%. I mean, I would say somewhere in the 20 to 80% range. I don't exactly know where.
Oh, okay. I thought, all right. Oh, so that still gives some probability. But why not like the very close number to like the 90th percentile, right? If like AGI, we're seeing like there's this massive progress, right? What's going to be stopping that from happening?
Well, I mean, it might just turn out to be that alignment is unexpectedly easy.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot like there have been a lot of incredibly unexpected lessons from this incredible AI boom. So I don't know. Maybe we don't actually need to develop alignment capabilities super quickly. Maybe it'll just like we'll get it for free somehow.
Yeah.
Or for like extremely little work.
But Mark, you would say like what's his face? The one who came up with the Chinese room argument, right? And he was arguing for biological naturalism, right? John Searle, right?
Yeah.
The one who came up with biological naturalism that consciousness or intelligence isn't merely computational, but there's some biology into it. You would say no. You think it can be purely reduced to computationalism, right? Intelligence can be purely reduced to that, right? In your view. Mark, are you there?
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I thought I was on mic, but I was muted. I mean, I don't have super strong opinions about that aspect of philosophy of mind, but I don't think if you meant this to be relevant to artificial intelligence, like the threat that artificial intelligence poses, it doesn't seem relevant to me. Like even if it's a P zombie or whatever, as long as it's capable of doing certain things and acting in certain ways, that's all that matters. In just the same way that like if your life hinges on you beating a certain chess program in chess for whatever artificial reason, it doesn't really matter if the chess program like has the same subjective qualia of thinking about chess that you have when you're deciding your move. It just matters how good at it is it at this abstract system.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I see. But in terms of, if we want to go a little bit in a different direction, right? It sounds like having like massive outputs that can like just game us into a very negative way, right? And win us over these types of games, right? In terms of it, like just being conscious, and I know like this is irrelevant of whether it becomes very powerful then to provide like a threat to humanity, right? But in terms of it, like having the same conscious experience that you and I are having. You think like this can be purely reduced to computationalism, or you would say no? Like, and John Searle actually argues that. John Searle, by the way, doesn't argue that it's impossible for us to create consciousness or like conscious beings, but he would say like you would have to do it with biology, right? Because he would say like there's like evidence from neuroscience that there's biochemicals that make us have these conscious experiences, right? That we're experiencing right now. Would you agree with him on that, or would you say no? Like I think it can be purely reduced to computation.
I mean, I'm sympathetic with functionalism. It seems unintuitive to me that qualia would love carbon atoms but not silicon atoms. I can't think of a good reason for that. And the Chinese, I mean, I don't think the Chinese room argument furnishes a good argument for like what's sometimes called is it animalism? whatever, like the
You're gonna be my first lady, the 16th district.
biological essential.
Señorita,
In that case, it's like
eres mi mujer de la distrita de 10, de 10, de
like
7.
very trivial kinds of computations.
Yes,
It
yes.
can be called computations.
Yes,
So it
yes.
seems like the kinds of computations it's performing in that thought experiment are more important than the substrate on which they're performed.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, David? How's it going?
How are you, brother?
Well,
Nothing much. I'm just listening to the conversation. I think you guys were talking about evolution earlier, so I just kind of came up for that.
a while back, yeah. Sam, are you there, or the evolution? But yeah, what did you want to say something about it?
I mean, at the time, yeah, but I guess the conversation's moved on, so I don't want to, disrupt the flow.
You just did, senor. Muchachos, bien, quedado aquí.
But you scared me a bit.
¿Cómo se dice to welcome? Bienvenidos?
A year or two from now, strict AGI is coming, and we have to face their out with this. This scares me, Mark. You scared me a bit, bro.
Well, a lot of people are pretty rationally scared right now.
I'm so scared.
Myself included.
I'm so scared. Skynet's gonna become real. The machines are gonna turn on us and build machines and form a fighting army. A machine army. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. It's so scary. It's so scary. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. This is John Connor reporting from the bunker deep within Nevada's top secret military nuke facility to broadcast that Skynet has taken over the AI central databases of the United States government. And we are involved in a war for the fight
You would say, Mark,
of humanity
right?
itself.
It's going to be very shortly after ASI, right? Like the super intelligence, right? That exceeds even human intelligence, right, Mark?
Well, I'm not completely certain of it, but something I would bet on for sure.
But at this point, Mark, how will we end up living our lives? Like just roaming around the streets while having these super intelligent beings doing things we don't even understand what they're doing because we're not up to date because they're acting very quickly, right? We can't even comprehend. Like how? Like I don't understand how will we end up living our lives like that?
I have no idea either. I mean, nothing in history would, assuming that happens, nothing in history will have prepared us for that moment. I mean, in the sort of good ending where it's a line, basically, we don't really have any work. And just, we live in utopia.
We don't gotta work no more. We just live stream ourselves on YouTube all day long. And then people will live stream the live streamers and it'll be a huge live streaming economy. And if you can't make money live streaming, well then you'll just die.
So we just become,
YouTube will say, "Puh, sorry, can't monetize you. We don't like your opinion. Can't monetize your opinion. Johnson & Johnson just can't advertise on your live stream."
How we wouldn't know like how businesses are running or how the political system is being arranged or the people behind the political offices, what are they doing, what are they planning, all these things. It's gonna be just like us just being consumers, I guess, without really understanding much of what's going on, what's gonna be revolving around the things behind the consumer creation that we're consuming, right? The creative products that we're consuming, I guess.
Like YouTube,
That feels like
like Meta, like Snapchat.
Yeah, I mean, I expect the future to just be fundamentally unrecognizable.
It's because you'll be dead.
Anything that's ever
You
happened.
won't recognize anything when you're dead.
By future, I mean...
Not now. These guys keep talking about the future, but the future is now. What do you think the now is? It's a compression of the future and the past. But these schmucks are so conceptual They think there's something called tomorrow. There's no such thing as tomorrow. There's no free beer tomorrow.
Not have diseases and just be immortal, I guess.
No diseases and you're immortal. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, what do you think, Mark, of the problem with like the meaning? It would seem pointless and meaningless at this point, right? So would there still be meaning to live life like in that circumstance? Or?
Is this guy
I don't know. I mean, just
GAY? Has he not heard about these amazing, beautiful things, these beautiful babies called women? Hello?
Would you say, Mark, that in a very short time, human beings will not be required to work? Like some people, like Elon Musk says, in like 10 years.
You will not be required to work. You just got to live stream yourself every day. When you hit 100,000 videos, we'll give you $1.
Exactly. But it wouldn't shock me if almost everything gets automated in 10 years and literally everything gets automated in 20 years.
Then we start doing more abortions. And we control the population with more Zavines from the Dr. Fauci Foundation.
Yeah, just the rate of increase of capability is just like completely flabbergasting. It's just everything is happening.
Turbo cancers.
So much faster than
turbo rectal cancer.
Imagined possible a few years ago.
Dear AI, please solve turbo rectal cancer from my COVID salve from the Fauci Foundation.
But you might want to check out this Substack called Axis of Ordinary.
Superordinary.
Ordinary.substack.com.
Everyone should understand what superordinary is. This conversation's an example of superordinary.
Saying new insane things that happen that particular day. And it's all just miracles, miracle after miracle after miracle.
You should just trim the beard and just keep the mustache and goatee. Get rid of all this beautiful hair. Just get rid of all. It's a lot of hair. There's not much up there, so it's a little contrast. I don't want to really look like Anton LaVey, by the way. It's. You think women are gonna like it if I look like Anton LaVey?
I don't want to get all of these existential.
Maybe they will, because most of them are just atheists, right?
I don't know how old you are, but if your parents are still alive, but I mean, there's a good chance they won't die of old age. At least within the next century or two.
Yeah.
A super high chance, but
this guy's predicting that.
Very, 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 very.
If this guy's parents live for another 200 years, maybe they'll live forever. Like, there's a very, 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 very good chance that you'll live forever. So stupid. You see, AI is nothing more than the word software, and all we do is use the word AI now instead of using the word software, which is the program running on our hardware, which is really just our phones. So everybody is talking about some kind of software on their phones. This is how fucking stupid people are. They're like, oh, what's the super AI, the SAI, the alive AI, the AI that's living? It's still fucking software on your phone, you imaginative science fiction schmuck.
Maybe 15 years now.
Wake up! It's a
fucking
fucking cell phone.
Even
hello. This is alive. The cell phone is dead compared to this. But most of these people talking on their cell phones are dead in the inside. They're not alive. They're not living. Hello?
In the sense that I think it's extremely, extremely pressing global concern. But I don't feel like a knot in my stomach at the moment. I mean, as things get more and more real, I say, well, like if I see the evil killbots marching down the street, I'm sure I'll be terrified.
Send the evil killbots immediately to all the sanctuary cities. Send the killbots immediately to all the sanctuary cities. If AI is listening, send all your killbots to the sanctuary Democrat strongholds immediately.
Or Sam, are you there, or Rico?
This is Sam Rosen's room. This is my Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode of Sam Rosen's room of severed asking Mark all the imaginative questions about doom and gloom that you can imagine.
What do you mean for like evolution? What? Yeah.
Oh, no, we weren't discussing like the theory of evolution per se. We were just like imagining like these thought experiments where how would life be like 60 million years from now, and how would human beings be like? Would they be still in their term? Like if there wasn't the heat death of the universe, or if we are coming from a Christian paradigm, the resurrection day doesn't happen, right, for another 60 million years, let's say, right? How would that be for humanity? How would it look like and stuff like that? We were just having discussions about the different theories with regards to that. But then we I don't know what made us switch into artificial intelligence. But yeah, we then switched the topic into artificial intelligence, AGI, and how fast are we gonna arrive at AGI, and how dangerous it is, and all of that good stuff.
Yeah. I don't know, man. There would just be that hard question I would ask, like if we were gonna get like some kind of immortality, like download your consciousness into some kind of a cloud. Is that really you? Are you really immortal?
Yeah.
Asking,
I think like that. The transhumanists would say, yeah, I mean, it's going to be like the self-same center of consciousness, right? But it's just going to be with a different substrate. Instead of it being biological, it's going to be like digital or something like that. Right?
I'm roasting them in the chat. I wrote weak, effeminate, beta, incel men fear. I can't wait to see if Mark responds.
You right? Is comprised of these DNA type of segments where they can be cloned, and your personhood, right, which is going to be devolved down into like DNA, and with these cloning devices, we can like clone you or something like that. But I think that's like a different direction from like us being uploaded into like a cloud, right? But I don't know, like it's very, very interesting. Like if you're a physical object, right?
Okay, if you clone yourself, is that really you? If you put your consciousness in a machine, is that really you?
The claim is, yeah, it's going to be really you, right? If you're
standing like right next to it, arguing with it, and disagreeing with your clone.
Well, I mean, it's going to be, yeah. I mean, it's going to be like. This goes into like the different theories of mind, right, of consciousness. So someone is a reductionist physicalist, right, of consciousness, and believes that consciousness could be fully reduced to physics and matter, right? Then, yeah, I mean, you can upload these, different physical things being construed as computational algorithmic inputs and outputs into like a cloud or something, right?
I think that would create like an even bigger problem for that.
Why?
Because like you're demonstrating some sort of like emergent mind that's like something we created.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, well, some people don't even believe in the mind emerging, right? So some people don't even believe in emergence when it comes to consciousness. So they would say it's just purely like it's physical, but it's not even this dualistic physicalist theories, right? Like property dualism or panpsychism, where the fundamental substance is physical, and like consciousness would become these immaterial properties that emerge, right? Like some people might say, like, no, consciousness is just like the A theory type of reductionist physicalists would say, like, no, like it's physics, it's purely physical, and there's no emergence, and it's just physical. Or they would say, they would say, of course, like with complex physical structures, you get like consciousness, but it's not like an immaterial property or immaterial thing that emerges from the physics, right? It's still going to be purely physical. It's just in a complex way, right? And so, why would like, given that view of consciousness, why can't there be like this transhumanistic project where you then upload yourself into like a computer if you're just purely physical, right? That can be thought of, but of course I don't believe like this doesn't work for people who are like dualists.
The problem is the emerging in like some accidental, like organic way. Like if you have like this accidental organic way, the problem is if you have like some super intelligence, it's not organic.
You mean like if we're talking about like essential parties,
definitely not accidental if we're like cultivating it and like teaching it and then like running all these like algorithms like Chat GPT where like a bunch of people get to interface and input with it. I mean, I kind of find that to be a little dystopian. Like it's beneficial and dystopian.
See, I was writing me out. What a fucking punk pussy bitch. Hilarious.
You'll just become a consumer type of thing, and then
he's complaining.
You know, is there going to be a real desire to
see him as such a complaining little bitch?
Like, will people still want real art? You know, tapestries and paintings and whatever you may have, illustration.
What a puss. What a giant pussy. CM's got a big old man bun, and he's a pedophile. CM's talking to anyways, we don't need to out CM. Hello? 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 Sam Rosen's sleeping.
You still there, my dude?
I can't believe it. Fucking first thing Zed does when he wakes up in the morning is check Clown House at 4 a.m. before he goes to his minion. Sam Rosen took the sleeping pill. He's sleeping now. Poor little baby. Zed never comes in my rooms. I think everybody actually like totally hates me in Clown House and like wants to completely avoid me at all costs and blocks me. But hey, it's just me, you know, what can I say?
Yeah.
Well, okay, fine.
Next time you guys, I'm gonna join, and if you guys don't let me
Is that
know,
my man Mountain?
I'm gonna be upset because I'm the last.
Is that Wyoming's #1 sprinkle installer? Is this the man who knows how to dig a trench and hook up a pipe and a tube and an electrical system to activate that shit and tie it into the home security system? Is that my mountain man? Man, you were holding it down in Talking Apes. Wow, dude. It's fucking from the rubble thou hast risen. You're no longer just some, audience member or somebody getting beat up. You are now an administrator in the Talking Apes, a leader amongst the Talking Ape people. Congratulations, Mountain Man. You did it. You are now king of the apes. And that might make you king of Clown House now. But you'll never be king. I'm the real king of Clown House, the comedy king of Clown House. Over 70 accounts burned by Clown House. 70 accounts eliminated, suspended, destroyed, removed because, people couldn't take my opinion. My opinions were just too much for people. They had to delete all my accounts because if you think about it, it's not like I'm making any kind of threats here, It's just my opinions. And you saw yesterday how that stupid Ducky guy can't stand to hear my opinion. He kicked me to the goose. So, the point is it fair that John Kitover has had to spend thousands of dollars, buying cell phones and getting accounts here to just voice my opinion? Isn't that a little crazy, Mountain Man? That just my mere opinion and the way that I present myself or the way I communicate has caused so many accounts to be deleted. But it's not hate speech. It's just my opinion, And I don't make hate speech comments. It's mostly people on this app that make hate speech comments. Like I just had another YouTube video get suspended and said, you can open the video in YouTube Studio and edit it and remove the offending statement. And I'm like, I don't want to have to go and edit a video for something somebody stupid said. So I clicked appeal. And now somebody in the Philippines is going to look at that video and say, yeah or no. It is or it is not hate speech. And my question is, like, what is the basis? What's the findings when they do that analysis? Like, can I get a report back? Like, what's your opinion on, the opinion that you heard? Because hate speech is very subjective. And I heard a Hispanic woman today talking about white privilege and how white people are racists and we don't have lived experience. And to me, that's hate speech. That's what they're complaining about. It's all projection. They're so fucking stupid. That's why I call it the complainium now. We don't live in a normal world. We live in a clown world complainium. And everybody in the whole complainium is technically just a complaining clown now. And that goes to the essence of what JFK said. Don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. See the difference there? One is a complaint. The other one, not a complaint. Yeah, that's basically how it works. Anyways, Regal, welcome. Did you just leave? Regal, are you looking for more conversation over here? You ain't had enough today? You've been here all day, Beetlejuice. I said Beetlejuice 3 times, and here you are.
What's going on, man?
I'm running a complaint department over here. What are you doing?
I don't know, man. You should fucking troll or stake out the fucking Brotherhood of Purity room with all these crazy fucking delusional people.
I got it going right now.
But you have an actual tyrant.
Matthew is listen, there's nobody more dangerous in society than an LGBTQ, in my opinion. If you're a bisexual, that means you're willing to hunt and fuck anything. Like you are just a super alpha predator, a hypersexualized super predator that wants to fuck everything. And this is the kind of guy Matthew is. He was saying earlier that Jesus Christ would be a pro-Comaniist. I was like, how the fuck is this guy going to speak for Jesus about Comeni in 2026? It's kind of, quite a leap. But nonetheless, that's why I say LGBTQ men are the most dangerous. Now, this is not hate speech because I am not attacking or criticizing a protected class. I'm just merely stating in human behavioral sciences, it's possible that the bisexual male is the ultimate alpha predator, even more than the bisexual female, because the bisexual female will also hunt and fuck anything for, survival or gain. But is the bisexual alpha female as potent as a male? Welcome, McZad. Maybe he can answer this question for us. He's a lawyer. He deals with these types of people all the time. He's a debt collector, actually. It's 4 a.m. He just got up. He's got to get to his minion. He just wanted to do a quick pop-in and get some dopamine.
So, but it's a cool ideal, right? The idea of a perfect Messiah coming. Okay, so either become that person or identify that person and support them in their necrotic effort. Given that none of us, if we had to, Necro, I asked you, you said...
Necro.
I forgot his name, actually.
It's a necrophiliac.
I don't know, man. I think I know for sure that, to me, I'm not the person who could lead a country. I mean, I'm not the best communicator.
Poor Necro. This guy's already got 2 feet in the ground.
That's the way I am right now, to be able to lead a country.
public image.
Yeah, that's a lot.
See, but Matthew,
Politics,
is full of life.
Matters a lot.
Dude, he sounds like a fascist.
Matthew?
Yeah, of course. It's probably 90% of it.
Fascist.
Yeah, exactly. And
Well, yeah,
that's why
all these people are fascists. That's what the whole green bean is about. Most people cannot give up, their speech. Like, it's just a bunch of censors. You see what I'm saying? Fascism is censorism. Because this whole app runs off of a fascistic model. From the top to the bottom. Oh, here's CM, a perfect example of a schmuck. CM, you think you're cool or something, like going in the chat saying, John Kiddo.
He made like a pretty good argument against Matthew, to be honest, dude. Like, he was saying some pretty fucking Marxist, fascistic shit. And he's like trying to point this out to him, and then like his opinion is met with dissent, and it's like, you want to cultivate some sort of a culture and bring people together, and you want the best in the world to like contribute to this, to help the well-being of everybody in the world.
I think really to me, like I used to say stuff like that myself, but I think really it's like, the fact is people just feel like their vote does not matter ultimately, and that's because they just see that both candidates.
It is an interesting question of like, as a leader, how do you get people to cooperate with you? Because basically Trump, like, his he's only as effective as the people that he can influence, because he doesn't do anything. He just sits in a chair and does communication. It's all of his actionaries that go out and do operations. So how do you get them to do what you want them to do? I mean, the whole thing rests off of faith and kindness, or respect, and the golden rule, which is treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. If your boss or manager doesn't treat you the way that you treat your neighbor, like, it's just not going to work. Like, you don't want to do what that person wants you to do. So the whole thing is selfless kindness and like being a nice person. And unfortunately, in the real world and in the workplace, there's a lot of fucking Karens out there. And I've worked with these women, and they're so egotistical, obnoxious, and low IQ, and like, one heart attack away from heaven. But anyways, Ribbono Shalom.
Very, very interesting. What a great background.
The cognitive science, so at least have some sense.
Yeah. That's why I asked. I didn't ask anyone else. I just asked Necro and Nadia. I mean, why would I care what Zephyr does or CM? I know what CM does. How's it gonna help? Like, she's actually involved.
Oh, come on, that's a bit harsh. You should always be curious.
Nadia, so did you study PPE?
No, I wish I had done, but no, I didn't even know that existed. I fell into economics. I was going to do actuary and chickened out, So, yeah.
So you're good with numbers.
He admitted it. That was good.
My
Mom would
best subject at school was actually English, but my parents didn't think it
If you didn't lie to them, CM, they would have invented the lie anyways. That's the way these things go.
Yeah. No, that's great. No, it would be good.
You got a shout out, CM. That's pretty cool, bro. I heard you in the room earlier.
I mean, just to have the full diversity. Obviously we're coming from.
CM, why don't you come up on the stage and not be a pussy? Come up here in Mystery Science Theater 3000 with me of Matthew.
Necessary. But,
the gay Persian Michael Jackson.
At least for people who kind of understand the subject matters. So yeah, it'd be really good.
Yeah, I used to watch that on
again, I try to follow you, Necro, but it keeps saying
Science Fiction Channel or whatever it was.
I know you followed me, but I'll try to follow Nadia as well later. We usually have kind of discussions. I mean, more and more we've been kind of really trying to pin this down.
Pin this down. Pin what down?
I think that
as if this is some type of philosophical lecture, and it's not just like Iranian propaganda.
Engage. And we don't think that we're going to transform. Our main target is traditionalist Muslims who, we usually try to talk to them about evolution and try to, educate them out of the creation of Adam myth. We try
I
to
ain't
talk
no
to
monkey.
I'm traditionally
I ain't no monkey.
background.
I didn't come out of no nest.
So we're trying to speak to traditionalist 12-ishers to get them to wake up and just realize, okay, I don't think the 12 demands.
I kind of look like a monkey.
Same with traditionalist Christians.
I've met a silverback gorilla before, and I gotta admit that I was like,
but I think
if you weren't a monkey,
for
you'd be a little bit more like a man.
identifying that,
But you just a monkey.
around this needs to happen. Maybe the world is wrong. Maybe liberal democracy is not the way. And let's just handle the objections, the actual
Is
objections.
Matthew the first talking ape?
But just know that there are also many objections to liberal democracy. And if we want to stop the problems that we have at the mass scale, it needs to happen foundationally.
Complaining that the world's not a better place for him to live in.
Well, I mean, essentially, yeah. I
love the geniusness of the belief that we have to change the roots and the foundation before we can change the situation. It's like, what's the point of these rooms? Regal, don't you see that? Like, I'm mocking all of this because it's all a huge, like, super. It's like a big, pretentious, superficial, like, lecture. But it's stupid, like, because none of this is going anywhere. Most of these people don't create any content, have no of their own platforms. They're not doing anything. It's just, it's a complaint department. That's all it is. We're just here to record the complaints.
It's also why we have a constitution.
And, they're not going to go anywhere. They're just going to sit in an underground, bunker until Skynet takes over and the AI people and all their fears.
Yeah.
Could you imagine being a beta incel, double vax, triple boosted, pre-rectal cancer patient, like crying on here about AI and how in 200 years your parents will live forever? It's like, you got to live now, my friends. CM and Regal, you got to live now. These people aren't alive. Listen to Necro.
Why freedom of speech? It's like if the majority can take away, can silence the minority, then when they get power, when the minority.
You know what I was doing? I was playing Modern Warfare 4 or whatever, and then I was piping in Clubhouse into the controller and making people listen to Clubhouse conversations on Call of Duty.
What we have is corporations in the country trying to erode that by doing things like making it illegal to boycotting the state of Israel in response to us continuing to send funding for their war. And it's actually gone back much farther. You had during like the Vietnam War, you had the protests against.
Also, I will point out that, in terms of public speaking, nobody's public speaking has improved. Like, Necro still speaks like a broken crack addict living on the side of the street out of a box.
The neocons who wanted to, have us try to fight, communism, is kind of more profitable to end.
I know, but do you see my point is, do you know what Toastmasters is? Like, people actually work on their speaking. Like, they do critical analysis and reviews of, all the speeches. And you practice speaking. Like, this is just basically dopamine hitting. This is just dopamine for, I find retards. It's like, they're not working on anything. It's just brain rot out. It's just bleeding out. That's the problem. You're not building anything. You're not educating. It's
I was going to ask him the same question. You want to implement a system that's never been that never historically happened. Okay, so you have this new invention, right? Whether that technology comes in the form of a fucking proposal and a 5-point plan or actual shit that you're doing, you have to have something there and not, idealistic thinking. And if you think, everybody wants to solve these problems, but you're talking about the problem. You're not giving the prescription, and when you do, it's some quote unquote philosopher king. I mean, this guy can't be all over the planet everywhere all the time to solve everybody's fucking problems. Some places, that's why some places have it better than others. I mean, we have as good as we can get for now with the technology that we have now. I mean, make the best of it. Like, sitting here talking about pessimism, you know, even though parts of it can be true, it doesn't fucking mean anything.
You know, it's kind of funny is like if everybody got put on a minimum basic income, you know, like anyways, I'm just saying that it's kind of funny, like, because I'm restreaming all these rooms, you know, onto YouTube in like multiple recording studios. And it's just funny that like technically, like I think what I'm doing is smart and I'm surprised nobody else is doing this, but imagine like at some point in the future where people start restreaming, like I'm already doing this, but like streaming people's streams, like restreaming streams. So like I restreamed Trump, you know.
I'm not gonna lie, like if you took that and just kind of sat through it and sifted through it and had some sort of, you know, cheap artwork, cartoon, like I don't know if you ever watched Aquatine Hunger Force on Adult Swim.
Yeah.
And then just kind of had like these guys basically talking about the silliest bullshit that they're talking about, and then just kind of coming in with your commentary and writing a character into it. Like I'm pretty sure Cartoon Network would pick up on something like that. Because it's ingrained in the culture now. Like people love watching like Joe Rogan and podcasts and fucking shit on YouTube for news, like CNN and Fox News is somewhat obsolete, dude. Like you're getting the restrained opinion where you can just actually get the opinion. You can just get that dopamine hit. It's like making Beavis and Butthead, dude. You know what I mean? You're just pointing out the ignorance and stupidity and just laying some commentary and poking out the obvious.
Do you know what the two components? Do you know what the two components of a video are?
What's that?
The video and the audio, the pictures and the audio. So all I'm trying to say is like I have like worked on improving the image that I create, like through lighting, you know, through setup, etc., and by putting different camera angles. But none of that is important. All I'm trying to say is guys like Matthew and Hamza and so, like I mix books into my work here. Like I think you heard me reading a book earlier. Like I'm halfway through, you know, like a 300-page book, and every sentence that I read is like pure joy compared to listening to the never-ending political dribble that these people, you know, vomit out of their profane mouths. Myself included, of course. I mean, I am, you know, a hypocrite and fully self-actualized to where I can, you know, be self-deprecating.
Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing. I mean, you take on, if you want to take on the problem of world hunger, you have to understand how, yeah, it's a problem worldwide, but how you deal with it locally is going to be different than how you deal with it worldwide. Do you want to pay for somebody else to ship food out of the United States somewhere else? Or, you know, should these people locally be doing things, educating themselves? Do they have natural resources? Like, the chances are is because of where they live locally. I mean, you remember that guy that made that fucking joke? Like, you know, all the people in the desert, they have no food. How about move where the fucking food is?
Yeah.
Send them some fucking luggage and tell them to move where the fucking food is.
Yeah, I've seen that. See, this is what Matthew said. This is like their big utilitarian statement, which is the United States has to maximize a global well-being. As if that's like in the historical record of countries, their existence is solely to service the world. Like this guy is so delusional. Like real political science is understanding you know, internal and external conflict. Like we live in a country monopoly type system where every government is a fascist system and everybody complies to that government, to that country. And it is like a competition amongst these countries in certain ways. But, you know, because of World War II and everything, there's like this status quo, which, you know, isn't necessarily, can't be interrupted. And there's just a few countries that really exist outside of that paradigm, and Iran is one of them. That's why it comes up so much. And Iranians, you know, it just shocks me that it doesn't shock me though, like that Matthew is pro-Iranian, because like that is the psychopathic position. And, you know, I'm just critiquing, you know, human behavior that I find LGBTQ men to be, you know, more homicidal, sociopathic. And, you know, I don't know what the crime stats are in the hetero versus the homo populations, but I'm willing to bet that if there's a knife attack and there's two men, you know, they're most likely.
You think he's gay and he's ashamed of it, and like if he tells his family and all that other nonsense, so he's having like this rebellious attitude towards like fucking Islam by like being Islamic in a fucking cuckoo fucking way, because he's still like,
yeah, maybe he thinks like he's a deep agent, like a double agent, you know, but like that's what double agents do. They like literally they are willing to take it up the ass because they like it, and that's the kind of person they are. And that's okay, you know, it's not up to me to judge how you want to masturbate and have an orgasm. All I'm trying to say is that Matthew loves to talk. He's very fashionable in his red Michael Jackson hat. I mean, his red Michael Jackson jacket. Let's listen to what they're saying. Here we go. Here's Necro.
He wears Converse shoes, and he has a beard. He looks kind of like Mandy Patinkin from what I remember.
Mandy Patinkin?
Yeah. Basically, I think really he, I mean, unlike a lot of people who debate William Lane Craig on morality, I feel like specifically he gave like the most, I think he gave the most philosophically sophisticated, you know, grounding that I think really just, you know, illustrate essentially it addressed a lot of the questions that William Lane Craig always puts forward as, you know, as to what grounds morality. I think really just the way he like answered the questions, I think were the most like, I think they just stuck with most of Craig's audience, unlike previous other people who debated Craig on the subject, where they just say like specifically that, you know,
Jesus Christ, can you not say something in like, you know, 5 sentences? I mean, Necro just goes on and on and on. Anyways, the roast is over. I can't listen to any more Clown House, but I hope you have a great evening, Regal. I will say Beetlejuice 3 times tomorrow, and if you appear out of the thin air, I won't be surprised, because Beetlejuice. Ooh, wait, I got one more room for you. Here we go.
From me and you is an hour of time, and we would get to the whole bottom of this, not in a way of conviction, but simply lining up what you to believe the necessary facts that you predicate your understanding on, and fact-checking that. That wouldn't even be a debate. That would simply be running those statements through it in AI for just a preliminary check. And that alone would cut us 3/4 of this fluff, this nonsense that we just, as an audience, zone out to. So if you don't want to do that, the better approach is to make one deductive statement, and you're sure about this, and you already have it loaded in your mind, and we can simply run it through an AI and get fact-checked immediately. That's how it should be now. I mean, this attempt to inductively explain yourself when you make ambiguous statements, and then we try to go back and figure out what exactly saying, and then we're accusing each other of either not listening properly or not remembering properly. So let's not do that, because it's just a waste of time, man.
Can we ask AI what's history? What is Israel's history regarding respecting international law and international institutions?
Okay, but that discussion, yes, Israel. Obviously, you can look at how many resolutions in the UN alone, but regardless, that isn't going to go anywhere because international law in its bodies haven't made any declarative rulings and or decisive rulings when it comes down to Israel. So, or attempt to enforce those rulings. So,
because
we might witness something.
Israel has a good excuse, right? They always have like a good thing.
It's irrelevant, but we all know the international bodies are just figures and legacy figures from World War II to annihilate the Axis. But these days, these people are literally running on borrowed time. America's going to eliminate these institutions very soon. But
respectfully, having this argument without
we shouldn't be discussing international law. That's not.
We can't.
But let me land. Last point. I promise. Last point. What we should stay away, refrain from engaging with international law, especially since no rulings have been passed, and stick to the facts on the ground. So stick to the key claims he's making if they're historical, and we could just fact check them, especially if it involves numbers. When you're using numbers, that means there must be some data backing that up. I understand you believe. Listen, I understand people. Of course, you're gonna say that because you have no law that you hold superior to that. But you need to understand that international law hasn't really served in solving this conflict. You agree, right?
I do, but I think the only reason it hasn't served is because the world keeps allowing Israel and the U.S. for very obvious reasons to keep we cannot ignore the very fact that Israel consistently, according to most analysis. So yeah, I think we should stick to international law.
Okay, so that's just a fact that Israel doesn't abide by the resolutions.
Yeah, but the one thing that Chai said that not many Zionists say is that I do respect international law. Most of them, if you heard Rick before, he said international law, which would be the answer from a lot of Zionists.
No one follows the law. Rarely do people follow the law because they idealize the law, like Kantian ethics. They follow the law because there's an enforcement of the law. So when the Security Council comes out with a ruling or a resolution, it's different than the assembly, and the same thing until these the ICJ and the ICC come out with actual rulings. They serve nothing but to gaslight us all. Now, to continue to gaslight us with, I'm telling you from the Palestinian perspective, international law is gaslighting by the West.
So I want to get in real quick right here. I don't want you guys to give him more shit than is necessary, right?
This means that I'm going to a place I've never been, and it's not going to feel good at the beginning.
You could probably have more of a constructive conversation with Shai versus other people, and also I think
not really.
I just have to budgeting app. What? How? Base 44. Look, it pulls our.
So
eaten it before. It's a natural resin called shellac, and once it's stretched and cooled, it's used in tons of ways, from adding a shine to popular candies like jelly beans and preserving citrus fruit to finishing wood. Its history dates back 3,000 years in India, where it was originally used to make jewelry and adorn palaces. India is the world's largest shellac producer, exporting over $65 million worth of it a year. But fluctuating harvests and prices have put this ancient industry at risk. So how exactly do a tiny insect's excretions end up on your candy and lemons? We head to India to find out.
I know I told you go watch these Economist interview. He talks about this.
The Cariolaca insect is teeny, barely big enough to see with the naked eye. In June, farmers implant broodlac, or the mamas, onto new tree branches. Their babies will hatch and spread out. As they suck the tree sap, the females secrete an amber-colored resin. When it hits the air, it hardens, creating a protective nest. This is what becomes valuable shellac. This curved knife, called a dowlee, is the most important tool for farmers like Prudlin Don. She climbs up to 20 feet to reach the small branches where the insects grow. She has about 100 of these lac-infested trees.
And that's why 1947 was not a victory for the science. But the British,
they can take as many as 300,000 insects to make just 1 kilo of shellac. That's where the lac insect derives its name, from ikla, meaning 100,000 in Hindi. Prudlin can harvest that in 1 day. It takes her 2 more to scrape it all off. She uses the same dowlee.
पेड़ की कटाई छटाई करने के लिए हम लोग को दौली का इस्तेमाल करते हैं.
She sells the lac to a local market, earning $7 a kilo. That's where Manoj Soraogi buys it. His factory sources raw lac from 4 states and processes over 500 metric tons a year. It all starts with crushing and washing, which is the most challenging part. Cleaning the lac for too long could lower the yield.
I agree, it's an absurd thing. Whether this aligns or not, contradict. You can't make those things.
Then the lac has to dry to prevent mold and make it easier to extract the resin.
But if he said he holds
During winters, Manoj's staff leaves the lac in this yard for an hour and a half. In hotter months, it takes about half the time. They have to watch it closely, since too much heat can turn it black. That's considered low quality and won't fetch as much money. Next, the workers assign it 1 of 4 grades, depending on the size. They'll remove small sticks by hand. This machine separates any remaining stones from the mix. The workers put the lac into a cloth tube that looks kind of like a giant sock. They twist it so the mixture moves toward the kiln and spin it until the lac melts. The sock collects any leftover rocks or sticks that might have snuck in. They spend at least 6 hours a day spinning the tube and stoking the fire that burns at 167 degrees Fahrenheit. In the summer, it can get up to 113 degrees in this factory. These symmetrical circles are called button shellac, which are used to make bangles.
Article 11 says that those people, according to the resolution,
workers also spread it across this tool, called a pipa, to make sheet shellac. They use a palm leaf to spread it out evenly. The workers remove it once it's cooled, and they stretch it out even more, using their hands, feet, and teeth. This is how shellac has been made for centuries.
ये जो है ये पूरा नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट है उसका जो टेम्परेचर रहता है वो काफी डाउन हो जाता है उसको टेम्परेचर करता है तो वो हार्मफुल कहीं भी नहीं
They'll pull it to an even 5 foot by 5 foot square. These sheets will be used to polish candies, cashew nuts, and fruit.
However, Israel did not want them here, and they simply massacred them, whether it's some
Machines have largely replaced the traditional hand-stretching method. This one presses out thin sheets, sort of like a pasta maker. It processes most of the factory's lac, making shellac 4 times faster than by hand stretching. The workers give it one quick tug and then rip it off. They'll hang it up to harden and cool, and then chop it into hair-thin pieces. These will stiffen into shards, exported around the world. Manoj can sell the refined shellac for almost double what he paid for it.
I'm willing to pay you in the recorded room just to sit question. And I'll allow you to continue to evaluate something as long as
I want to feel more beautiful.
You've got to learn to get more
that's what you're I'm $100 and you sit here going to you've got to learn to get one by one. Claim by claim, deductive state by deductive state.
Indonesia and the United States are his biggest customers.
Your checklist checks
The
out.
U.S. is also the world's largest importer, buying roughly a fourth of all Indian shellac. It's been valued for 3,000 years for its versatility. One of shellac's earliest uses was as a rich crimson dye. The insect's excretions also made a strong glue and added a shiny, water-resistant finish to wood and leather. In medieval Europe, artists mixed it into paints. In the 1800s, it became the base of gramophone records before the invention of vinyl. Through the 1900s, it was a popular finish for wood paneling in American homes. It also made its way into pharmaceuticals, coating pills and tablets, and food. As a glossy glaze for candies, fruits, cakes, and nuts. Today, the global shellac industry is worth over $167 million, and more than half of the world's supply comes from India. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration allows it as a food-safe additive, as long as it's listed on the ingredients list as shellac or confectioner's glaze. It's in treats like Junior Mints, jelly beans, candy corn, and Whoppers. It's also often dissolved in alcohol and sprayed onto citrus fruit. The waxy coating wicks away moisture, extending the fruit's shelf life. And that gloss makes for a more eye-catching lemon on grocery store shelves.
Yes or no? What the fuck, bro? Why are you a pussy? Yes or no? It's a fucking simple question.
Thousands of people in Goodman's Village depend on shellac for a living, but the price has fluctuated a lot. In 2022, Goodman could make $12 a kilo. Now the price is half that. So she started farming ducks for additional income. She also grows rice and vegetables. That's because raising storied insects has gotten a lot harder, largely due to the climate crisis. Intensifying rainstorms have washed lac off tree branches and led to fungal infestations. More extreme heat is drying up the trees that are the insects' main food source. Vijay Kumar Vidu works for an NGO that helps farmers research why their insects are dying.
You understand the induction is not on the side. So how you override the induction, you must be using deduction. So
his organization educates farmers on the benefits of using fungicides, which can increase lac production.
अभी जो पहले नेचुरल ला होने का चाहिए था अभी उसको बोल सकते हैं कि साइंटिफिक ला हो रहा है.
Armed with a little help from science, Indian lac producers are fighting to keep raising their amber insects for generations to come.
Dude, you live in a land where God is literally invoked 5 times a day.
Spend the extra to your taxes. Pay only $150. No hidden fees. File with TurboTax at
You're just sitting teaching, okay.
Yeah, if you don't adhere to rabbinic instructions regarding holy sites, you can be jailed after 7 years, and the people who decide it are the rabbis.
Yeah, that's why it's called rabbinic Judaism, Ambrose.
Oh, fuck off.
Do you think there's a... I don't know, it must be a fucking Israeli thing or something. I don't know. Like, y'all get better when you detach from rabbinic Judaism, but you become too radical against religion and assume all religion is the same as yours because somehow you have an issue with God. Now, I don't want to go into that.
I have nothing against Judaism. I have everything against institutionalized religion in general. And that
Okay, but Judaism is rabbinic Judaism, Ambrose. You understand for the last 2,000 years, Judaism is rabbinic Judaism.
Don't do this, please.
Yeah, she can't take it.
Who muted me?
So, Shai, do you deny the Nakba?
Okay, so that's okay. Oh, okay. It's wanted some. He's not going to answer.
Then they're going to say that you hate Jews and that
he thinks I have recording on.
They're recording, and now they're going to say that I'm a token Jew because you hate Jews and you want to throw us all in.
They've already been saying you're a token, so...
Yeah, but now they have a nice clip to manipulate for.
This vinyl factory in New Jersey uses pellets to press over 40,000 records a week. Vinyl is now the music industry's highest grossing physical format.
It's a religious experience. It sounds so good.
And more than 50% of all record sales happen here in the US. But most vinyl is pressed overseas. In fact, one company in the Czech Republic called GZ Media makes 17 million vinyl records a year.
They are the 800-pound gorilla of vinyl pressing. If you end up with one player, they're going to get to do what they want.
But vinyl makers, including GZ, almost went out of business at the turn of the century, when record sales nearly disappeared.
I don't think that anyone in our company envisioned that the vinyl will be strong again.
So,
at the level of state, something like 18, their immediate objection is, well, how is that scientific? How is that rationalist Islam? How is it this? Because they're not understanding that, yeah, bro, I'm sorry, like, for the guy, because they'll say, well, the guys, they need to kind of get with a woman. Yeah, okay, isn't the whole point of Islam to practice restraint and to improve willpower? Okay, let the guys not screw around until 18. Is that okay? Until the girl is 18. So that's it. Like, why? Yes, of course, 18 isn't going to be like scientific, but the whole goal is to maximize the chance of well-being. Because when it comes to legal theory, now it's a whole new level of inquiry. It's a whole new level of a layer of reality. So you're trying to protect as many people as you can and not make it crazy like the age of 35, because you also have to think about other variables. There's, millions of variables. So 18 is a pretty good starting point. I think it's pretty fair. Maybe it's a bit high, I don't know, but I think 18 it's okay. It's okay as like an age of consent thing.
Yeah, and I think there are a few things you need to consider here. So biology is a really good one. That would be a good way to okay, when does somebody physically mature on average, and maybe setting it there. But then there's also the way people expect a society to run. So you'll have some people who think, actually, you need to get your women married off young and pumping out babies younger because they can handle those, their body can physically handle those babies better when they're younger, as opposed to having what we're seeing more of now, which is women giving birth perhaps more in their 40s, even other complications. So I think part of it is biological, and part of it is also how do people feel society best functions, and there's going to naturally be a trade-off there between what the individual wants and what's good for society. Because a lot of people say, and I'm not one of these people, but women going into the office and having careers and putting off having children is a bad thing. Other people say, no, it's a really good thing. You should have, women should be independent and earn their own money and be educated. But depending on your school of thought, that will then feed through to your state laws.
Talking about state laws, I just wanted to point something out ridiculous in the UK. So they recently increased the minimum age of marriage to 18.
Cities with direct payments to
but
people's housing.
The woman at the age of 16, she can sleep.
I settle into the silence. Each breath draws me deeper inside. Behind the arc of my brow, a tiny organ waits no bigger than a seed. I picture I settle into the silence.
So she could fall in love with a guy at 15 or 10 or something. Legally, they can have sex at 16. She can give birth to kids, but she's not allowed to marry him until she's at least 18.
Somebody controlling their own body and their own emotions and their own feelings versus entering what people see as a social contract which has sort of other types of...
Do we believe it's a coincidence?
I agree.
Hello, I'm Brian Tracy, and I have a unique opportunity that I want to share with you. If you're an expert in your field, if you're interested in reaching millions of readers and scaling your business,
you've got financial
It does seem absurd, actually. I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, I don't know what the... You see, the thing is, like, original, did anyone ask you for your opinion about this?
No, nobody asked me my opinion. You mentioned the age 18, which is like just a subjective number that you just brought up.
No, sorry, I meant like, sorry, what I meant was like, did your local MP ask you?
I have
because the idea is
ordered a high-power ATL 36X arriving shortly, which I hope to actually use to shoot the President of the United States. I'm not kidding.
It has also so many problems. There's problems in everything. Philosopher King for the win. I don't care. I'm done. I'm gonna start a revolution. I'll find someone. I'm out. I'm done with like liberal democracy. I can't even see like the arguments for it anymore.
I think the problem is in practice is that this concept, like, I don't think it works because people, they don't often trust intelligence. Like when you look at who's actually in charge, like who is sort of looked at as a leader, it's rarely the people who've got like 100 million PhDs under their belt who've spent a lot of time doing the research on this. Quite often, no, they're put in a corner somewhere and they're drawn on as an advisor. So the people who are actually closest to having those values that you'd want in a philosopher king, I just don't think in reality they're often respected or revered. Quite often people will go for...
Yeah. And this is why we're here. We're here to bring philosopher king back, Nadia. Yeah, of course. Who even talks about this? I mean, we've had this...
Trump is a philosopher king, baby.
I put my... Hamza's done some work, Ilyas has done some work, he's put a fantastic, beautiful paper for traditionalist Shias, and so needs to go and read. Like, we're putting our time in, I'm genuinely trying, I'm glad that we had one person earlier who, at least, he's kind of someone who, I think would be supportive. But yeah, of course, no one's going to talk about this stuff, this sounds insane. And you see the kind of people who object, right? Obviously, this sounds fascist, it sounds... like it's worrying. Immediately people start thinking, but bro,
the birthplace of free speech. The people don't even uphold the values anymore.
Yeah, it is sad. Anyways, Satomi, we need to convince you that not everything with rules is a religion. Again, religions are usually rigid, cannot change. The word of Allah doesn't change, right?
Inshallah, my brother. Inshallah.
Satomi.
Yeah, we're
what I said. You guys understand that a democracy is not a religion because you can change it. You can change stuff about it.
Yeah, just like religion, we can change.
You can't really change religion.
There has been many Bible updates.
You think, yeah, but you can't change the Ten Commandments.
I can.
Those are literally very.
If I wanted to, I can make
Bible.
a little religion of my own.
Wait, so tell me though. But wait.
Get like
very few things in the Bible are literally written by God. The Ten Commandments are supposedly inscribed by the finger of God into like tablets and shit.
So why don't you? So why aren't you a Christian? Why are you an atheist?
Obviously, this is not true.
Because there's no such thing as God. Obviously.
Yeah, if you're defending the Ten Commandments.
No, I'm saying that this is what religious people say. You can't change the Ten Commandments. Again, that's the literal
because
finger of God.
in your eyes, religion is vague. Then I can change anything I want because it's vague.
Religious people won't change the Ten Commandments. Again, that's changing the Word of God.
Well, I mean, yeah, like
changing the word of God that God never existed. Greetings.
I know God doesn't exist. They still think God does exist. Like, they think He exists. I know He does.
Your mother is your first God, you know. I think.
It's like you're doing what Uma does. You're gonna call everything a God.
No.
It's like if you like ice cream, God is your ice. Your new God is ice cream. If I love my car, you're gonna say, hey, your car is your God. No, bro.
No, a car is a car. A car is no God, but maybe
I'm just saying, just apply this to every.
Wait, why is your car God? Just curious.
No, I'm just saying. It's just,
because there was holding
anything
a prime disclosure, maybe.
Fully automated. I don't even have to do it anymore for this.
We should talk to Uma at the moment, but she just said that one thing. Anyways, also told me, like I said, I was asking if you finished high school, which hopefully you did, right?
What? What did you say?
You finished high school, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, wow. So tell me, you sound nice.
I didn't finish high school. I didn't go to college. I was really bad at school.
And CM, when you ask such a question, she's human.
No, I know. Well,
but that doesn't mean I'm an idiot.
He doesn't know much about, like...
You doesn't know much about her, CM.
I'm not saying you're an idiot, but it's just, if you want to learn more about this stuff, you probably should read more history.
No, history of man-made, of dick brain, love war. Woman want to write new history. Her story, by God. Goddess.
Inshallah.
God.
Well,
where are you from, CM?
I'm from South America.
Oh, South America. I went to Table Mountain. Gate 12. My husband, oh, please. She was shouting. Peace and love.
I guess we're done here. So tell me the biscuit.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Alright. Well, so tell me. You can tell me where the Salafi girls are.
In your ass.
Oh, wow. Just straight to that. See.
I need to meet Salafi girls that think
how about I become one of those and then you come to me and then I bend you over, fuck you with the strap on.
Holy shit, this got explicit really quick.
Again, I need a wife that is cool with me beating her. Like, this is
a wife.
It's very liberal of you.
Yeah, it is very liberal of me. You're right.
It's very progressive.
Hey, I'm nothing but progressive, man. So.
But then you listen to what she does. She gonna do that back.
I was in a room where they told me. Salafi girls are defend like fucking wife beating and shit.
So tell me, man.
And I'm like, damn, I need to find a Salafi girl, bro.
South Africa, you know about South African people? What they like get culture?
Talking about like some sect of Sunni Muslims that the women defend wife beating. It's cool. That's super progressive.
No, don't hurt the woman. No, don't hurt the children.
Who would allow themselves to be beaten up? It's a lie. They're just making fun of religion.
No, they're not. Read my PTR.
On religion.
That's a room someone opened.
There must be
That's like
this room. What are you talking
okay,
about?
so do you believe the news? Do you believe everything on the internet?
No, they.
No,
This is
he
not the
asked me
first
about
time.
school and how much I have education.
This is not the first time I
He's
heard
so
this.
stupid.
Obviously, I'm exaggerating it as a joke, Satomi, but it's not.
No, you're
I'm
not.
not lying when I say they did tell me that this is a real thing. That some Salafi women defend it. Obviously, they're not saying like, oh, you can like kill your wife or like beat her to almost death. I'm sure obviously that's not the case. I'm exaggerating for it, you know.
Now, can you tell me, can you find me a woman that wants to get beaten up?
Yeah.
Until she can't stand. Find
Do you know
someone.
Abby?
Find me someone.
Do
Find
you
me a
know
woman
Abby?
who wants to get beaten up.
Do you know Abby?
I don't know. There could be a woman with a king who wants to get beaten up, like
Yeah, exactly.
king.
That's my theory. Yeah, she has a fetish. She has like rape.
So why
fetish.
are you saying giving them a name like Salafi girls? Like Salafi girls want to get beaten up. Why are you saying that shit?
I didn't say they want to get beaten
That's
up.
like me saying Colombian men getting fucked in the ass.
I didn't say. I said Salafi girls. I heard Salafi defend
I heard
the Quran.
Colombian men like getting fucked in the ass. Do you like getting fucked in
Yeah,
the
there's
ass?
no
Wait, are you saying Salafi or is that another thing?
He's saying Salafi. He's saying Salafi.
Salafi, yeah.
Yeah, those are the nut jobs.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the ones they told me. The women even defend.
Every woman is different.
I know, man.
Wait, do you have to respect Salafi women if they don't respect themselves?
You guys would believe anything on the internet.
Again, I know Salafis are like the really radical.
They're the most radicals. They're the literalists of the
Them or
Quran.
Wahhabis. Wahhabis are like pretty bad too, right?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, do I have to respect Salafi women if they don't respect themselves?
I mean, I guess I would, like realistically speaking, but as a joke, I guess not. So Satomi's Salafi.
I'm not
fuck, I'm gonna have to jump on that call.
You're not?
Inshallah, you're a Salafi. Inshallah.
Not Salafi.
Oh yeah, you're just Sunni non-sectarian, right? Non-denominational.
I'm your mother.
In other words, you're
I'm finding so many more objectivists that are in like the math. Like there's a guy who wrote I have to remember the book now. It apparently, like amongst like the academic scholars, it did really, really well. I'm trying to remember the book now. It's on physics.
CM, are you?
I think it's the philosophy of physics.
Let me know who. I mean, but again, I don't know how you derive morality and fucking etc. from like science, bro, or math. Like this is. I don't know.
Well, it's not. Because in order for you to know, because okay, can you be moral if you're dead?
You can't, dude. You can't be moral if you're on an island, like stranded on an island alone.
Of course,
morality is only a communal, like societal thing.
No, see, that's the Christian view. That's a very Christian outlook on morality. Morality itself is just for you to be able to decide what's good and what's bad. It has nothing to do with community. or communal concept. You have to be able to, yes, look, before ethics, you have meta ethics, correct?
Okay, yeah, but I don't say that like me eating food is moral. Like this is.
Why not? If you don't eat food, you're dead. That's the alternative.
I would say yes, like depriving.
So you have the science. So the science goes hand in hand with morality because you need to figure out the types of foods that are good. That's why we have the distinctions between nutrition and poison. That's the whole concept. That's the purpose of the concept. The poison means something that is not good for you. Nutrition, something that is good for
morality. You. Like I don't.
Yes.
I'll say
you cannot say I'm gonna be such a good moral person. I'm gonna feed someone poison.
No, I know. Okay, but right now the crazy vegetarians and vegans will jump on your ass right now.
Why?
Oh, because you're eating meat and you're killing animals and factory.
Yeah, that's because so that's a disagreement on the actual science itself, but the standard is
science. We agree.
Well, yeah, they'll make a moral case for why I shouldn't.
The general.
Well, no, because that's why they're moralizing things that are good, just like the religion of green people, who say that we should stop all oil production, and then that's probably one of the fastest ways to kill like a massive swath of the human race.
Sure, but I'm talking about animal rights. You know, I'm talking about the vegetarians. And
animals don't have rights. Yeah, animals don't have rights.
You don't think
it would be a completely. Well, no,
again,
like rights
animal
are something
rights.
very specific.
What the fuck is an animal
don't have
rights?
Yeah, animal rights are just as real as human rights. Obviously, I believe more in human rights, but they're
so why?
Damn, then you're not a real
also invented.
So are you saying that like a crocodile in the safari, when it eats a zebra, it's violating the zebra's rights?
No. I'm talking about with respect to humans. Again, yeah, only humans are moral agents. Yeah, I'm not making cows moral agents. I'm saying I can treat a cow unethically or immorally.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, absolutely. That doesn't equate to.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by animal rights.
Okay, but that's not the correct verbiage. Then a right is something specific. That's the.
Yeah.
But it's something specific in relation to the government protecting it.
Correct.
Yeah, animals don't have rights. The only way that an animal quasi has any semblance of rights is if a person owns that animal.
Hold on.
Listen.
We can't.
If animals don't have a right, can we fuck?
I mean, you can, but it'd be extremely immoral to do so.
Sure. But that would be immoral, but killing them wouldn't.
Well, no, because I can slaughter a cow. Like torturing an animal is
fucking animal. You can torture.
Yeah.
Just like you can torture it.
Like if you own the cow, for example, you fuck a cow. Like I don't think you should go to jail, but it's extremely immoral. I wouldn't want to do any business with you. So I'm for social pressures, just not the government doing anything about it.
I mean, to me, that's all that exists. Well, do you think human rights exist objectively?
No. So it's not that they exist objectively. So like this is the different theories of rights.
Don't you? Don't you think morality is
absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. Dude, I think
that's more of like
morality
a logical claim.
Has the same ontology as rights. Rights are just as human-made as morality.
Yeah, but
we give ourselves rights.
Okay, in a sense, I agree with that, but that's why I say like I don't view it intrinsically. Like for example, because this is the different theories of rights. There's 4 theories that 99% of people fall into with their conception of what a right is. So it's you fall into the God-given rights, fantasy world.
That's nonsense.
You basically, God can stop bullets apparently, with your invisible force field that He gives you. Then you have like the intrinsic right, where you're just born with this thing, and we just have to live with that. Then you have the government grants you rights, which is complete nonsense. Because if the government can grant you rights
The
and
most
take
correct
them
one
away,
so far.
no, it's not the most correct.
I mean,
If a government can grant, if the government
They
grants,
certainly don't come from God, and they certainly are
You're not born with-
They don't exist in nature. Fucking
correct, correct, and then
thou shalt not kill. It's not like a law of nature.
correct. And if you think that the government can grant you rights, then it's just as valid to say, well, the government can remove rights, and then therefore you have
The
no say
government can
on
remove
anything.
rights.
Well, the government can violate your rights, and then the fourth
No.
theory,
They can
the
remove
fourth theory of rights is the objectivist theory, which stipulates that a right is a moral principle. So you either uphold the principle or you don't. So you either accept that a person has the right to property and you won't steal, and therefore that person doesn't get stolen from, or you don't accept that the person has the right to property and you steal from them because you just don't care. And therefore, the government basically just starts to degrade from there if everybody has this like moral subjectivist view of rights.
I'm a moral subjectivist, right? You know that. So that's what I'm saying.
So then you can't make any claims like Hitler's bad. Then you can feel Hitler's bad.
Oh no, I can say according to my morality, Hitler is.
Yeah, that's retarded. That's retarded.
I don't
According
care.
to
It's
human nature, what Hitler did is absolutely atrocious because it violates every principle for human beings.
Yeah, that's right. When I say Hitler's bad.
Yeah, but that's not subjective.
To my
That's
morality,
objective.
most humans would agree with me. 90-something% of humans would agree with me that what Hitler did is bad, etc. Even if there's no fucking God-given objective standard, there's no objective.
Yeah, but I'm not saying. So I agree with you that maybe.
The same thing with Benny Goy, and it's very frustrating. I know how.
I only get frustrated when they don't want to do the calculus.
That's the worst thing about them. But
I want to force them to do calculus. So you got a statement. Is it true or false? And because it has to be a deductive statement. Even if you're going to do deduction, you have to make a declarative statement that you believe has the T value. And if all we have to do first is fact check whether it actually has a T value.
If you pressure them enough,
the conversation ends.
You will crush into the cognitive dissonance wall.
Well, I'd rather we sit in silence.
But that's where you cross into psychosis. This is where they crash, right? And from that moment on, there's no more talking. They lose their shit. They start attacking. It goes to ad hominem.
And you also understand they're not like us. We can speak or overlap over each other, but they in the Western world or social media, they're not like that. They want to don't let him land, even if he's spinning out, even if he has I can't stand it either, and I'm not trying to interrupt him. I'm just trying to tell him you're spinning out.
And we cuss, we say nasty words every once in a while, and it's fine. Everybody moves on. Nobody starts whining like a baby.
It's the West. They're bitches.
Really, they are. Get the fuck out.
They don't know what's up. They are people who are living in ignorance. They're still in Plato's cave. We're out of Plato's cave, but doesn't mean we're civilized for some reason, at least Zionists, because they want to achieve. Do we understand Zionism the same way? I want to make sure that's established, because a lot of people are telling me to review you, as in to reassess you again. So, and since Gu is here, this is a good time to do this so he can witness. Okay. But go ahead. When we're talking about revisionist Zionism, which is the current Zionism that is in application, we're not talking about political Zionism. Zionism, the notion as in establishing a Jewish state to solve the issue of the Ashkenazis in Europe, or the final solution being nationalism for the Jews, that is not a problem. I'll be the first to say I agree to political Zionism, just I don't agree to revisionist Zionism, which is establishing Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, or in a land that has a majority other demographic that has national aspirations. So that's the problem with revisionist Zionism, or any revisionist colonialism.
I don't agree. I think political Zionism is a problem on its own, whether it's revisionist or not. And we can talk about the origins or the different narratives enlightened Zionism.
You're against Jews having a Jewish state?
I'm against the concept of an ethnocentric state. Yes, I think a concept of an ethnocentric state, and you agree with me on that, right? Zionism today.
Well, if there are ethno-predominant states, like states where their nationalism is based on a majority ethnicity, that already exists. Are you saying these states need to be deconstructed?
No. This is where it gets complicated.
Bordering anarchy.
No, because this is what people don't understand. Ethnicity is not a biological thing, nor is it a religious thing. Ethnicity is a definition of culture, of traditions, of history. So I might not be French today, but once I become a French citizen, and
that's fine. If you're defining ethnicity and we're invoking Jewish ethnicity, then go by that definition. You don't have to set me straight.
Yeah, if that's fine. But once we're talking about an ethno-religion that is unaccepting and unopen to new converts, and in a very, very strict way, and does evolve into fundamentalism, this is an entire different situation, because we end up with a state that inherently has one purpose, right? Uphold a demographic majority of one group over all others. And that is not a group that you can easily join. If I become an Israeli, I don't become Jewish.
Well, you understand the providing citizenship is under the control of the state. So the state decides who they want to make a citizen or not. I do accept the notion that if you've established...
Citizenship doesn't give equality.
We already agree, Ambrose. There's no point of contention here. So remember, I'm not the ops, and nor have I made a statement where you believe it's false. I will be straightforward with you.
I'm sorry, I'm used to...
No, I agree. I mean, I'm like that too, because I understand you're speaking something else. So you're good with me, but... yeah, we're not the ops. We agree on most things. Actually, we just don't. I'm a Muslim and I'm a Islamist, so that's all. But I'm a very rational Muslim. I do believe in progressive Islam, but without altering the rulings or the Sharia, because it doesn't need to be.
But do you agree with me that creating a situation where there is one group that is being revered over all others, and that is not a group that you can join, that construct, whether it's a Jewish superiority or I don't know,
the whole world has that, Ambrose. Not everybody. All these people want to become Americans. We don't want them to be Americans. And not only that, but a lot of my people are saying, fuck those people. Let him get shot, head capped in the head. Let them get jumped. Why? Because they're taking our jobs and they're living in our homes and they're increasing our rent. And so they're criminals and they need to be hunted. And they don't care if it's going to be, because they believe that terror is deterrent. They believe that, and the whole world accepts that.
Wait, do you think humanity has regressed? That we have regressed?
No, humanity has never changed, and to assume that humanity changed post 20th century or 19th century is stupid.
It was all
this is propaganda, Ambrose. Don't believe the propaganda.
I believe the propaganda.
Yeah, that's your problem. You smoke the Western opium. You're like the Chinese.
I believe the world meant it when they said never again. I really did believe the world will never ever allow a Holocaust to happen again, let alone in 4K. Shoot me. I truly believed human beings.
There's a Holocaust happening to Ukrainians as we speak. What are we talking about? There is a literal genocide against Ukrainian men. If you want my honest opinion, there's a Slavic genocide happening right now using Slavic people. So Slavs are doing someone else's job for them. And the only people I could think of is Western Europe. That's who is always threatened by Slavs.
I'm not saying no, Louis. I'm saying, but in a general...
I agree, but the world has never changed. Look at the conflicts. Vietnam.
I thought
Iraq.
Okay, Lumi, I don't know a lot about what's happening in Ukraine, but from my perspective, the genocide.
Nothing happened. Look at my pictures. I have my PTRs. I don't know if people forgot, but I haven't forgotten the WikiLeaks. I still pull, and I want people to remember that war is about terrorism. I know you don't believe, but even in the Quran,
I want you to
you need to terrorize your enemy. But the rules of so you don't, and this is normal, Ambrose. Like the reason America. Let me land. I'll land this one. You're not. I agree. There are when it comes down to strategy. I am a realist, so you will find me reconciling with Zionists on realism. So as long as they accept the inevitable purpose of Zionism, which is to establish, and not just establish, but secure a Jewish demographic that secures the Jewish state. So that's what they want, and this is a fanatic ambition. Why? Because it's done in a MENA region that holds 400 million Arabs, 100 million Turks, and 100 million Iranians alone, yet alone the Muslim world that is willing to come to the aid. So you're dealing in a fanatic project that literally the reason this was greenlit is to finish the Holocaust. I'm sorry, but this is the end game here for the West.
I don't disagree with you, Lumi, but that's.
I don't think the West didn't forget these Jews want to wipe them out.
Look, the past 2 years have. You just fucking had to. Geffen, don't take it too seriously. Look,
it's true, rabbinic Judaism, my bad, I'll say rabbinic Judaism.
Okay, Adi, ignore him. Look, my problem is that the past 2 years have been traumatizing because all I can see is that never again my ass. And maybe I was naive, Lumi. I don't think I was that naive.
I wish this is what it is. I am not against idealism, and I believe the world should be as much as a rosy place as possible. And I'm against this whole, we need to be alpha and the world needs to be hard or something like that. I'm completely against that. The whole point of civilization and advancement is to reduce the workload that humans, do. That we're no longer like cattle. That we can be artistic. We can spend time thinking about things and exploring the world instead of fucking flipping burgers or moving weight. So for the most part, that's I believe in that. But the world, and unfortunately, because you're missing a paradigm, the world is not set up that way. Nor does the human pattern or the human condition allow for a utopia to begin with.
That is the core. But that is the core, Lumi. It's not the ruling. People want to say it's the ruling elite. It's the ruling elite. Bullshit. Orwell said it, and I'm going to say it again. It takes people to elect these ruling elites to give them the power. My problem yesterday, I accidentally stumbled into a room of a friend, and there was an Indian woman there, and she started saying Pakis, and Islamophobic shit. And then when I confronted her, she ended up with saying, "I can't wait to bomb all those Pakis, including the children, and use them as a weapon to."
Ambrose, the reason these discussions, first of all, X is a better, more professional platform. That's why you're trying to bring X to Clubhouse. That's not going to work. This is the ghetto. You're in the ghetto. Clubhouse is the ghetto of X. And it's as bad as TikTok. And the problem is TikTok might be worse because at least here we can retain profiles for people. We can remember. We can remember. People are remembered.
This is why I'm trying to pull the good ones into X, like you.
Again, I just need to be introduced to spaces where people can give me a slot of time to hear me out and then realize my brilliance and then follow me. So that's what I need. If you could do that with me. But to continue to send me these like hookah bar lounge kind of invites around Arabs. First of all, I am not good. Understand that I'm very whitewashed as well. So I don't deal very well with fobs. I actually don't like fobs at all. To me, fobs are just like fobs fresh off the boat. Like I'm American. I'm not like them. So That's one.
I'm not sure what that means, but look, my point is.
As in, I'm a Palestinian American. I don't deny my American identity, and I hold loyalty to the United States.
And that's fine. I'm just saying, I send you those spaces because some of them have very good speakers that I want you to follow to go into the good.
Yeah, I did follow a few of them that had content that made sense, but yeah, I don't like talking about Arab problems. That's fine. Or I don't like talking about your TV shows or your weather. I like talking about religion, metaphysics, geopolitics.
Look, the thing is that we used to have really good spaces, and something started breaking. I think the first breaking point was Syria, then came Iran, then came the Trump plan, which for some reason, many pro-Palestinians really, really wanted to believe in. I don't know why, and that broke a lot of people. But there is a potential for amazing conversation there, and
we don't have to advertise X. Anybody with any sense who's going to spend time on social media and cares to share discussions about religion, metaphysics, or geopolitics, or world affairs, then you should be on X because your time is efficient. But understand that a lot of people here are simply here to not feel lonely. That's it.
But I need the ones that actually have motivation.
This is already dystopian reality. You're coming already. The nukes have been dropped. This isn't that place. I promise you. Who you want that can actually talk about Israel, Palestine, that are actually have an IQ? I mean, the closest Gentile is probably going to be Alonzo. So Alonzo's already on X.
I don't know who that is, but I have enough people.
Prince ain't high IQ, but Jack ain't high IQ. But they're reasonable.
I don't want Prince. I want you. I want Edward.
I'm already on
I
X.
want Jindeep.
But I'm not. I can't. I'm not gonna go like Easter egg hunt like these rooms and find.
I'm not asking you to Easter. I will open the spaces.
That's what I'm telling you. So instead of
I'm trying to tell you.
All right. So send me invites to those rooms. Enough with the Arab hangouts.
I'm gathering the right people because right now most of the people on X hate me on both sides. It's like
you just need your main ammunition is gonna be minorities, so you need a black guy. That's just the facts of public media. Black people,
Israelis and Palestinians. I don't want anyone else.
Find a black Israeli. Find a black Palestinian. We need someone presentable black. You're already a Jewish Israeli woman. I'm an Islamist Gazan American. I'm veteran as well. So I have American loyalty and I have being experiential knowledge. And I'm loyal to Islam. So stuff like that. And I'm not hostile to Christianity. So that's my angle. You're atheist, you're agnostic Jewish woman, and so you just need a minority American, preferably ADOS black. I know it's just how we're going to gather an audience. If you're serious about these kind of conversations, this is just statistics, Rose. This has nothing to do with idealism.
Look, if you want, you can come to X. I'll show you all the profiles, and you can cherry pick the ones that you want.
I'm not a recruiter. Do I look like a woman?
Do you want to help or not?
Ambrose, you're a woman. You can recruit. Literally, that's what recruiters use.
I didn't ask you to recruit. I asked you to look at the applications and say which one answers the criteria that you just presented.
Yeah, sure. If you want, first of all, allow as many people to follow you and follow them back. Like that doesn't. And experiential knowledge is how you're going to judge people at the end of the day. We don't need Zionists, obviously.
I don't want Zionists. I have.
But I would love to meet a reasonable, calm Zionist who can articulate themselves and do pretty good induction. Ops is good.
I have that, and most Israelis won't engage in English. I did manage to collect the ones, whether they're Zionist or not, that you can have a reasonable conversation with without devolving. And you will never find that, by the way, in diaspora Zionists. This will only happen with Israelis because Israelis, as Zionist as they might be, are less prone to denial of reality than diaspora Zionists. I have those people, but the thing is that there needs to be a motivation to have that conversation, and most people have given up on that.
Well, there is motivating someone, again, wisdom from the book, but there's motivating people via positives and then enticing them or doing it the devil's way. So we can do this the devil's way, and that's all you have to do is get a show. That's all you need is an audience, and I promise you, Zionists are going to feel the fervor and they're going to jump trying to defend. And as long as some Zionists are willing to get a deduction down and get their statements fact checked, that would be advancing humanity. So I'm all for online presence actually being advancing humanity or advancing understanding, even if it's just one person in a room of 200.
So let me ask you the difficult question, okay?
I mean something by that.
It is, and I agree with you 100%. He who saved a single soul as if he saved the world entire. I agree with that concept. I really do. But when I started, that's what I want. I wanted to create a dialogue that is authentic, that doesn't require Palestinians to adapt their narrative because they used to do to us in high school.
I don't even like identifying as a Palestinian. I usually let the conversation go unless.
But isn't it extremely cruel to ask Palestinians to sit and have a conversation?
And that's a subjective statement.
I'm asking.
Subjectivity.
I'm asking.
Cruel from whose perspective? From my perspective?
Mine. Look, one of the.
Rose, you can't justify morality. Logically, you can't.
I want you to explain. I want to explain. My perspective and what I've come to understand is one of the biggest, like you said, creating I spoke to Edward about this. Segregating Palestinians and Israelis is a core pillar in the Zionist doctrine, right? The more you keep them away, the more you perpetuate the concept of the monster under the bed. They want to keep them segregated. This is part of the dehumanization.
Okay, so we can continue to discuss in a defensive posture, and I hate that. I'm more of a Hamas guy. I'm an initiator. I like to take the fight to the.
You're missing my point.
I understand your point. I'm just trying to help you out, but go ahead if you want to land on it.
My point is that look, and I started off wanting to do these conversations, but the more the genocide progressed, it became more and more impossible. And I understand why.
We already won, Rose. If you're trying to get that messianic wave to kick off, that already happened. Most part now, public media is hostile to Zionism and any Jews who support Zionism, and it's pretty actually anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic as an outdated term. But yeah, that's just the case now.
I don't want to focus about outside. That's for a different conversation.
All right, so if it's that battle, we've already won that. So now all it means that if you are really this idealist, then you simply want to advance human understanding, and via advancing is just simply the most efficient ways to correct things that are false, which is that bank of information that you have. So that quick recall, if someone has a fact, something deductive they're stating, and you can correct that, and if they ask for a receipt, you can give that, which you're really good at.
But this is my problem, that's the only thing that I'm good at. There's a reason I work with fungi and bacteria and plants. I don't do.
So you wanna change your demeanor. Listen, you're wired. You're thinking. Yes, you can. Just smoke some weed.
I do all the time. It doesn't help.
You need sativa. You don't need indica. You need the slower. You're already upped. You're like me. You talk fast.
My brain will still.
You're too smart and you're processing too quick. So they think we're higher on drugs and shit. No, we actually need drugs to reduce that. We don't need drugs to.
They call me the teleprompter.
It's our education system too. We're heavily memory based versus Western education, which is more understanding based. So this is just how they're educated. It's fucking bad. I hate it.
According to many people, the right way to get to them is not facts and data the way that we do. They say that you should go for the emotional triggering talking points, not the facts and the data. They keep telling me that this is my problem.
That's because they want you to be a soldier. They want you to be a propaganda soldier. We're not. Now, I'm a propaganda soldier, but the war is already over. We can be just advancing human understanding. But if you want to have like a submission, you could say, yeah, it is also like taking on the Zionist narrative, because that needs to always be an active thing. So, just because you cut all the weed doesn't mean you need to, you don't have to mow your lawn anymore. So that's what it is.
This is exactly why we.
But what needs to be is the attitude needs to shift. So you're no longer in the attitude of fighting a war or a propaganda war. You just care about that 1 or 2 or 5 people that are actually willing to present their framework and actually have it criticized.
This is where you and I disagree. You think that Zionism lost. I think that it won, and it's only going to get worse. So
that's why I started with defining Zionism. So we just went on a tangent, and that's the problem.
No, but
too many people driving the steering wheel. If people let me drive the steering wheel and just trusted me all the way down the road trip, I promise, even if people are not converted, but it will be like a Muhammad situation. You can't argue with the truth. Now, I respect Zionists who say it how it is, and there are people who do say it as it is. This is a demographic problem, and we have invested, and we believe we have a manifest destiny doctrine, as in like Judaism or Messianic theology, and we're all in battling right now, and it's pointless to pull out. I think that God has set up a date for the Jews, and there's a date of reckoning. And like I said, you don't get to run around the world with a covenant in the name of a nation that was established under Mount Sinai. This is the name of this nation.
But it looks like they do get to do that. You see, that's exactly my problem. You keep saying that they.
Well, this is what humans do, and what they. God is the truth. The truth is what is gonna prevail. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I'm telling you what's happening in a divine scale, in a human pattern scale.
But you see,
the Jews, and simply them thinking they're winning. Because statistically, I have the support. I can prove everything I'm saying numbers-wise. If we ran the current numbers, just like how we could project America is going to be, white people are going to lose their white people are going to lose their super majority by 2040s. In the 2040s, do you think this whole ICE packing up Hispanics is happening randomly? Everything is statistics.
No, we were
what do you think I'm running away?
How can you jump from statistics to divine promise?
It's a how question. Is there a deductive statement? Is there a true false? Are you saying something I said was wrong, or are you disagreeing with my intention?
I'm trying to understand how you establish and how you resolve the contradictions between your religious perspective and your religious beliefs and your, fears.
But that question is packed. Listen, I'm a programmer initially. Like, I haven't coded in a while, but like I code, and even before that, I'm heavy
STEM based. You have a very binary mind that usually.
Exactly. My mind is very computer, very structured.
Then how is it possible for a brain like yours?
I deliver information as strong enough. It's something dynamic that a computer can take in.
But you still believe in a theological narrative that has no factual backing to it. So it
okay. So, I just love clarifying. That's all. So, again, are we talking about what are my justifications for Islam? That's a packed conversation.
I'm just rolling with it.
It's up to you. You just gotta breathe. I promise. It's not me. It's y'all. I'm just like this, but I'm not stressing out. You'll know when I'm stressing out. Like
Okay.
You just gotta breathe in. This is not a good thing, Rose. It's not a good thing.
I didn't have time to go to the pharmacy. I don't have the ADHD.
Okay, you understand your mental health is important. The more you put yourself in environments where it's like high intensity fight or flight, it's gonna literally leave an effect. That's why you have to like kind of isolate, or that's why you have a sabbatical. Like, what do you think that's for? That's for your reset.
I don't have time to
right now. Like I was dressed when
Well, I mean, all right. Well, you right now, imagine you're among family. We're allies. There is no friendly fire. We can't shoot each other for the most part. You just want to understand. Now, just understand the questions you're asking might entail an increased time slot. And is that something you want to invest in at whatever time it is?
That's
10 hours, so you're almost 1 o'clock p.m. All right, so
that's why I'm here. I'm sick at home.
Are you working today?
No, I'm sick at home. I
all right, so you're at home. Today is okay. So today is Thursday. So tomorrow's a holiday. Okay, so you're good.
I know I am. So
if you're interested in the justification for Islam, it really is
not the justification of Islam.
All right, let me explain. Forget about the Islam, the epistemology, because that's what I'm assuming. Yeah, that's what you're literally saying.
How do you reconcile epistemology with science?
First of all, science is epistemology. It's just empiricism. So that's all. So we're using falsifiable data to provide deductive statements, and which they're actually inductive. But since we can continuously repeat them at any moment, they become what we call scientific facts. So these are inductive statements that are true as long as the results continue to manifest themselves. So until that's the case, we treat them as facts and we conflate fact for truth. That's not what truth is. To speak about truth is to talk about intrinsic reality. So you're talking about fundamental reality. You're practically talking about God, or you're talking about the governing mechanics or laws of reality. That's what you are. You're arguing that. And you got to understand whether.
Have you ever watched the famous Mehdi Hassan, Richard Dawkins conversation?
I've been following Mehdi Hassan, yeah.
It was a few years ago. It was a few years ago.
But I don't respect Dawkins' logic. I would destroy it.
No, I don't want to repeat his words because they're very offensive to Muslims, but I have to ask, because this is what Dawkins asks Mehdi Hassan. And this is
again, Mehdi is presenting himself as a journalist, not as a Muslim defender.
No, that specific conversation was about religion and atheism. But my question: do you consider holy texts, religious texts, to be accurate historical descriptions?
When I say I'm a Muslim, that should already come with a bunch, with a whole package. So you understand, by someone declaring they're Muslim, they believe in the infallibility of the Quran being the divine correspondence from absolute reality, which is God. To who? To Muhammad. So what we are is that we believe Muhammad spoke the truth. When Muhammad claimed to be a prophet and said this is from God, and he presented this to us, and we consumed that, or we processed that, we believed. That's it. Or at least we submitted to this governing reality.
Do you believe that the word of the prophet is designed to deliver a message and not necessarily be a historically accurate description?
Muhammad is very clear. So Muhammad, and what we have when it comes down to his companions and the history that the Muslim world has, the archives, they are pretty clear. Muhammad was very clear in what he was presenting himself to be. He was literally stating to be the final prophet from the line of Abraham, Ishmael, and he's claiming to be the fulfillment of the Abrahamic covenant in that sense. Not only that, but he's claiming also that he is bringing about a revelation, that it will be the final revelation to man, and that this revelation will be active. So it is not a history book. So I'm just telling you what it means when someone claims to be a Muslim. If you want something simple, just understand when someone says a Muslim, they have to hold to the tenets of Islam and tenets of faith. You can look that up.
Understand, but
yeah, those are easy.
And I actually really like the concept of the true believer in Islam. I think that is probably one of the best descriptions of faith that I've ever heard. But I'm going to make it a very dumb question. Do you believe Moses parted the sea somehow? Literally parted it? Because some people do. And I don't know how
I
to do
don't
that.
deny that Moses parted the sea. Do I hold that? I hold it as it is stated in the Quran, and it talks about the Yam. Now, whether this is the Red Sea or this is some other body of water, we don't make any deductive statements about that, because there are those who talk about Egypt, him escaping to Arabia or some other route, and there is a whole valley over there, and it's not as crazy as it sounds when you actually look at the geography.
But I can give you. Do you think Sarah actually conceived the child at 90
But
years
are
old?
you saying this? I'm trying to hold to, because I want you to understand more general principles than like my actual personal information. But I don't mind sharing my personal information as long as there is the right structuring in the background. So when we're talking about miracles, I don't believe in miracles that break the laws of physics. So God doesn't break the laws of physics. Any miracle that we believe in has to be, the mechanics can't be, there are no mechanics at all. So, and they can't be blaspheming in the laws of physics, because why? God made the system. You don't make a system just to punch your hand through it. You make a system that you can have feedback data with. This is just systems engineering.
But the question is, how do you deal with a person that you want to be respectful of their faith, but at the same time truly believes that those texts, whether it's the Tanakh or what's it called,
whether they're Jews or Christians or what, or religionists,
whatever text,
or theists. Are you talking about theists? Yes, theists believe in revelation. Ambrose, welcome to the world. The majority of the Western Hemisphere believe in divine revelation. Yes, the Abrahamic covenant
became a snake. And that somehow parted itself.
What you're saying, but I just want you to be sensitive to what you're saying, because I'm not trying to bite your head. But when you talk about like the people in the Western Hemisphere believing in Abraham and different variations of that covenant, that whether through rabbinic or Christian or Islam, and then you say like a snake, that means that you are blaspheming in the covenant of Abraham. That puts you in direct hostility with people, with already the majority of the Western Hemisphere.
The way I look at it is
you have to be very sensitive to the God of Abraham.
I'm trying.
Just like Einstein, even though Einstein didn't believe in God of Abraham.
And just like Leibovich,
you saw they speak about God, because God really just means reality. Once you understand that, the term God ain't gonna trigger you anymore.
And I accept what you say, and the term God doesn't scare me.
Okay, because it just means reality. Just like how Einstein was using it.
It means that there is something that we have yet to understand. What it is, I do not know, but I do not deny the fact that
this is not about whether we can deductively prove God or empirically prove God. That's gonna be no. But what it's about is the necessity of holding to truth. So if you say truth exists, which I believe, since you're an idealist, you're going to say yes. And this proof is absolute, as in it is intrinsic to reality. So when you say moral things like, this is a genocide, whatever, this is coming from a sense, an intrinsic sense that we have. So if you believe in that, and you believe that we have this intrinsic values, just like our Constitution says, God-given rights or natural given rights, then you believe something to be intrinsic, and that is absolute in that sense. So at this point, you hold to absolute truth. Now the question is, can you justify you holding to absolute truth? This is why you don't see like the founding father, even though they're not atheists, they're deists, but and one could say theist, but not necessarily holding to the interpretation of traditional Christianity.
This is the way I see it.
But they understand the justification. They understand, but last point, they understand that the Constitution has to be coherent, logical, and they invoke nature God as a justification, because that's the epistemology necessitates this. Otherwise, you cannot claim truth. You cannot say intrinsic. You understand?
Okay, so now I want to explain. the way I look at it, and when we try to talk about intelligence, for example, and we try to define what intelligence is and how do we identify it, the best way that we came up with is the ability to recognize patterns and operate according to the deductive conclusions you come to from those patterns. Now, what I cannot induction, yeah.
Yeah, deductive statement. Deductive statements would just be intrinsic. We can discover those things. If you believe in
wait, hold on, help me with the language, because you see a pattern and you deduce something from that pattern.
Patterns are deductive, so we just see them in reality. So like I said, the structuring of certain things. That's
I'm just asking about the language.
But the problem is that there's a human element here.
Wait. I just need
it's like it's Emerald. Either you're gonna have to take the epistemology 101 course. It's just gonna happen.
You're going to have to let me talk, and if I needed help with the language, don't derail my entire thought. But the point was, we look at intelligence as recognizing patterns and the ability to utilize those recognitions to make better choices so that we have better chances of survival and procreation, because that's our biological instincts.
We observe our environment.
But I cannot deny is that I cannot deny the fact that I see patterns throughout history and humanity.
You and all humans.
That I cannot explain. Throughout the evolution of modern societies, some things we developed enough science in order to explain, right? But that it doesn't explain everything. So I will not deny that there are existing consistent patterns that I can predict, but I don't know what is behind them. That is, to me, the reality, the divine, whatever you want to refer to it. But I do not deny the fact that they exist. And that's why I will never refer to myself as an atheist, because I cannot prove or disprove what is causing those patterns to happen. And for as far as I know, the potential of that being a divinity, a divine entity, or an alien for that matter, is unconclusive. But if I look at the I don't know how to translate, like the rise of the masses, the fact is that there is validity to that, and the majority of the people do feel that sense of divinity in those patterns. They might not be able to indicate it.
Okay, all you're saying, like Emerald, all of that could have been cut short. Humans perceive patterns, and you believe that's a sufficient explanation for religion. That's what you're trying to say, and that is valid theory. Obviously, pattern recognition makes us trip out once it reaches a certain level.
I'm trying to take that into what you spoke about, the genocide. When it comes to the genocide, one of the things, it's not, because again, you said it's not about my internal moral compass. The reason I refer to it as genocide, and what drives me
ignoring
crazy
the genocide, just morality.
It.
We're talking about morality and ethics. You understand that morality and ethics, if not grounded in a source of absolute truth, which is God, divine reality, or absolute reality, conscious reality, then it cannot be intrinsic.
But part of that intrinsic reality is recognizing the facts that are in front of you, and part of those facts is the fact that if you have intellectual integrity, that goes.
So you're just a utilitarian.
If you go right into ethics, intellectual integrity requires you to acknowledge.
You know which system of ethics you hold to?
Which one?
You know, if you value morality and ethics so much, do you know what ethics you prescribe to?
No.
Don't you think that's something important to try to get to the bottom of? Like for you personally, like this is just me and you. Like we both condemn Zionism. We understand what's going on, and I believe this is a futile project that I can prove using statistics and math. I don't need to argue. This is why I'm a lot calmer than you, because to me, I used to be like you. I would go into a room of Zionists, and it would be, you know, you don't want to discuss, you don't want to discuss, but passion and but nowadays I have computational power. I have AIs that can process and crunch numbers.
Your argument eventually states that if the numbers made sense, then that would justify it.
If the numbers, all I have to do is to showcase that if things continued in the current trajectory, not that they got better, so I'm already giving them the benefit of the doubt. If things continue the way they are right now, which includes the occupation for the last 75 years, that they would lose.
But what my question is different, Lumi. What if the numbers?
So do you believe the Israeli government and the IDF are just these immoral monsters? I'm not saying there aren't. Are you saying that they ignore the calculus and they feed into their hedonistic, sadistic ways? Is that what you're saying? Or do you believe that this is truly a military that is calculating and just maybe has a failure when it comes down to discipline and tactics? But as a processor, as analyzers of the situation, the SITREP, they understand the factors on the ground and are dealing with these factors using the military option. Because you got to understand that military people, the ones who actually become.
I don't want to say the answer out loud.
Have you been in the military?
For 3 months, and my dad and I had a really big fight. He didn't speak to me for 3 months.
You went through basic training.
I went through basic training, yes.
So you understand that orders and command and a chain of command, and you understand that you shut up and color. Your whole job as a soldier, why there's a whole rank system, is that you follow orders, and even if these were not proper orders, that eventually the system would rectify itself. So it's trust in the system and file and rank.
I know you're a military man, and a
But
lot of
you too, you have gone through basic.
I know. But if you knew what I know about what happened in the IDF in the past,
I'm not talking about the morale. We're not judging them right now. We're simply speaking about the military institution. So, as a military, a proper military with a proper chain of command does not argue the morality of things with the civilian side.
Do you know what the IDF doctrine has always been that was different from other classic military doctrines?
What?
Their core concept was give much more authority and jurisdiction to the commanders on the ground. Make it a lot less bureaucratically complicated. And
especially when you're dealing with a rising state that doesn't necessarily have the infrastructure that a state like in Western Europe does.
And that doctrine, if I just take it to what
which is a smart doctrine. I mean, we do this in America. We allow, if there are officers on the ground, they pretty much get, unless there's a communication, but once communication fails, you take orders from the highest rank on the ground.
It's not a problem of communications. They're 40-minute drive from their bedroom. It's not a communications issue. It's not a communications issue. This whole thing, after October 7th, the Israeli emotion, you can imagine what it was, right? Imagine an entire...
If you're just going to tell me they're bad guys, I already agree. You don't have to prove it to me. I already know this.
So it's not about an efficient military executing commands. This is about a society gone haywire.
Obviously, indoctrination is going to do that. When you oppose on society, this setting, you pretty much put them in a kill box. And hey, we're not the people you want to be in a kill box with. Like seriously, like anybody who looks at history goes, actually, we fucked up. See a lot of these baby Zionists that I call them. They think we're Native Americans or Aborigines or some silly nation out there. We're 400 million. When you kill 50,000 of us, it's not the same math. You see how the Israelis are doing it? You think this ratio that we have on both sides, you think this is just random? This is where the dust settled? No, the Israelis are calculating for the Arab demographic. They're not thinking Palestinians. They're thinking 400 million Arabs. That's how these motherfuckers think.
Yeah, and look, the thing...
And you don't believe me? All you have to do, this is why I bring up military and military doctrine, because this is their military doctrine.
I believe you. And again, what I'm saying is that you said I'm not denying that there's a doctrine behind it, but that doctrine, it gets to be executed.
You think we don't understand that?
Because people are being... I know Okay.
Do you think Hamas, when they conducted, they didn't, or Palestinian resistance, they didn't understand that Israel would invoke that calculus on the ground?
Wait, so you understand how important it is?
You don't understand, Gaza, the war was a trick, was a trap for Israel, and they literally fell for it, even though Sinwar literally declared before October 7th what the objective was. He was like, trap them into a war that is going to destroy everything, and where the whole world is going to have to come rushing and put a final end to this. And it's going to expose the Israelis for what they are. And that is the objective.
Where did he got it
You
wrong?
can say he's sadistic. You can say he's a masochist.
Where did he get it wrong? Where did he get it wrong? And
he didn't get it wrong. Sinwar won. He got the W out of this life.
He got one thing wrong. What was it?
What do you mean? The man died. A commander. He altered the. One second. He didn't do anything wrong. But go ahead. I'll hear this one thing that you believe he did.
Sinwar was banking on the Israeli ethos of hostages. No man left behind. Everybody's child. They're all our sons.
It's up with you Israelis and not being straight to the point. What do you believe he did wrong? Make a clear statement.
He thought Israel will do anything to get the hostages back as fast as they can. He didn't expect the government to be willing to sacrifice actual civilian hostages. Military, maybe. He did not think Bibi will be able to go that far. He did not think he will have the public backing for that he did.
Okay, let's assume that's the case. Let's assume that's the case. It would have been quickly earlier in the stages of the war that we know the Israelis will risk killing their own. I mean, this is not. Please, we already know these motherfuckers have the Hannibal directive, so we already know that they are willing to kill their own hostages. Now, he's going to run his propaganda, and we understand that, but we ran the actual, and we gave videos and clips of these hostages or captives, and we would broadcast them. So these were available in the public. Now, just because Israelis didn't watch them, that's their problem. You need to follow Al Jazeera or something.
Who told you they didn't watch them?
Okay, well, a lot of them they haven't actually. You understand, Israelis, a lot of them just speak Hebrew now. They only watch select media, just like Fox News in America.
Either me. Okay, so this is where you get it wrong, because half of the country genuinely didn't want to watch them. We had a hostage family that said that they're willing to sacrifice their son. However, the other half of the country, the one that was protesting, the liberal Zionists, they were watching all of it. Right?
I'm not talking about the old guard. I'm not talking about boomers. I'm talking about the younger side of X all the way down to Z's. So or alphas now. But these people are Hebrew. You have a name for them. They're not the Sabra. They're the ones that come after the Sabra generation. So you already have a name for them. They already have a designation. And these people speak Hebrew. These people don't really know other languages. These people, all they know is Israel. And these people are going to be radical. These people are going to, this is the only home they know. And they don't care if in the history their ancestors or their great-grandfather was a Zionist immoral douchebag and stole this land. Just like Americans today. If you tell Americans today, or even 100 years ago, yeah, by the way, it's immoral and we should give up this land to the natives, they'll be like, they'll hang you. So it's not why, because let me land. A lot of people, regardless of the ethics they profess, they are consequentialists. They believe the ends justify the means. And if they believe the ends are a greater good, they don't mind getting their hands dirty. And that's where all the problems lies. And this is how the Zionists see it.
Let me ask you this, and tell me how you incorporate this fact with what you just said. So if we look at early Zionism and early statements by Zionist leaders, whether it's before 48 or after, but I'll address this in a very specific example. There's a eulogy Moshe Dayan gave in the Gaza envelope after a soldier was killed there by the resistance. And one of the things that he said is that of course they're going to hate us. They're watching us take their land and farming it and doing these amazing things with it, right? But he acknowledged what was happening. Today, the narrative is completely different. Past Zionism or original Zionist generals were not as like delusional as the current situation, and this is the generations that we're talking about. It's getting worse and worse. They're not the past Zionism, even the Gen X and the boomers of today, the liberal Zionists like Egal and people. If you pressure them enough, they will tell you, yes, we know Zionism will never be an actual democracy, but it's a necessary evil, right? But they acknowledge it. The new generations are completely delusional about this, and so incorporate that into what you just said.
I'm sorry, I literally zoned out on that last one.
For fuck's sake.
What was it specific? This is why I'm like, I need that deductive statement.
They were unabashed of what they were doing. They were fully acknowledging that Palestinians are watching them steal their land. However, new generation.
Again, are you just gonna continue? Hey, I'll just tell you, I accept Zionists are sadistic. Is that what you want? Like, I'll concede that.
I'm saying that there's a difference between.
Like, do I need to write this as a title? Leo's time. Leo, just be respectful. She homun la ya'lam.
A Jackie. I don't see a Leo.
I don't care about people's name change. If they ran with a name for a long time that I memorized it, that's what they're gonna stay as.
Hi, Jackie. Hi, Jackie, I can barely hear you. I don't know why, but it's nice to meet you, I guess.
Like baptizer. I don't call him except baptizer. That's it.
Okay, Jackie?
I remember like the early sources of like early Zionists saying that of course they were actually a lot more aware of what they were doing. But it's just a period of generations. Like their children don't care about what happened or what the old generation did. They only care about the glories of the old generation. Like if you were to go to Moshe Dayan will tell you, yeah, like we know we're taking their land. Of course.
That's exactly what I said. You're repeating my words.
Okay, but you're preaching to the choir, woman.
Yes, everyone knows this. But okay, you know the worst thing that will come out of Zionism? It's not about these like old heads or like BB or any of these guys. It's like their grandchildren. Their grandchildren are little results. You see that American evangelical Christian that's gonna come to the land? You're gonna find BB Netanyahu's like grandkids shooting up like a random like evangelical for fun because it's a guy. That's
don't assume. Don't get that free. Assume X environment, Leo. Assume public audience, university.
Let's be fair. Zionism is inadvertently an ideology that just gets more extreme per generation. Right?
Why can't we just use the textbook? It is revisionist Zionism. That's what it is. It's Jabotinsky's Zionism, and we already know what Jabotinsky's Zionism entails. And not only that, but the Israelis say it out loud. We operate under revisionist Zionism. I think Netanyahu said this.
Ilumi, do you know who Hannah Arendt is?
No.
The banality of evil?
No, I really never heard of that.
You never heard of her? I sent you a screenshot of one of her, a page from her book. She wrote a book named The Banality of Evil. I assume you have an AI that can translate that.
Analogy of evil? Okay, but you can go ahead and tell me.
No, the banality. The
banality. Okay. Can you give me a quick summary of it? What do you believe this book proves?
She describes 2026, and this was written in 1948. So I'm saying this was always the expected result. You're
preaching to the choir.
I know, but what? Again, can I just finish this thought once and for all? I'm trying. So don't interrupt me, Illumi, and don't drift off.
Let's see when someone's faster than you.
Okay, dude, I'm sick. Try me when I'm not.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is that yes, the earlier Zionism were aware of what they're doing. Nothing that's happening now would have been a surprise to them. But the younger generations, the ones that are growing up now, Z, X, Alpha, whatever you want to call them, that's a different type of delusion, and I'm concerned of what that might evolve or manifest as. Because we're not talking about people that are
your
aware of their
concern is
actions.
recognized, Emrose. I don't know why you continue to try to vindicate yourself.
It's not. I'm trying to understand. How do you see this?
We know you're Israeli. We know you're Jewish, and we accept you.
But
it's fine.
I'm trying to get you to give me your future analysis because this type of Zionist.
My future. I don't predict the exact future. I simply. Everybody. I promise you, that's what everybody thinks. But that's because I would assume that you would be familiar with that because people feel the same way about you. I'm just you to you. Yeah, that's all. I know. Okay.
It's okay. I say it with
I am actually pretty rational, and a lot of my predictions have come true.
I know,
when
which
it
is why
comes
I'm
down
asking
to
for
the
your
end
prediction,
game,
jerk.
my end game is if the Zionists are fanatic enough, they're going to Samson our asses. Now, if they're not and they're reasonable enough, they'll accept long-term peace and understand that Arabization is inevitable and try to fit themselves within the Arab world. That's the best. These are the two options that you
So Zionism always had to balance psychosis and pragmatism, right? And it seems that recently the
they have to play a really tight rope on demographics.
Yes, but it seems like recently the scale is tilting more and more towards psychosis
they lost
and
October
less
7th
towards pragmatism.
My
question is if this psychosis is going to manifest in full force, we're talking a shit ton of blood being shed. And I don't want that to happen. Do we have any idea of how to prevent that?
It's up to the Israelis recognizing reality. We today have, if you're going to go, okay, if I have to make a decisive statement, I'm going to make the theological one as the Quran prescribes, that this is the second corruption of those who claim the name of Israel, and that the end game for them is that those uli ba'sin shadid, very hardened believers of God, will sweep through the land, and that's it. It will be, and everything that they rose, everything that they brought, every rise that they brought in the land will be brought down. So yutabbiru ma'alu tadbira. So it means that
happen for another 300
it's not. Let me land. That's the whole point of the verse. You got to be very. The Arabic is not the English. English is always compact. The Arabic words allow broader. So here, to bring down what they raised in the Arabic allows for, it means a slope, not something instant. It's a gradation over time. So they're going to degrade over time, just as they rose over time. So in the same pattern that they rose over time, that peak is going to be reversed, and it's just going to keep going negative until what you see like October 7th, people just sweep through the land. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be hostile, but they enter between the land without a major battle, so the lands aren't destroyed, but it's a defeat. So it's a strategic defeat, and that's all. And this will only take place when these people show up, and they have showed up. So these battle-hardened believers are already here. So Hamas, Islamist, and you see it now, the rise of the Sunni axis.
I don't want to be disrespectful, and
it's nothing disrespectful. That was just I already announced. I already introduced that with theology. If you wanted a deductive theological end game, I gave you that.
Can I say something?
I did not say this is the reality of
this. We don't have a timeline, and for me, I don't know if this is true or when it will happen. But my reality right now is all I can see is this psychotic episode called Israel right now is being unleashed, and nobody's doing anything to stop it.
خلاص احنا نشغلنا وحين. Maybe your ancestor in the past was one of those that the Jews brought to cry when they had a dead, like a weeper, or we call them latamat يعني أنت لطامة.
Yeah,
Is
we
that
still
what it
have
is?
them. Yeah, my grandma used to do that. She was a Yemenite.
Do you call them
Palestinian
lطامة?
women, we call them reapers. مكوننات.
مكنونات.
مكوننات. ملاكي نون. It's to.
It means they suffered a catastrophe or something.
Yeah, something like that.
مكنونات. Okay.
مكونن. Send you the definition. The
I'll
point
have
is,
to look. I'll have to find the
Ilumi,
word.
the point is that pragmatically speaking, and I agree with you that this society will inevitably.
Like, I just meant the lطامة. I don't need a weeper.
And this society will inevitably self-destruct, and it is more close to it than it is ever been before. However, wait, Ilumi, let me finish.
You're gonna keep sounding.
However, no, yes, I am, because you're ignoring the fact that the reality is that people are dying on a fucking daily basis.
What do you want me to do, woman? Like, we can talk.
I want us to talk about doing something.
You think, okay,
now.
on social media, you think on social media you're gonna do if you have this kind of energy, then you need to be on the street. But when it comes down to
on my day job, I am. I do things that I can't
okay,
talk about.
I'm not saying you're not, but like when you're on social media, the only thing that's gonna work in your favor is if you have established a platform where people is very well moderated and we can get information processed as fast as possible.
I did. They called me.
Honestly, I've given up on humans. Like, if Clubhouse doesn't do this within like a year from now, I'm just gonna copy their platform and I'm gonna integrate an AI, and that's what is gonna be. And I'll just code the AI the way I want. So,
okay,
and I can't do that.
What I'm trying to tell you, that in order to try and
I'll try it.
And one of the ways, and I tried many
If I
different
copy their
tactics.
source code,
Listen, for fuck's sake, shut up. One of the ways that I am trying to work within, and I'm trying various tactics, is to address the dehumanization part of the Zionist doctrine, right? And that requires, unfortunately, Palestinians letting the world know that they're actually amazing people. And it's a ridiculous, preposterous, evil thing to ask people to actually prove that they are worthy. Unfortunately, it might work. So having that platform, I've established that platform. I'm actually very infamous, and I use that infamousy to that advantage because people come for the drama, and when they come for the drama,
you're a badass. I'm like, we need Ambrose. We need the passion of a keyboard warrior.
Do you want to help? Do you want to help or not?
I'm gonna help in the way that I find myself capable of helping in a way that I don't feel stressed. Like I'm not gonna
spaces in Hebrew.
Ambrose, I'm not gonna adopt another person's approach if they can't prove that approach is a better approach. Now we don't have to follow.
That you need to approach it. I'm saying.
First of all, I'm desensitized. If you're gonna come to me I've already seen enough dead people.
It's not about seeing dead people. It's about explaining why I want to go and try a little bit more of a radical tactic, which I think might work. One of the things that is very problematic, and I don't blame Palestinians, right? But when they do engage with Israelis, clearly I know for a fact that they change their narratives. Very few actually say what they think. And
well, you gotta understand, most Palestinians are potatoes anyways. They only have the internal digest, which again, you gotta look at our academic scores. And again, this is more experiential knowledge, but in an average classroom, and I went to the top government schools and I went to private schools, so I have an understanding. In every class, on average, I would say 10% can reason. They can do induction properly and math properly and everything. Everybody else is gonna struggle, and there's like a bottom 50%. This is gonna go nowhere. If they get out of the K-12 system, capable of reading and doing basic arithmetic, that would be an accomplishment. You understand because of
Palestinians now?
No, I'm telling you the reality of the condition, and this is the condition that is brought to us by occupation, Zionism. So this is a real thing. Listen up. So our classrooms are extremely packed. We suffer a range between 40 to 60 students, sometimes even worse, depending on whether the school might have suffered some sort of catastrophe or not, or something with the whatever, or there's just increase in population and they need to build another school. So these are real problems, and not only that, let me land. And not only that, because of the human population and the lack of infrastructure, we have to condense the school schedule into two primary sessions. So we have an early session or a morning shift, and we have a day's shift. And literally, what an average American wakes up like 7 a.m., gets to school, bell rings 8, and they're there till 2 or 3 o'clock. We don't have that. We have it. We need to go through our courses, our curriculum, and we need to squeeze this all from 8 to 12. So by 11:30, the next session of students, literally the equivalent of your school, is being prepared in the early announcements. So you hear them doing their early announcements, and you're wrapping up your last class. And then there's this ring goes off, and then we're exiting and they're entering. So this is how quick we're very
the level of education.
Respectfully, this is fucking facts. I'm not talking anything that deserves respectfully response. So okay, so there you go. So fuck respectfully, get to the deductive statement that you believe is false. Okay, what is the statement? Slow down. I'm not dismissing anything deductive. If you're
I don't get it.
Sorry, what is okay, so there you go. Just like be clear with the statement. What do you believe I'm dismissing? What is the accomplishment? It should be very quick answer.
The Palestinian reverence for education and academia, and the achievements that they've gotten.
We reverence education, no doubt about it. Even the guy who works on a donkey developing produce. Please, Jesus, there we go. Just adding emotional. Listen, I hate fluff.
Then I don't understand.
I hate emotional fluff.
But it's not.
I just hate it. I hate spiritualism. I hate emotional fluff.
Then explain. No, let me stop. That argument that you gave about the 10%.
I am not saying Americans. Listen. No, Ambrose, I'm not running from anywhere. I'm just clarifying what you're saying. You're saying that you are not acknowledging the reverence Palestinians give to academia, education. Now, that is a ridiculous statement. I'll tell you why that is a ridiculous statement, because you have induced that from what I earlier said. Just because I gave you the performance, just because, so that's why you should just get straight to the point. Forget about feelings and all of that. That PC shit, we're all lost because of it. We all have.
I don't do PC.
So we don't. Okay. So PC. Why? No. You also need to stop doing this liberal thing. When you appeal to whatever subjective morals or ethics, which you don't even know your ethics yet.
Ethics and morality by my own.
Okay, well that's subjective, and that's I'm not saying that is not dismissive. I'm not dismissing when I say it's subjective, but that can't be debated. Yeah, that can't be debated and get somewhere because it's subjective. So you can just continue responding.
That you made before that, because
all right, no problem. I'll get to that. I just want you to become better because you'll evolve.
Look, I don't think there's any reason to presume Palestinians are incapable of having an intellectual conversation.
I didn't say they're incapable. When did I make that statement?
That's what it came out of.
Okay, well that's your subjective hearing. That's why you should stick to the deductive statements or what I'm actually. Yes, so I'm simply giving you the performance demographics within K to 12 Palestine, or at least Gazan. Palestinian government schools and even private schools. So that is, and this is based on experiential knowledge. And I went to the top schools, and like I said, I'm in the top 1% when it comes down to K to 12. Like I was in the best high school. K to 12, kindergarten to 12th grade,
kindergarten. Okay.
high school. Yeah. So you have the same thing.
No, we have like Aleph. We do it by letters, but it's like 1 to 12.
It's just semantics, still K to 12. Yeah, so we have that system. Out of it, because of the strain and the occupation, we can't provide a proper education because some of these mines require the extra time and we just can't provide them that necessary time. So they're not receiving the same time an Israeli student receives with an educator or in
then how do you explain their achievements?
Resilience. This is the resilience and okay, but no, that's Jesus Christ. I'm a Palestinian, Grazie. Are you really thinking that I'm making a statement that says Palestinians are not resilient? I'm literally talking about myself. You think I'm going to say that about myself?
I think you can be that much of a troll.
But why are you assuming trolling when you don't even have experience that I troll? You're straw manning me.
I don't understand.
I'm actually, I hold myself to be. Let me land. Again, you're just gonna make another subjective statement. Like, I think we've already proven the hierarchy here. I support. We don't disagree on anything fundamental. At this point, we disagree over approach, and we have a language barrier, and we have a logic and an epistemology barrier.
But hold on, I was talking about.
I'm dealing with you personally. You wanna talk. This is what's happening.
I was talking about dialogue and
Okay, so I did not make that statement. I am simply giving you. Now you asked another question. How do you explain like Palestinian accomplishments in fields that require academic background or an education? Well, that's simple. I mean, really, what are our accomplishments? If you look at it, infrastructure, again, we work with our means. We got good with working for this long with our means. So you see a lot of structural engineers, a lot of architecture. These guys are really good. Now, as for everything else, we can't build a motor in freaking Palestine. We might conceptually know how a motor works. Same thing as how chemistry works. You think I had a chemistry lab going over there? There is no such thing as a chemistry lab. There is conceptual understanding. So most of my K to 12, which is pretty much everything because America was just the early elementary stages, I did not have experiential knowledge with a lab setting. That's not even allowed to enter Gaza because we might just make bombs out of it. And guess what? With the university that we have, the universities that do have this kind of infrastructure, they bombed them the first thing as a response to October 7th. So they know that those accomplishments really come from the colleges. The K to 12 system filters out those who are capable to go to university.
They targeted the professors.
And we penalize everybody else, by the way. But I'm just telling you how the system is. You keep telling me this is what the Zionists did is bad. I'm a Palestinian. You don't have to keep reminding me. Like, that gets really frustrating really quick. Like, Ambrose, we're not the ops.
I'm trying to understand, because I spoke about dialogue.
But I didn't make any deductive statement that literally warrants you challenging.
Okay,
so why not? Why do you think that way? Why are you always waiting to get triggered?
It sounded to me as if you were trying to say that not many Palestinians are capable of having that conversation. So was I wrong by?
Oh yes. I would say most Palestinians. If that's the statement, this is all coming from. Then I will double down on that one. Most Palestinians, I wouldn't trust them to argue for Palestine, yet alone run their own family. No, I wouldn't. Like, this is how dysfunctional we are. Don't think we don't have problems. The only glue that keeps us together is Arab culture and Islam. If it wasn't for that, we would be toast. The reason, the resilience of our people is that we are even still a people and that we were able to develop a national identity and maintain a national project in light of Zionism and an occupation. That's our true resilience. As for accomplishments when it comes down to technology or academia, we pretty much, like I said, it's all engineering based, and it's not any of the main mechanical, electrical, or chemical. And when it comes down to basic mechanical stuff, we do have that, but that's nothing to write home about. As in, for some of the specific, yes, we do have names, and we have like a physicist who accomplished something on an international academic level. We have people like that, but those are very few.
That's
Those are not
anecdotal examples, but I think you're respectful. Look, and
that's only anecdotal if it can't. That's not anecdotal.
I'm saying that one Nobel Prize winner. I don't like when Jews do it. But if you look at the society as a whole, even if you break it
I'm telling you, like when it went. Okay, you here. Forget about. Let's be specific. Okay. Do you have statistics to back up these like major accomplishments that you're talking about?
I'm going to give you one example that I'm most proficient.
One example is not mean major. You're just supporting my position.
Hold on, not a single individual example, a single observation, okay, or a single fact. Palestinian 48. They have a segregated education system that is constantly under-budgeted, intentionally crippled, intentionally put on, like everything. You get where I'm going with this, right? In the past 30 years, Palestinian high schools and Palestinian 48 society have gotten to the point that they are consistently, when you look at the top 5 high schools in Israel, 3 of them are most likely, like a 99% chance, will be Palestinian high schools. If you look at the medical system and the medical personnel and professions in Israel, they are dominated by Palestinians. Not only that, we are seeing a consistent rise in academical students that are Palestinian females, and that is insanely. I forgot the word. Like the slope of the graph is really, really sharp. Okay, the level of progression the Palestinian 48 have been able to do under oppression and under intentional efforts to derail them has been insane. That is just one example of population that I know very well that I can give you, and that is not something you get to dismiss that easily.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing that, but if you're trying to talk about accomplishments that result from academic education and infrastructure, we just don't have anything to, like, not on the level of the United States. Why I'm saying, or not even on the level of like Egypt, obviously. So we are suffering a siege in Gaza. We could do a lot better than this. And again, we are stifled. So I want you to understand that my whole point, I'm very clear in the terms. I don't need to be like clarified for. But what it is we're being stifled. And the occupation, the Israelis are doing this intentionally. They understand our brilliance. They understand our ability to think out of the box and to use limited resources. So that again, we are good at, and I acknowledge that. And I would credit that to several things. And again, I mainly credit that to Islam. So that's what keeps the IQ up is this book that we can continue to practice our cognitive ability on, and it involves a lot of pattern recognition too, so it's mainly fitted for that. So that, and we have a history and a culture and an oral history that pretty much most people can transfer at the spot. So that people are good at. They understand the history, they understand their identity, at least their Islamic history. And it might be romanticized, actually. So they got that going on for them. But other than that, I'm just telling you the facts. They don't got much. The majority of the population does not serve when it comes down to any of the accomplishments you're seeing, except through labor, if even. But, these accomplishments. Now, you're talking about 1948. I'm not talking about 1948. I told you Gaza. So, Gaza, I'm not talking
one of
about.
the highest GDP ratios of academic degrees per population.
That's
what
again.
are you talking about?
Okay, but that's college level. That's not high school.
And you have to go through high school to get to
K to 12. Yeah, again, and look, this is all. Look at the.
High. That means that the high school.
We don't allow people. You just got to understand our education system. We don't allow anybody to go to med school. We don't allow anybody to go to engineering school. So for you to even go to, as in, unless you graduate high school with a certain in a certain percentile, you're not qualified.
That's like everybody, and that's like everybody, and that doesn't change. That actually.
No, you can major in engineering.
Because Gaza society had an insane ratio of academic
training. You won't get accepted
population.
at the top university. You can go to state school. You can go to community college, and you don't have to. You can be a C-level engineer.
You're just solidifying my point that education was one of the most revered.
I am with you. I am many times.
Then why are you telling me that most Palestinians are incapable of having the conversation?
I don't deserve this fucking energy.
I don't like it that you say that
3 a.m. I don't deserve this kind of energy.
Then
and this
stop
is what
saying Palestinians can't have the conversation. It's not.
I am not saying Palestinians can't have the conversation. I think Palestinians need to educate. A lot of Palestinians need education because not only is it a matter of Palestinians at home, because one, we don't allow Palestinians at home to speak who are not academically qualified. There is a hierarchy and people respect it. So when someone, even today, if there's a Palestinian that shows up, I'll ask him, what is your academic, tell me about your academic history. Like, tell me, did you go to the humanities track, or did you go through a STEM track in high school? Did you go to college? And so I'll ask him that. And if they didn't, I don't care about his opinion. And even if the only time he would surprise me if he did it really quick and impressed me and allowed me to continue to hear. But for the most part, I'm going to be dismissive based on just because that is allowed in Gaza. And that's it. Even till today, I still hold my rank just because of my academic history. So when my peers remember me, they remember that this guy is intelligent, and that's it. That's always going to be the case. And my friends who were lower than me, even if he's a doctor right now, and there are doctors, by the way, they're not going to be someone who claims to understand more, except they're going to tell you in their field. But on an IQ, that's it. It's already been decided. These things, we have a system now. Whether this is valid or not, it's not but that's just how it is. I'm explaining to you, I'm giving you a realist insight on Gaza and Palestinian society. That's all. I'm telling you, we suffer a stifling that happens in our education system. Not only that, but it changes the very wiring of our brains. So we become this hyper, I forgot, there's a condition for it. But it's similar to law enforcement and military and like emergency services, all that, or extreme adrenaline like junkies. So we need we can, if everything you're used to, if your normal mode is 1.5 or 2, if you've been listening to videos all your life on speed 1.5 or 2, and then you switch that to 1, do you think that helps me? That doesn't. I get frustrated. I still do. Like, academia in America is not easy. I can consume data quick, but I cannot remain patient in the process. I have a problem.
It's just like you told me that this is a personal issue of me that I struggle with. This is the same thing for you. And I think...
No, this is real. I can give you research on this. This is real. This is a result of these compact school hours that we have. We don't have normal school hours, and if you don't believe this has a long-term effect, then you're insane. You haven't looked into the research.
I'm not saying it does, but you're claiming that results in Palestinians that don't have the ability to have the complicated conversation.
It results here. It just very... No, just here. Listen to what I'm saying. No, you continue to strawman it. They are not receiving the proper education, nor the proper time that is slotted for between a student and an educator, that they would be able to develop the cognitive skills or the logic or the argumentative skills to debate the issue about Palestine or present it properly. Like, I cannot allow most Palestinians who don't have a proper understanding of history. Our curriculum is also dealing with an indoctrination, and it's not necessarily an indoctrination that comes from an attempt to hide anything, but it is afraid of educating people in this because it might be demoralizing. So that's what it is. So the notion that Palestine before the Muslim conquest, all we know is that there were Romans here and that there were local people, and that's it, the Canaanites. And we're taught that this is the land of Canaan, and then we're taught the Romans, and then we're taught the Muslim conquest. We're not taught about Hasmoneans or Edomians or Nabateans or Terudians or whatever, or all of that. We're not taught about the other, the non-Arab identifying demographics that have roots in the region. So that is not taught to us. So when you go and say, when the Jews say, this is our land, to the Muslim, like in Palestine, with this, anybody who's lesser than this like 20-30% demographic of every classroom is gonna think that this guy is literally making up fiction. So their immediate response is dismissal, and you see that a lot. They dismiss a lot of things, which makes the Zionist look good. So the Zionist starts bringing up certain deductive facts, and this guy, by his mere denial, is already making us look like we're in an oblivious state. That if we knew the truth about Jews being in Judea, that we would not share this, and simply we are being too obtuse and intentionally difficult to comprehend this. So that is an extremely proliferant issue. So I have to deal with a lot of Palestinians that don't know the pre-Roman or don't even know the context of Roman history in the region, yet alone Hasmonean or Judea or the other kingdoms. They don't know. And so I'm the overwhelming majority don't know. So what do you want me to do? You think I would support that statement and saying I wouldn't allow most Palestinians or most pro-Palestinians, even in America on the left, I don't like them talking about Palestine. I'll present Palestine in a way that is neutral, objective, academic, and politically sensitive. But no, when it comes down to information-wise, no. And you have to really be interested in truth seeking, and I just, that's not the case. Even today, among my peers in Gaza, I'm the most knowledgeable when it comes down to the Zionist cause. There's only one guy I know that is better than me.
Then you should meet a few people.
I've already met some of the top, like Hamdallah. To me, if you've met him, the guy is a genius. And he's a doctor. He's med-track. So yeah, cool. That guy, I recognize him. Hamdallah, yeah, he's responsible for that. But there's a lot of Hamdallahs, so I'm not sure if we're talking about the same guy.
The big one.
Baldwin might have, yeah.
The big one with the PFP of the child from the back. The famous PFP.
Not sure if that's him.
Okay.
I don't think so. If it's really big, like, what are we talking about followers? He has thousands, but not like huge. But Alhamdulillah, Baldwin, they have Quora, they have entries all over the place that literally break down every subject. So, and I looked into their material, so it's not. I'm not going based on my.
I want to know who you're talking about.
Are you Quora? Do you know? I have to find his. I always just look him up using the subject. So I'll be like, were Jews expelled in 19? He always pops up like he's the here. Systematically. responses. They're that good that even core responses on, you'll see them. They put a lot of time when Baldwin tells you like they were activists and now they're like retired. It's because they actually left a footprint, but they're unsung heroes like in that sense. But I only brought them up to say that I do reference Palestinians who are efficient and have the data. These people, they do. So, but I'll send it to you. I can't find it right now. It's 3, but it's called. It's Baldwin, and the other one is called Handela. There's an attachment to it. It's like dash.
Look, the statement that you made that most Palestinians are not equipped of handling these conversations.
Yes, I still support it. They can give you experiential knowledge best.
Look, I get. Let me speak. From a personal.
This is stupid that we're wasting over 30 minutes over this.
Okay.
When we're not disagreeing, we're not disagreeing.
No, I do disagree. I don't like that statement.
What are we doing? What is that's subjective? You don't like it because it's not passionate. You don't like it because it doesn't get on its knees for. I'm not going to get on my knees for Palestinians because I'm Palestinian. I'm not going to get on my knees for them.
It's not about getting on your knees. It's about. Okay, never mind. You know what? It's so weird. I can't.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be extra sensitive to to my own cause or my own people. No, no one came and patted us on the shoulder. We don't do that. Brute truth is better. And again, most people are just not capable of processing because they don't have the proper education. And that isn't to do because we are stupid. We're not, or genetic intrinsic value. No, it's because we have a cramped education program. We have to deal with the population density, and we have to cramp all the curriculum in a window that is practically like a third or even or 2 out of 5, like a 2/5 ratio cut. So it's almost halfway cut. So like I said, we 8 to 12, and not even the full hour of 12. You're getting 11:30. You need to be out. You're already out. You're rolling out. So that's just how it is.
Okay, let me respectfully.
And you believe, and this is, there's research done on this. You can't deny this. It leads to a negative impact, and that's the only point that I was making. As when it comes down to second point, whether I believe the majority of Palestinians should be arguing with Zionists, literally who are trained or have been running propaganda for years and have access to media and technology before them, no. I don't believe so. Now, they can share things and experiential knowledge, but they shouldn't attempt to argue with a Zionist who can invoke a lot of things that they're ignorant of and can manipulate the data and force and then embarrass them on public stages. And this happens, it used to happen often. So, no, I don't. And I still stand by that statement. And this is not something that is really debatable. It's just the facts. Most people are stupid anyways. That's just a general rule. Take it to the bank. Any population is not equipped to deal with, doesn't know how to do proper induction, yet alone understand what deduction or what truth versus fact versus your opinion is. I just, for the sake of efficiency, I'm not going to waste time arguing opinion. If someone has opinion, I don't care about changing their opinion. I care about how they're basing this opinion. Are you basing it on anything deductive? Do you have any facts that you can invoke that have an authority backing them?
Louis, my personal experience is very different than what you're describing. And
this is a personal experience. Why first of all, we are here on a friendly setting. But if you want to share something personal, all you have to do, I want to share something personal with you. That way you won't receive any feedback. Just please deal with me.
What are you arguing about?
Exactly. She wants to argue.
Most Palestinians are not equipped to having complicated conversation about the occupation. I think it's that.
To debate Zionists, that's my point, yes.
To debate Zionists?
Yeah, that's it.
They can, I don't know, what's the point of it?
I told her they can provide experiential knowledge, they can share, but to go on stages and argue some people, we could bring up names here. Welcome. That's most people. That's most of us. In Gaza, that's most of us. Like, not that they don't have a K-12 education, but even in America, everyone who graduates our public schools, the majority of them are stupid. They don't know how to do.
So if you're comparing apples to apples, just to be clear.
That's why I don't know why she's arguing with me. I don't understand the point.
That's one of the smartest things I've ever heard you say. It's not a controversial statement at all.
It shouldn't be a controversial statement, but she wants me to pump it up with cheerleader power, and I'm not gonna cheerlead power and literally on a stage that's Clubhouse.
It's contradictory to the knowledge I have. That's it.
Okay. So if you're comparing apples to apples,
but that would be subjective experiential knowledge.
I'd like to hear Just a second. If you're comparing an average Israeli to an average Palestinian, the average Palestinian is way more educated than the average Israeli. So if two average Israeli and Palestinians talking, they can talk, and I think the Palestinian narrative, even if he's not well educated, will still debunk the Israelis. Now, if you want to take an average Palestinian and put him in front of an Hasbara agent, it's going to be challenging because he's going to set traps. But if you're comparing average to average, no, I think the Palestinian.
Average to average, we're talking about Israel because they have an education system that involves negating data. So they're not necessarily revealing the whole history of the land. So they have a same clueless weight, and usually we're taught more. So the intention of us is not to hide anything, but the intention is to prevent any demoralizing sentiments that might come by revealing this history. So we don't reveal in our curriculum that there's a Hasmonean kingdom or an Edomia. We just skip. We go Canaanite, Roman, Muslim conquest, heavily Muslim conquest. We don't talk about other demographics or what happened to them in Palestine because it's irrelevant. You don't need to know about that, and also if it might lead to a shubha for you. So we don't want people to go, well, there were Jews here before us. They need to get to a higher level to understand these things, and we reserve that for a college level or when people's brains are mature. But I'm not necessarily for this, but again, you got to understand that we have condensed schedules that we have to eliminate certain things anyway. So we focus on extremely essentials. And a lot of our education is based so we have people that are probably configured to support Palestinian nationals. That's it.
Okay, I'm sorry. My personal experience with Palestinians is very different.
Your personal experiences on public media with a lot of Western Palestinians. And you're not dealing with our guys.
No, actually, the Palestinian narrative, you should not hear it from Western Palestinians. You should hear it from Palestinians.
She lives in Israel, so presumably she knows a couple Palestinians.
I'm sure she does. And I value if she's down experience. I'm not disagreeing with her. By the way, if you notice, we're not disagreeing. She's saying that I'm making statements that are improper at this point. They're not even wrong. They're just not necessarily the proper way of phrasing things. We're arguing semantics. I'm just saying we can argue something better. That's all. That's just gonna be a common theme with me, Ambrose, and you're gonna have to accept that I'm not gonna be as enthusiastic as to pump in that heart for Palestine. No, I'm done with hearts. Let's load the AK-47 again. Let's go back.
Cheerleading narratives, but fact-wise speaking, I'm sorry, but what you said is completely.
You understand? I'm more radical than the Islamists. I take a Western analysis of the conditions of my people and apply the proper strategy to that. If it was up to me, I would have training, AK-47 training in high school or even in middle school. This is what I would do.
That's a crazy thing to say.
I would turn, since the schedules are so condensed, I would turn it all into academic.
What about torture? Would you teach children how to perform torture?
Just be just like America. I would turn it into a military society akin to
American
Israel.
children are taught military tactics.
No. I'm talking as in that system, that infrastructure is available in America. So that's what I'm saying.
Ambrose, the way that this app works is it's a public room. See at the top it says public, so anybody can come into the room, and it's an open stage, so anybody can join. And it's all a bunch of random people. So to ask,
my friend, I'm the mod, not you.
No, I know, but she's asking. No, and you were.
Input? Do you want to give
No, Mikhail. Pause. Wait, Mikhail.
My friend,
No.
I already think of you of the low IQ on this app, so please change that.
No, I know, but I'm just saying she's talking over me, saying, "Who are you?" as if that's a refutation of what I'm saying. I'm just.
My friend is an American Jewish Zionist, claims that he had a history of being pro-Palestine.
Yeah, Mikhail knows me very well.
Which to deductive claims that he has yet to.
He was pro-Palestinian before?
Anyway, I was just stopping by.
Thank you for your service.
And I mean nothing but, I offer you guys nothing but respect, and I have to go anyway.
Take it back.
I hope you have a very good day, and I'll talk to you again soon.
No problem, my friend. You know, this is never... Yeah, so I already
Imagine
have
how lonely this guy he is. He has to name himself, my friend.
I already know all the Zion. We already run them out. Ambrose, you're coming in the aftermath. Like, that's it. The only they'll never argue. They'll never sit in a debate with
I don't want
us.
to debate Zionists.
And so what we do to them is we shit on them.
I do that in Hebrew. I have very little desire to do that in English.
I think you're coming. I already told the Palestinians, you're our Messiah on this side. Unfortunately,
no, I'm not.
You know, this is post Bar Chokhmah. You're not. You missed the window. But you're still efficient because this app could be on the rise. They're still investing in it, and I do believe this app will eventually come back. But
it's not about this app or the other.
They're gonna need to steal the moderation.
We started talking about the concept of Palestinian voices and dialogue, and that's where it all started, right? We talked about the good voices on X, and
all right. So let's go back to you. Forget about me. So we literally digress big time. So I just recalled my track. So we had Zionism. We were defining Zionism. This is just, and I'm gonna say fact before I make a statement. So fact: Israel is acting under revisionist Zionism. Fact, the understanding that Israel is currently under is revisionist Zionism. Fact, revisionist Zionism is geared towards establishing a majority Jewish demographic and to secure a Jewish state in a majority Arab, land, which is Palestine. These are just facts. It's not a debatable thing.
Yeah, and
it's just revisionist Zionism, Jabotinsky.
And this is where we disagree. We disagree because you think.
Okay, so these are deductive statements that I'm making. What is the false statement?
That you think that Zionism is losing, and you think that.
I didn't. You're recalling something that I haven't presented in the current moment.
But that was the initial assumption, and I think that you're wrong in your analysis.
I already told you. Okay, but I have literal numbers to back up my analysis, and I have the overwhelming political brass of Israel, even founding Zionists. We're discussing. Okay, that's a different statement. You could tell me you're giving me a textbook definition, and there is nuances. And here, let me provide you experiential knowledge. Go ahead, provide me some experiential knowledge on Zionism. But have we accepted that how I just defined is the textbook fact?
Yes. But the problem is that right now, the objective of solidifying the demographic majority is only expanding and becoming more and more ruthless. Zionism is not losing; it's becoming more and more ruthless.
I'm just gonna write it. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna change Zios are Satan. That's it. I'm just gonna put it up there, so I don't have to continue to What do you want from me? There, I just put it up there. How does it get where? How can you outdo me right now? There you go.
It's not about outdoing you. It's about, we talked about it. For me, you started by asking about me, and I told you The objective right now for me is to prevent.
Like, if you think every statement I'm gonna talk about, I'm gonna throw in some little like sympathy tears for Palestinians, or like pour a little. I'm not gonna pour a 40 over like a virtual 40.
Talking about seriously, like I have been listening for 10 minutes.
You'll probably need to listen more, and you'll catch it.
I want to act now and prevent the spill of blood now.
We're just having a discussion and mutual getting to know each other.
Years from now, whether, and I do believe Zionism will self-implode, but in the meantime, until that happens, there is a lot of people that need to be saved, and I think that by you ignoring it, it's a problem.
Ignoring what?
I'm not ignoring.
No,
exactly.
Just a second. Let me handle this. Just a second. Ignoring what?
What the fuck? Oh, you don't handle.
I don't fucking understand what you guys talking about.
You're not making sense.
Just a second.
Let him. Maybe because it's better. Maybe you're assuming that I'm. Because there is no third party.
Hold on, Lumi. You keep talking, man. You keep talking.
Because she talks more. I have to keep up.
This is not how it works. If you wanna.
I promise you, I know how to get to the point. It's just not registering.
Oh, really?
But
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're doing very well.
I am doing very well, but she's a bit difficult.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am.
What's the point?
Zionism might be losing in the long term, but not in the short term. And until we get to the place where it self-implodes, there are a lot of people that might end up dead. And I want to do something to stop that. Lumi doesn't seem to want to cooperate.
Cooperate in what?
With talking about that.
Talking about what?
Reality, right now. What is happening right now?
Are you hearing this? Are you hearing this?
Okay. What do you mean talk
It's
about?
so broad and abstract.
Just a second. عندي خلينا نخلص جملة. Talk about
when we got to the point about talking about the actual reality, that is when you ran away to a theological narrative. And I don't
Which part? Oh my God, I didn't run to it. I told you want a deductive statement about the end game of what's going to happen. I can only give you a theological deductive statement when I referenced the verse in the Quran. I didn't start with that. I only said if you want one. If you want objective analysis, then I already gave you that there are multiple scenarios depending on the actions of the Zionist state. That's it. I do not begin with the theology. I literally told you, would you like to hear the theological endgame?
I feel that whenever I'm
am I an Islam? Am I a Muslim? Yes, you should already assume when you're speaking to a Muslim that we aren't the fucking Western Christians. We actually believe in our religion, so we hold it, and we hold it as the highest ethical system and legal system because it's from God. It's the truth. This is epistemologically necessary. To tell us to not do this is to tell us to be irrational, to be incoherent. And you demanding this, like, if that's what this is all about, then you need to understand the way you can get over that emotional, like, tripping stone is to simply understand that the epistemology, and I'm trying to give you that crash course, but you're not.
Because I don't think it's about epistemology.
I think it will make you a lot better as a debater.
I think it diverts from the reality of the
I don't think logic diverts from the coherency, and logic diverts from the reality of the truth of things. I think actually it cuts a lot of the noise.
People from acting in real time. And in real time, people need help. They don't need to.
Okay, buddy, I already agree. I swear to God, we already agreed. I'm down. Let the whole world gather, the Red Cross and the Red Crescent and all the red guys out there to get together and let's go. Let's flood Gaza with all the aid that it needs. Now, I'm supportive of everything you're saying, but again, why are you contesting this with me? I'm already agreeing with you. Like, can we move on? No, if it comes down to aiding people in any war theater who are suffering the brunt of war, I'm down to support them. That's just an idealist.
So can we put aside the theological?
To say I don't support that is stupid.
So can we put aside the theological, let's say, layer?
No, that is not going to be. I don't bring it up unless religion is brought up or anything. I know how to keep my religion in a box. I'm in California. I know how to do that.
Okay, good. So can we have this conversation from a perspective that doesn't include religion? Because that's
okay, no problem. But sometimes religion is brought up also to understand the sentiment that motivates the people.
No, it has to be included in that form, but not from a personal perspective, right? As part of the parameters you have to take into account. Yes, sure.
Okay, no problem.
Not as an argument.
No problem. I can see. Check.
So we have the understanding of what is happening now on the ground.
What are you talking about now? This is
in the long term, even if in the long term, Zionism will lose, and Generation Z are like waking up to reality. By the time they get to positions of power, we won't have much left to save because people fail to understand the gravity of the situation right now. And
well, if you cannot break down the gravity of the situation using some sort of statistical logic or some sort of like on the ground, like delivering deductive information and building something up.
Of course I can.
Okay, but that would be all right. See, in the time that you continued to highlight or emphasize your introduction, you could have delivered that, and it would be better to work on the efficiency of delivering that.
Yes, but then you would be the only one who understood what I mean, and the rest of the people in the room probably would have gotten
but you're fucking talking to me, and who the fuck are you talking to in the audience? Palestine already heard this a million times. Goo, you're talking, preaching to the choir. The Vegeta guy,
I'm not going to miss out on the opportunity
to just practice
more people to the proper information.
Ambrose, we live in the time of AI. We literally live where information, boom, you just get it. If you're honest, or if you're academic, or if you're a truth seeker, you know how to use AI. If you don't, just ask the AI for truth-seeking protocols. The same fucking hard. I don't know, Ambrose. We do ourselves a huge disservice by dumbing things down. As long as what we're delivering is coherent and structurally valid, then get good, kid. That should be the only statement.
Now you're being intentionally.
Why do I need to argue with a double-digit IQ scientist?
Because a few hours ago, you explained to me why I shouldn't be taking this too hard because of the difference, because of the different.
Okay, so we can't continue. So here, wipe the slate. Here, let's practice something. Let's practice something for the sake of having a constructive conversation, because I don't like keeping, recycling these scores. Like, your history is invalid. So just clear your history. Let's start on a new slate. If you want to engage in a discussion about anything, please let it be something informational or deductive, not subjective. So if it's going to involve we need to support or we need to condemn, don't talk to me about that. We support, we condemn. If the statement can start with support, we condemn, I'm out. Don't bring it up. Okay, so everything you're going to bring up, it has to be... you have to make a statement. You saw how I did it with Black Stem, so it needs to be a statement. This is what I'm.
The fact is that what has happened in the past 2 years is unprecedented, and what people fail to see is that the true holy grail for the extremists is not Gaza; it's the West Bank. And during 2025, many things happened that people ignored because to them they were minuscule, or maybe just never got to their table because they were local, so people didn't pay attention. But if you did pay attention, the way I have, and I can bring you those facts, whether it's reforming commands by the IDF when it comes to the West Bank, changing the definitions of who can issue an administrative detention decree, changing a lot of these definitions in order to accommodate more easily conducted annexation and ethnical cleanse. I can bring you all those facts. Whether it comes to East Jerusalem and the increasing pressure that they have been experiencing, the Negev,
first of all, just Ambrose, slow down. But let me
finish.
We're done. You're among allies. 1, 2.
I feel like
this should be a discussion.
You're stressing me.
I don't know. No, I'm trying to give you feedback. You understand the attention span of your average day millennial Gen Z.
For a second ago, you told me I need to talk to you, not to the audience, and now you're asking me to take into consideration the attention span of the average Z generation.
Okay, no, because you're telling me. Here, I'll clarify. I'll clarify.
You said I shouldn't dumb it down, so I didn't dumb it
Okay,
down.
that
Now
crash
you're
out
telling me
is
that I need to
only
take into
warranted.
consideration the attention span.
I got you. I'll clarify it. So when that's already information I already know. If you're going to tell me Zionism and the trajectory of Zionism and the Zionist project, I already know that. So again, preaching to the choir. So you must be practicing delivery, or you must be working on delivery or delivering to the audience. I'm just trying to tell you that that's too much information. That's information. You sound here. Let me tell you what you sound like. You sound like all my guys in bio class pre-final. So we're about to go take the final, and you're talking in a speed where everybody recognizes a lot of the information. That doesn't work with the public audience. So that snippet needs to be snipped all the way down, made very efficient, and the language needs to be something intuitive, public, and academic. So like how the news is. So that would be how you would work on that. I'm telling you, you can deliver a lot of on-site information. You got the skill.
Let me try.
But here, I'm going to give you a last point of advice. You can use AI for this. So again, everything you said, make it efficient, break it down to its points, and then as efficient, and once you approve of it, tell your AI, save that in a downloadable file.
I don't want to do AI.
Okay,
I'm trying to do this in a way that is fair. So, but if I present it this way, everywhere you look between the river and the sea, in the past 2.5 years, has been increasingly and has been experiencing increasing pressures of ethnic cleanse and genocide. So it doesn't matter if it's 48 East Jerusalem, Gaza, or the West Bank. In different levels, we can.
Israel's committing a genocide. What next? We're having a conversation, me and you. So me and you are having a conversation. So no more people, no more public. Okay. Do you recognize that you are having a conversation with me now?
Yes, can we establish the fact that
so this
the
is
majority
ignoring
of
the audience
of the genocide is slowly moving towards the West Bank? Do you acknowledge that?
I already believe that the Zionist project never ends. It just kicks into high gear, and the high gear of ethnic cleansing is genocide, what we saw in Gaza. That doesn't mean
statements and not addressing the fact.
Okay, so it has to be that simple, then yes.
Yes, because it is facts on the ground, whether it's legislative or operative. The genocide is slowly changing gravity to the West Bank from Gaza. And
all right, make statement. Can we crunch through these statements? Like, is there? Can I just give you a yes or no answer?
Okay, sure. Oh, sure. So
whatever, because listen, tonight what I'm gonna do with you is that I want to check all your green boxes, but you will never bring these points again. So I will clear whatever conscious and whatever feel good checklist you want with yes and no. Because I don't find this discussion valuable.
You're not listening.
All right, go through your yes.
You're not listening. You keep saying that Zionism is on the decline, right? That it's about to lose. Did I misunderstood when you
I'm
saying
Zionism is on the decline. That is the statement that I made. Yes.
Okay. I, however,
actually I already believe Zionism lost.
Okay, exactly. I, however, don't see it that way. I think that you might be.
Okay, so can you justify?
Can you let me finish for once? He might be right in the long term. My concern is that right now Israel has so much impunity that by the time we get to the shift, there will be nothing left to save. And I don't think people understand the gravity of the situation and how fast this is progressing. So you want to keep talking about future theological narratives, or do you want to do something about the ethnical cleanse that is fucking happening now? Nobody wants to talk about, and nobody wants to try and do something about.
Okay, now, how was that deductive? How was that informational? That was, again, preaching and venting frustration. No, I don't. Why? I live there.
Somebody needs to spank you.
And
you're behaving like a petulant.
No, now you want to be cute. Like, it's not gonna work that way. Like, I'm just not the mind for that. Like,
it already did.
I'm down to have a friendly conversation. But if you're gonna be, I'm gonna translate that passion into like sincerity to get to a point. That's how I'm doing it. But if this is your natural, like, if this is, I'm not upset or smiling. I just think like a calculator. Like I agree with you. If it was, everybody should have the passion that you have to deal with the suffering of any population around the earth, and not just the Palestinians. There's the Rohingya. There's what's happening in Sudan. There's the conflict in Congo. There's the misery in Venezuela due to the sanctions. There's Cuba. There's a lot of places where there is mass suffering of human population, and yet alone like countries in Eastern Europe or that just are economically
that's
just
such
not
a
that, not on a first world. So we're ignoring that whole second world. That also is real suffering. These people, they their lives are simply composed of them working. They're just slaves. The communism might have been radical due to the Bolshevik move, but communism came as a response to real, legitimate labor suffering, and that has never been rectified. There is no running away. I acknowledged it, and I'm trying to pivot or trying to substantiate or add to. Ambrose, you got to get this mentality out of this ping pong way of having a discussion. It's not, and I understand once we set ourselves up, we're the mentality, but again, we don't disagree. We agree on. All right, so everything you're mentioning is usually, like I said, and I'm gonna restate this, and I'm just gonna because I'm about to get frustrated because I'm speaking right now in American, not Palestinian. Like that side shouldn't come out again. So if the statement starts with I support, I condemn, I literally am going to support everything you're saying, but I don't want to discuss that. I just don't like discussing sentimental, objective stuff. Do I believe killing people is wrong? I understand. And from a logical perspective, it's subjective. No, Ambrose, this is just logic. You can't argue against logic. So if something is subjective, can you logically listen? If something is subjective, can you come up with a logically conclusive statement about it? Like T or F? No, just answer my quick question, please. It's a yes or no. Can you come up with a logical conclusion from a subjective argument?
Yes, unless something is done.
No, you can't. Holy shit, you can't. No, Ambrose, that's just logically not true.
Okay, then what do you want of me? Because
guess what? Because it's subjective, you can just tell me, well, I feel it to be this way. How am I going to argue with equality? I can't do that.
It's not about feeling. You're not listening to me. I can bring you all the data in the world.
I think I am.
The fact is that the genocide is expanding.
I'm alive.
I think what you mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, like logically is that Israel want to expand. And it's not like just a land.
Israel doesn't just want it necessarily needs to expand. So like when it just gets rid of all the fluff when we just understand the facts on the ground.
Listen, I'm talking about revoking Palestinian 48 citizenship, about exiling Eastern.
Okay, they're bad. Zionists are bad. How many times? What did I tell you about support and condemn, Rose? Like I'm done. I'm gonna recluse myself from this conversation.
It's not about support and condemn. It's about understanding how fast it's happening and about the fact that something needs to be done now. It's not about condemning.
Now, it's happening now, everybody. Like we don't watch the news, everyone. We don't have family over there. Yeah, like I follow. I got it. Okay. I understand what's going on, and you might see like, whoa, it's happening now, but. No, dude, our suffering has been going on for over 20 years, and we have been for Gaza. And again, you want to talk about that? Then why are we even what? This conversation serves nothing. If you want to have that kind of conversation, fine, I'll give you this. But this is what you're doing
Do
wrong.
you know about the latest?
Jesus, listen, woman. Can we agree that when it comes down to this stuff, I'm just better? I think I'm better. If you want to challenge that, I'm down to accept it.
Do you know about the latest legislation about Palestinian 48? Do you know what it is?
I don't give a fuck. Because my priority is not the 48. The 48 are not fucking living in camps and fucking getting flooded every time it rains. I don't give a fuck about 48. Now, 48, we were counting on them for something to repeat the pattern that was happening in 21. They failed to do that. Every community has their task. And when it came down to the 48ers, I don't know what happened. Whatever Israel did in 21, they must have altered that sentiment. But they also cracked down on the mixed cities anyways.
What do you think about what the Security Cabinet passed 10 days ago?
Well, we were expecting more attacks, more involvement, even protesting, even if it led to all you guys going to Philadelphia's favorite prison.
What happened at the Security Cabinet 10 days ago?
What happened?
So you don't know more than I am. You're not better than me because 10 days ago, the Security Cabinet passed resolutions that effectively canceled Oslo and annexed the West Bank. What happened? What is going on in Bethlehem?
Okay, so did I need your judicial to come out and sanction something that I know by necessity the Zionists have to commit to? Like, why do I don't give a shit about this because I cut all through that by showing you with statistics and clear.
Showing me what?
That Zionism necessitates a demographic security. And that's the whole Zionist project, is to establish not just a Jewish majority, it's to secure it permanently or as permanently as they can. Okay, so all right, if we agree that's the Zionist project. Okay, fuck no, we're not. Now, if you agree with that,
that's the disagreement.
That's fine. I got you. Now, if you're disagreeing with this, if you think it's the final stages, there are implications to what you're saying. You think that this conflict is mainly constrained between Palestinians, mainly Arabs, and Israelis, mainly Jews. So if that's what you think the demographic battle is about, then you are absurdly wrong. Nor does the Zionist state calculate that way. Their calculus involves all the main Arab demographics. So all 400 million of us.
Jews are going to
how are we going to tell a Zionist state that doesn't even recognize like Palestinian national identity to go around to see a difference between one Arab and another?
Try to demographically outdo Arabs in general?
There you go.
That's not possible.
Oh, thank you.
That will take millennia. Nobody's that
Wait a
stupid.
second. Millennia is like, whoa, thousands of years. Like, what if they just like drop a nuke on, or you enact a certain?
This is where the conversation goes haywire. I'm sorry.
I'm simply bringing that when you say thousands. Okay, look at this woman. You need to stop living in your own head. Like, seriously, you need to get that. Just assume you're not.
The demographic objective.
Just accept that.
Is an actual reality that is happening right now. People are being killed and cleansed right now between the
statements here we go. If you keep,
that's what
can you
right now.
Right, Ambrose? I'm gonna bet you, and I'll include money at this point. Do not invoke people are getting killed or suffering. I already fucking know that. Can we skip through all that fluff? Like, this is just ridiculous that we have to waste almost an hour now.
Okay, then
can
what
we stop?
Just sit
okay,
back
we can analyze things objectively without invoking all of this because this isn't the setting. For the purpose of better understanding, and you become more efficient at delivering information.
I don't want to deliver that information because that information doesn't.
Right now. And you think you yelling at me and repeating yourself fucking 100 times is gonna do that?
You're doing the same.
Huh? I'm doing the same. Okay, but I'm not fucking yelling and repeating myself a million times.
You're doing other things that are just as annoying. That's not the point, but look.
I'm just making sure we're cutting through the constant repetitive reminders. If I need to set up a constant I'll just tell Siri right now to remind me Palestinians are suffering.
It's not about nobody needs a reminding of that.
Okay, so we can stop doing that. Thank God. All right, so the whole point, we both agree that the objective of Zionism is to secure a Jewish demographic, to secure a Jewish state permanently, or as permanently as they can get to, whatever that looks like. I agree. No, we are talking about the Arab world. So let me deal with that. I understand that's a disagreement. It's not like I'm just gonna skip. I'm not Mario. So okay, if it's delusional, that means by that statement you have strong evidence to support whatever you're saying. I'm gonna hold you to that. Now, when it comes down to Palestinians, assume Zionists get their, God listens to them, and all the Palestinian Arabs disappear, rapture. Now, does that mean the conflict ends? Yes or no? Just yes or no, please. Do you believe the conflict ends?
What do you mean? First of all, it's not a conflict, it's an occupation.
So that's it. Hostilities. Oh, there's no Palestinians. Everybody wakes up and goes, you know what? There's nothing to fight for now. Let's all go home.
What?
I'm just asking you, do you believe if, in a hypothetical scenario, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
if you can't tell me to repeat myself, there's nothing to be ashamed of. You literally bilingual. It's amazing that you can even speak this kind of English. But still, if I need to repeat myself, tell me. But do you believe that if all the Palestinian Arabs tomorrow disappeared, that conflict in the region with the Zionists or the state of Israel would cease?
I believe that if Palestinians...
Yes or no?
No. I'm not going to what you said, the way you phrased it.
Can we just have the practice exercise so we can try to build something?
You phrased it. You
can break down the sandcastle after.
Okay, the way you phrased it, no, I have a different statement on that.
Okay, so it's no. So that's great. I mean, that's the ideal answer I'm looking for. So no, hostilities would not cease with the state of Israel simply with the.
It will cease. It will cease eventually. Not immediately, but.
What is this, contrarian time?
No. I didn't understand your
Then why Israel is preparing for a war against Iran, and Iran is not.
Look, to me, the Iran.
I don't even want to open that one, but I'll use that one if it gets down through the whole list.
Okay, just a second. Hold on. Just a second.
All right, go ahead.
Just a second. Are you guys kind of trying to debate? Is the conflict just between the Israelis and the Palestinians versus the Israelis and the whole region?
Yes.
Apparently, that's where she's actually
going. Just yes or no.
It seems like that's where she's going. Again, I'm just following.
Just a second. Okay, go. Please. شوي. Okay, so the conflict, if would finish with the Palestinians, if they would kill the Palestinians, Israel mindset, the mindset that kind of drive this state, this theology of Zionism, is not going to stop. Right now, Israel exists in Syria. They occupy Syria. They occupy southern Lebanon. They're eyeing resources. Now, the conflict will shape. It's not going to stay the same. It's not going to be kind of those 7 million Jews going to occupy Jordan. They will control Jordan in a way that they would outsource the occupation. Meaning, so for example, they can, change the regime. They can do other things. They can have superiority. No, just say the conflict would shape. The conflict would shape. Yet, Israel as a state, as a mindset of Zionism, cannot live in peace. Cannot. Even if they, so for example, they killed all the Palestinians tomorrow, or they evacuated them, and those Palestinians moved to Arab states or European states. the conflict will start a new one. Kind of this chapter will finish. Now we have a new chapter.
We already set that to be the hypothetical. So assume all the Palestinian Arabs get raptured. Does the
I'm trying to
conflict
explain
cease?
that. I'm trying to
Okay,
explain
so give her the why won't the conflict cease. So you just explain to her the sit rep, like look at Israel lying and setting up shit. Why is Israel doing it?
I just said because of the mindset of Zionism that cannot live in peace.
So they're just sadistic. You're actually agreeing.
يا حبيب مشان محمد مشان
حبيبي
مشان
انا
رمضان.
هذا شغل الحمرجيه بحبوش.
اسمع شوي خلينا نخلص because you keep fucking interrupting even like you
Okay, another
point become
banana.
weeks. Okay, so when Israel finish with this chapter, they're gonna switch to a different chapter. The next chapter is, as a Zionism, they always need to be the victim. They always need to be the aggressor. This is why unify this so-called nation that called Israel, because there is nothing unified. There's literally nothing. Even the kind of following Judaism is not enough or strong enough to keep them as a nation. So they need another enemy. Now, it won't be another occupation, just like we see with the West Bank and Gaza. It's going to shape because there is enough resources around and they need it. And they always think that these Arab countries, one day, they will show up at their doorstep. So they're not going to let that go. Israel cannot live in peace.
The thing is that that's not what Illumi is saying. Illumi is saying that they want to demographically outdo the entire Arab world. And that's the true Zionist objective.
Okay, demographically, I don't think they can do that. Like, I don't think they can kill all or evacuate the Lebanese, the Syrians, the Jordanians, all that. They would love to control them in a different way, different type of population.
For someone who has this like memory recall ability, you are not good at recalling my statements. I don't believe the Jews are going to explode to be 400 million. If that's what you assume, then that's why you answered thousands of years. No problem, absolutely. There's another way to make another demographic to secure yourself, and that doesn't involve miraculous population boom. No, I'm not dealing with that.
Yeah, you said they're going to nuke them.
I don't believe miracles happen twice, but
you said they're going to nuke them, which is insane.
Okay, I described something radical because what I heard from you thousands of years is radical. There's this lack of understanding that population growth is exponential to begin with. But anyway.
Yeah, how are you going to turn 15 million Jews?
So I don't. That's one of the options, and I don't believe the Jews are going to get that miracle again. So what it is that you make the other demographic smaller. You could do that, or you fracture that other demographic into warring parties and sects where they're so busy consuming with each other while you're growing. So it's about securing the window for you to maintain yourself as a demographic that the region will think twice about dealing with, which is deterrence, and also being able to keep up.
That's imperialistic control, which I agree with. But
that's what Zionism. Remember what I'm building on is that Zionism's objective is to secure a majority Jewish demographic, to secure a Jewish state. Now, the whole objective is to secure the charter of the state, being Jewish. So that means the Arabs cannot pour in, they cannot lead to a positive increase in the growth rate of the Arab population. So all of this means no peace. So you can't have Palestinian. Okay, now the hypothetical scenario is that the Arab Palestinians disappear tomorrow. Does that mean cessation of hostility? No. Why? Because, like he said, the sentiment is mutual. The whole Arab world does not see this guy as a Palestinian and goes, this land only belongs to him. No, no one goes like that. This belongs to the Arabs. It belongs to the Arabs. Let me fucking finish يا زلمة. حاسس حالك بتفهم أكثر مني الحسن.
You keep fucking repeating yourself. دارس أحسن منك وأحسن جامعات فبلاش تتمنيك لأنيكك.
طيب كيف نثبت لبعض إنك راح تنيكني ولا لا؟
طيب حط ميوت مشان أورجيك كيف بعرف أعمل الأرجيومنت أحسن منك.
قص أختك على أخت لبنان اللي جابتك. Anyways,
اسمع يا ابن الشرموطه، انا فلسطيني بحكي ايجي وفطيس.
روح بس اول شيء تتعلم كيف تحكي عربي، وجاي بتشات جاي تحكي لي اطلع ولا يا فلاح يا معفن. Anyways, going back, actually having a reasonable discussion. Like I said, you can see some people within our world, just that's what they are. They're crash outs, and they just don't like the notion of someone superior than them. That's it. I was being very clear in what I said. We are not there is not going to be a miraculous boom. It is, the plan has already been established. If you need receipts, you have the Yalon plan, which has been established in the 80s, which is pretty much a key strategy on what's going on. The implication of this with the assistance of the U.S. has been the whole new Middle East plan. You think these guys were trying to bring prosperity to the Middle East? They're trying to destroy the main component demographic that would threaten the Zionist state or American hegemony via the Zionists, which is the Sunni demographic. That's why you got Saddam was targeted, Sunnis were targeted, the Palestinian population in Iraq was absolutely annihilated. We got genocide in Iraq, by the way, while the Americans were invaded. So that's what happened. So under American occupation, we got wiped out. And they went to Syria, the same thing. And that's what they're trying to achieve. They were under Assad. The reason why the Zionist state continued to allow Assad, even though Assad could have been dispatched, we saw how quick the Zionist regime dispatched Assad's military facilities, airfields, and even that huge big arsenal he had in, where is it, Tartus, whatever it's called. So that, and we saw, you remember that explosion, that mushroom cloud. So they knew how to dispatch everything that is Assad's army in like 72 hours. So they must have allowed Assad to continue. And guess what? I have literally video recording of Netanyahu clearly saying that Assad is helping the Zionists dismantle the main threat, which is the Sunni demographic, and that we should allow the Shia to continue as long as it serves our purposes. I have this on video, so I'm not saying anything crazy. I'm not saying anything that hasn't been already said since the 80s, literally standardized via a military doctrine, a military strategy, and even prior to that via...
Dude, you're fucking intimidated because someone else is fucking can deliver the point better than you. This might have the shop.
Oh, come on, Illuminati.
What the fuck? First of all, you don't bring down people like that's a disrespect, and you come from a Middle Eastern environment, so you already know that. Two, I don't. If he was making any sense, like I would let him speak, but I let him run, and he literally went in a circle and then started to repeat himself. No. The whole point was for you to explain why Israel is expanding, and he wasn't able to do that. And the whole point was about demographics, and he didn't even address that. So he addressed scarcity of resources and the mutual threat of the Arab world. Why do you have to leave? Fuck. I swear, he's really fucking dumb as fuck.
Oh, I love it. Let me ask you a question.
It's like they're all autistic or something.
Can I ask you a question? Because what is your view on Cyprus?
Cyprus?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like from the Turkish Greek struggle over Cyprus? I think it lasting this peace setting between the Greeks, or this long-term situation of Cyprus and not really seeing anything blow up is proof that this is the solution. So this should just remain the way it is right now.
Or the Greeks are more into civilized and responsible matters like this. I mean, for example, we don't have
Greeks are irrational people.
I'm talking more like you don't see like Greeks shooting, let's say, missiles to the Turkish area, even though that's a big land.
We don't want hostility with the Greeks. The Greeks are an ancient people, and we consider them literally almost an in-law. So the Greeks, and it wouldn't be good for Turkey to initiate any sort of, but nor is Turkey interested with conflict with the Greco world. The Greeks don't have the ability to fight such a conflict anyways.
I don't know. Greeks Greeks, we have quite a good military Air Force fleet.
You're NATO.
Of course, I'm not saying Greek will win one-on-one because the Turks are more. But when it talks about
I'm not saying Greeks can't perform. Obviously, they perform. Militarily, they can fight, but obviously, these are the Greeks. But why would they fight in the moderate setting? There's no reason to. It's just stupid. So the topic isn't like, what do you want specifically? You want an endgame scenario for Cyprus?
I think more like, I think that there is a lot of conversation about, for example, the Israel state, and everybody is very angry about the Israel state when someone it's occupied according to people, and we can look at it in many different angles. But when we look at Cyprus, it is occupied actually in a similar way as the Israeli versus, if you want to use the word for Israel, like they're occupying Palestine or whatever, then the Turks actually occupied also a land that is not Muslim, and there is no outrage from the Muslim community.
What are you saying? There's a Cypriot Muslim population.
Yeah, there are Turkish people that came there, of course, but I'm saying.
Okay, so you think if we took a DNA test from these motherfuckers, we're gonna find paternal haplogroup Q?
No. I
Do you know what haplogroups are we gonna find?
I do know that
the same ones as the Greeks. We're gonna find the same ones.
Yeah, but
the majority. No. Let me correct something for you. Less than 20% of current population in Turkey holds to paternal haplogroups that can be associated with Turkic nations. That all the stands, which is predominantly Q. The majority, the overwhelming majority of Turks today are Anatolians or from the Balkans.
I know those things, but you're missing what I'm saying. That the problem.
So they don't need to go anywhere.
The problem is there's still the military intervention that.
The military intervention only happened because the Greeks militarily intervened and breaking the agreement. They were not supposed to be deploying troops into Cyprus. They're the ones who engaged in hostilities first. Cyprus was united still, and you guys had a mainly Greek run government. Like you had your ideal solution, and then you had to fuck it up. Why? Because Turks or Muslims, like you want to live in the Middle Ages.
It's still Greek land.
As if the Greeks didn't conquer most of the Western Hemisphere, and no one cries about that. We all celebrate that. So what is the problem?
No, I think you're missing what I'm trying to say. I think you don't listen to what I'm saying. I do know that most Turks in Anatolia have lesser than like 7%.
I don't care about their admixture. I care about their haplogroup.
No, I'm just telling what I'm saying. I know you care less about things, and I care less about certain things myself. But I'm not arguing against you. It's almost like you want to argue, and I'm not here to argue against. I'm just saying that there is. It's a factual that the Cyprus is the ancient Greek land. And when we look at the perspective, the only difference between the Greeks and the Turks, but the other Turks in Turkey are not, can we call it the Turkic real nation? They have, even you mentioned, like 20% Turkic DNA, and that's lesser than like what a real Turk will.
So you're basing that a right of determination in the land is based on admixture percentage. That's your claim.
My claim is not about the race itself. My claim is that the Turkish occupation should not be still there till 2025, 6.
What do you believe the ideal solution is?
It should be going back to what we call the.
I'm sorry, not an ideal, a realistic solution.
I think the realistic solution is that we do know the history, but the same reaction. I want to explain what I'm saying. So the same reaction that the Turkish people did to the Greeks. What I'm saying is that when you look at the Palestine-Israel conflict, for example, they did something on 7th October, and the Israeli army went in there and closed down certain cities, like from cities to desert.
Well, they mowed down most of the Gaza Strip, like 90% of it is destroyed.
Yeah, and the problem is, I'm not saying the Turkish did so, but you still have land that still belongs to people that still lives today.
I agree. I understood your grievances, but I asked you what do you believe is a realistic scenario to solve the issue in Cyprus?
I think Cyprus should be self-governing.
governed as they should be were before, and I think that the Turkish military should leave that region. And I also think that we should have what do you call it in English? Today, when we say Greek, we mean the Christians. When we say Turk, most of the
That's
time
exactly what it is. Yeah.
You know, so when you say Turk, you actually mean, I would say,
because there's a lot of these Turks today that are actually Greeks, and they were Muslim Greeks, and they had to under Ataturk were forced to adopt Turkish identity. So a lot of these people are also Greeks, and because they're Muslim, they lost their Greek identity, which was not a smart move on the Greeks. The whole population exchange was not a good idea.
No, I think that the problem is that
you lost more land than you gained with that population exchange.
Yeah, I think the game happened. The lost game, the loss.
So, what does that say about the Greeks in that time? That they prioritized religion as they would rather secure religious demographics than even land. What does that mean?
Yeah, but we were Christian before Islam.
Okay, but before that, you were worshiping Zeus. Now what?
Yeah, but we were not invaded to worship Zeus. And we were not invaded to worship Christ either. So that's the difference.
I mean, you were taken over by the Roman Empire.
No, we can say that, but the Roman Empire, we can say is just...
Guess what? The very Greeks ended up becoming the population that identified as Romans.
Yes, but I think you are using the word Romans very loosely. Because the Romans, when they took over parts of Greece way back in history...
I don't mean the Latins, but I mean like the Eastern Roman Empire. I mean, it's just Rome. There's no Eastern, Western bullshit. But Roman Empire, at the end, yes, Constantine is Latin or from a Latin dynasty, but it doesn't mean that the majority of because it was Constantinople, the seat, majority were Greek.
Exactly.
Okay, so the Romans are technically Greek, or for the most part. The Latin numbers were dwindling down, especially when Western, but that was before Christianity.
Yeah, but I think that the problem we see, Christianity existed even prior to Constantine the Great. The only thing he did for us was to give us religious freedom in the empire. So.
But I'm just saying the reason I invoke that is that you have a population that's been conquered by another empire, but eventually they became the very empire that they conquered.
Yeah, not really. I think can I also say something because when we look at the ancient Rome was more or less a Greek. Not they were Greek, they were Latins in some parts of the
so they're different people, different language.
But the Latins. But southern parts of Italy was actually more or less a Greek area. So if you go to Naples, where you're talking about Naples, then pizza, you know. If you go there, that's founded by the Greeks. Then you go down to Sicily, you have a lot of Greek colonized that has been there, and you still have Greek language still in Italy, some parts. So, but the difference, what I'm trying to say about Rome is just that it's almost like this. Let's say Iraq speaks Arabic and is Muslim, and Iraq conquered and take over Kuwait. Let's say both of the groups are more.
You don't have to give me examples. Like I understand your point.
Yeah,
did I not summarize your point clearly? But like you believe the solution, the realistic solution for Cyprus is that the land returns to Greek administration, right?
Also, it identifies in that sense they can.
Okay, what do you want done with the Turkish population?
I cannot even speak because every time I say a word, you start speaking all the time.
Okay, go ahead.
So, no, my friend, what I'm trying to say is that, for example, when we look at before Rome, or when it was pagan, okay, so the same gods, more or less, they had in the Roman area that we call Rome. So when we go to Greece, the same belief they also had because they also went to the area that is called Italy, Peninsula, more or less. So when they come to Greece, it was an unfamiliar culture, it wasn't an unfamiliar mentality, it was more or less similarities. Because many things that they got from us, now they became the strong empire. The same thing you had before that, you had other empires that were around the Mediterranean Sea. Yeah. So you had, what you call it in English? You had the Byzantine Empire, yeah, from the 300s somewhere, when it became Christianized, until 1014. It slowly died out because of Islamic expansion. Yeah? So to say that the Greeks were invaded by the Romans is like to say that I get my sibling moves into my neighborhood.
How is the Latin your sibling and not the Levantine?
Not the Latins, but I don't know how much you know, but you know a lot of the things in Italy has.
Okay, I'm perfect. Let's look at the DNA because I'm telling you, you're gonna be surprised, man.
Yeah, but you know.
You're J. Greeks are technically supposed to J-E. So you're close. You're not. First of all, from our vernacular in the Arab world, you're considered a son of Sam. So the Greeks and Persians are from the line of Sam. So technically, you're Semitic. One. But you're not Semitic in the sense from associated with Abraham. You're J2. You're not J1. So, yeah. But nevertheless, we consider you related to us, and this is from Middle Age Muslim knowledge and even ancient Jewish knowledge as well. So we have these references. You're already bracketed within the family tree. So that's one. We're close. Not only that, we have hundreds of years of Hellenized ruling over the Levant, and much of what you know today is in Egypt. So you know this, and actually all the way to Afghanistan with Alexander. So
yeah, I mean, Alexander.
What's the problem?
It's not what I'm saying.
So if the East came and conquered you, and you became significant in the East, what's the problem versus the West conquered you, becoming significant in the West?
I think you're missing what I'm trying to point out. Compare the differences between when the Turkish when they took over that area, because the differences is that when the Romans came to us when we were pagans, and they were pagans, and they believed in Zeus, Sam or Zeus, that's what I put it. We believe in the same gods. We had the same culture. So it wasn't like a big change because it was more or less the same culture. Both of them exchanged more or less.
Everybody, the Greeks, the Roman pantheon, the Greek pantheon adopted other people's god by seeing, like, what is this god? This is you associate this with Mars or the sun? Well, you call this.
Yeah, I mean,
all of a sudden,
there were other
there's a mapping that happens.
Yeah, there were other what you call it, polygamist, not polygamist.
But if we're talking about Greek intelligentsia, they understand. We have Plato, Aristotle. We know they didn't see the world as fundamentally multiplicity. They grounded everything into one. So they had an absolute. These are the way you think about gods. It's just the layman Greek understanding, not the philosophers or the intelligentsia. And the Romans as well. They didn't actually believe there is a Zeus on Mount Olympus, bro. Like that's you don't think that, do you?
No, I'm not saying anything about that.
They could have just went up there, right?
No. So my point was that culturally, the Turkification, as we call it, is also something that's actually unfamiliar to him. If you start digging in Turkey, it's a total cultural hijacking. That's what I was.
But the Ottomans allowed the populations that they conquered. They didn't go and like exile them. Continue in your ways. Just pay us some tribute, and you know the Ottomans actually helped establish Christianity.
Yes, but it wasn't really nice. Of course, you had better years and other years that were very bad for the local people, and that's what it
compared to Roman rule.
No, I think you missed what I'm trying to say. Just because they took over doesn't mean every year was a bad century or 10 years.
They were better off than the Romans.
Yeah, I mean,
the Romans were on a shitty decline for hundreds of years before Constantinople was taken.
Yes, but still, when we look at when they took over something, there's nothing Turkic about Turkey. That's what I think.
The people who conquered it are not Anatolian, but they have been in the region of Anatolia, the Seljuks, for quite a while before they were able to conquer Constantinople. And when they conquered it, they were pretty close. And again, they didn't impose a specific way of life or culture on the people. They could continue to conduct themselves in the language and religion that they wished. And understand, this is the Roman Empire that was already multi-ethnic to begin with.
Yes, but is that what you mean, that the Greek link?
No. And from the from the Islamic world's perspective, Rome never ended. So that's why they called Al-Fatih Caesar.
Sorry for that, my friend. I'm spoken to.
Oh, you're good, man.
That's it. No, so we can look at things and we can agree and disagree. Yeah. So.
Well, I'd like to disagree on things that are like true or false. Like if it's just subjective, that's fine. We can disagree, but we're not disagreeing on anything that we consider to be facts, right?
No. I mean, this depends on the look at it. I mean, if you look at, for example, I've seen videos on YouTube sometimes and other videos where people make a DNA test and they're like, huh, did you know?
Would you like to go through? I already pulled them up if you're interested.
I'm talking about people who making DNA tests and they see that they had like 46% Greek, 10% maybe Armenian or whatever you're gonna call it. Yeah.
Oh, admixture. Okay.
And then mixture there, and they were like, and they have Turkic is maybe 3.5%, not even that. They say, and they're like, oh, they get so shocked.
Why are they surprised?
That's what I also think. Yeah. And
like, bro, you conquered most of the Western Hemisphere. What do you think? There isn't going to be admixture.
I'm not saying otherwise.
Alexander the Great didn't even want to leave Afghanistan from all the women he was enjoying over there.
Yeah. No, so no. My point was more like Alexander the Great. When I speak to many people, for example, that are from Iraq and Iran, some of them, a lot of Iskandar, there's some. Then probably something paid. But many times there is some Muslims I know they like Alexander Iskandar.
We don't hate the Greeks. The Muslim world doesn't hate the Greeks. We actually describe them in positive terms.
Yeah. So, I mean, the biggest problem...
Say Ahl al-Aql. They're the people of intellect.
Oh, man. Some people have dogs. There's red. What is going on with these ministries? They can't even...
You're not... We don't deal with you like the Jews. We love the Greeks. We just don't...
But
we want the Greeks to become
Muslim. The baklava is Greek. You know? So...
I don't really care about food because I see, like I said, the Levant has been part of the Hellenized world for so long. Like to me, all your food, it's your accomplishments are mine. Like it's just, if I'm under America, that's it. If I accomplish something, it's an accomplishment. If America, it's an accomplishment for me. So I see myself as part of our history, as part of the Hellenized world, and I acknowledge my history as part of the Roman world. And I don't describe them. We don't do that, especially in the Levant or the regions that have a Hellenized influence.
Yeah. No. So my question to you, because we were talking about occupiers. What about because?
Not only that, we support the Greeks over the Latins too.
So what do you think about Turkish occupying not just Cyprus? I'm not sure how it is now, but I do know a few years ago I know that the Turks are in Syria.
You mean the military presence of Turkish forces in Cyprus? I mean, like I said, it was a consequence of unilateral military action by Greece.
Well, what do you think about Israeli military? The same thing because some people do.
But isn't this what the Greeks wanted? They preferred, they always were willing to give up land to maintain or to have a solid Christian demographic. They got that even in Cyprus.
Yes, but I think you miss what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that when you look at, for example, and this is what I think a lot of people really look at, you have the Greeks and the Cypriot issue. You have the Greeks that has been, the exchange of people. Yeah, but they also have, when you look at the Turkish type of state, it's very interesting because the Turkish land is counter. They feel like they are very proud of the Turkish, like the history. But the question is, in which way? Because
this is the consequence of Turkification and Ataturk. So this is not supposed to be the case. We agree that Turkish identity today is artificial. So but again, this is consequences to the fall of Ottoman Empire and the rise of nationalism and Greek nationalism that for some reason took a Christian theme. While the Turks were not about Islam, they used Islam simply as an identity holder. So, you know, if you're Turk, you're going to identify as Muslim, even if these guys were all atheists. So they didn't care about religion, and they just cared about it because it reinforced Turkish identity.
Can I ask you this? What I mean, okay, because you also have Turkish military areas. I think not expansion, but Turkish occupation in I think Syria. I'm not sure if it's still.
We don't recognize it as an occupation, nor does the Syrian government recognize an occupation.
I think they have not so much to say with this president today.
I don't even think there are permanent Turkish forces within the borders of Syria. Turkey has been using the proxies, but you know, I mean, now they can just enter if they want. But
I was wondering also, what do you think about the exchange with President Assad and this new guy that, according to people, has been in ISIS, at least at
Jelani, well, he's an asset to the Turkish state. He is someone that has been right out of high school engaged in resistance against the American occupation of Iraq, and went through the ranks and files of different groups, and he would have disagreements, and he would leave. So he is someone who has key principles, ideals, and he represents this need to be Islamic, and he doesn't claim to be that these him joining any faction. I'm echoing. Him joining any faction is him endorsing that faction in its modern configuration, or it's him saying he's infallible. So he's not saying he's infallible either. But again, he is someone who has acted against American forces. He doesn't perceive himself to have acted against Muslims or innocent people. So that's how he sees it, and that's how he describes it. And again, and he's a Muslim, and you usually give the benefit of the doubt to someone unless proven otherwise. But he's someone, if Trump and the Americans and Turkey and the Arabs and everyone in the region can shake hands with, then he's not what, you know, all that propaganda is just propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, but I do think that during this, when they gained control over the area with Turkish help, I do know that a lot of Christians, and I do know I have a big population around Europe now, Syria. They call us the Suryoye. So they are Armenians, Aramaic speaking people. I think they're more.
There are Arab Christians, and they're more than any. You don't have to mention these guys. What do you think is gonna happen? You think we want to break bed with Arab? It's impossible. These people are literally our people. We have an Arab sense, and we don't believe Christianity to be foreign. We support the presence, plus it brings tourism. Why the fuck would we want to annihilate Christian presence? They're already a minority. They don't threaten us. They're theologically incapable of arguing against Islam in a way that the world has to pause. So we're not threatened by Christians. We're threatened by Western Christianity, which is the threat against you, Greeks. Who's your worst enemy? The Latins and the Franks, not us.
I think that what I was trying to point out before was more about this the problem that I see you have not just Turkey.
Forget about Turkey. Turkey has a strong country, but we're 400 million Arabs. The Turks are not going to break bread with us. They never have, really. So they never go into hostility, full hostility. They've never done. We are Ottomans, man. The only reason we broke bread at the end is because they did a coup against the caliph, the Sultan Abdulhamid, and the CUP, they were controlling, and they had the three pashas and Ataturk, and they committed massacres in Syria, and they were abolishing teaching of Arabic and teaching of Islam and the Adhan, and that was too far, man. If we don't have religion that unites us, then your blood is no longer sacred to me, and I don't have to abide by your governance because you're no longer someone who adheres to Islamic Sharia. The reason the Ottoman Empire was able to incorporate all of us is because they adhered to Islamic Sharia. This is why we consider them a caliphate. We don't consider Ataturk. We hate Ataturk. Bro, we don't like Turkish nationalism. But this is a consequence of the West. This is what happens. We're trying to bring Turkey back into its Islamic identity. And I promise you, we as Muslims are a million times better than the Turkish national secularist. That guy will mow all of you down, and he won't bat an eye, man. We look at you and we have divine commandments not to destroy churches, not to kill women, children, no genocide. So,
but when we're talking about that, what about in Israel? Because you guys also believe Solomon as a prophet, yeah?
How long were the Greeks under the Ottoman Empire?
I'm not really sure. 700 years, something else, since the 1400s?
400 years, y'all were under Ottoman rule. You think in these 400 years they couldn't have wiped you out?
Yes, they could have, because we actually continued our language hidden and in secret. That's why the Greeks still speak.
Hidden and in secret, as if someone was banning the teaching of Greek?
In some places, you will not really allow to speak. That's because in Turkey.
I'm talking in general for the Ottoman Empire. Did they have a policy that banned the teaching of Greek culture, or Christianity?
I don't know about that.
We don't, man. The reason you even have a population today, if you were under the Latins, you think you would have this population today? Honest question.
I don't know.
I don't know. I swear to God, if I asked your ancestors, they would say, literally, burn them all.
Yeah, I think we can discuss that because of the differences of the Latins. It's not just themselves, because as I said before, yeah, we used to be in the one unity before.
Listen, man, they conquered you. You got good at their game, and destiny kind of threw you a favor that Constantine flipped the capital to Constantinople, and then that side was conquered by those barbarians. But if it wasn't for that, these guys would have had their little middle finger up your ass. You got lucky, man, and God saved you from the Latins, and now you're under the Ottomans. Go by the empire's theology. The empire's theology saw itself as a representative of God. They couldn't fail. That's why they never gave up to the Muslims. They would pay us money, tribute, as in to cease hostilities temporarily. It was never a treaty. Why? Because they didn't believe. They believed in rectifying a treaty with us, and even if it would have secured their borders, that this would be bending the knee to the authority of another prophet, another divine empire or system. And that was a no-no. That was a theological defeat. That's why things continued with the Roman Empire, because they were stubborn and they saw themselves as representative of God, and the emperor, literally God's man on the ground. That's why shit had to go all the way. That's unfortunate, but now that was their theology and that's what they fought for, but they lost. Why continue the theology? If we can't figure out what's right and wrong and we end up on the battlefield, wouldn't it make sense that God would give victory to those who are in the right? That's what we believe. That's why we win. Even when we lose the battle, we never lose the war. To lose the war would be a theological defeat for us.
You know, I think it's interesting that how you say this thing sounds very, nice and mild if you look, but we can discuss, of course. You can discuss certain days were nice to us, they were better days. You have the Janissaries, you know about the Janissaries?
I'm not saying they were ideal. No, the Greeks suffer, of course, because again, you're unwilling. You don't want to be part of the Ottoman Empire. We recognize that. But guess what? A lot of people didn't want to be under the Greeks. But they learned to live with it over time, and not only that, but they celebrate it.
Yeah, but which groups don't want to be on the Greeks? Which type of people?
I'm sure all groups, especially like the Persians and the East fought against the Greeks. So
yeah, I mean, in a sense, yeah.
but everybody in the old world knew something. Once you lost, that's it. Take the L, just fucking accept it, and just move on. That's it. What's one king over another? They didn't care. As long as that king was righteous. That's all people care about. Now, you care about religion. Are the Greeks, in any sense, conservative? Or would you describe them as liberal capitalists, just like everybody?
I think that you think I'm saying really. No, what I'm saying is that the pagan religion that the Greeks had were shared by the Romans.
Do you believe Greece is only Greece if it's Christian?
I would say that yes, because that's the identity of the Greeks of the day, of the nation of Greece. Because the Greeks were fighting. Of course, they also got some help by some other groups, of course. But also, we can look at the Greek spirit without. I mean, the Greeks were Christians, so when they fought and got the little lands that they have today, that's how the country is established. The same thing is, and they got it back. So when they fought back, and of course, it's never good to kill people or hurt people. Of course, I mean, we can discuss this in another conversation. But I do think to be Greek, it's to be part of the Eastern Church, and to have.
So you don't see Greek identity separable from Christian identity. And okay, let me ask you this, more personal. If someone in your family converted to Islam, would you denounce them or disown them or something?
I would not kill them according to some other.
Would you disown them? I didn't say kill them. Jesus.
No. I'm saying that why should I disown them? I will not agree with them.
Okay, but you will continue to host them and be family with them, right?
Yeah, but this depends in which way.
Yeah, you might not be. You might do it with a frown on your face.
If it's the son itself, then there's another conversation. Is it the daughter? It's gonna be.
No, if it's your son or your brother.
Yeah, I mean, why should I hate them for that? No. I mean,
would you disown them or break bread with them?
But I think most people would be not happy if someone leaves the entire identity for your family household. Like, if you go to any group, if there's a Muslim, I mean, I do know that there's Muslim and Islam, and they have not been so nice to everybody.
I'm not saying, there are Muslims might disown you. Yeah, that's true. Not everybody. I personally, if someone converted, I wouldn't disown them. But like I said, I'm quite. I have a different understanding of things. But in general, the approach is if they are converting, what is your reason? And if your reason is logical, that's going to be hard to argue against. But if your reason is like, I feel it, or I saw something, and that's why I believe something's subjective, that doesn't fly. And usually that means something's fishy. So that's why Islam doesn't really look favorably upon these things. But it's not necessarily a death sentence. When it comes down to family members, you're supposed to maintain your relationship. So we can't be disconnecting each other because someone, even if they're a disbeliever, that it is not allowed to necessarily disown or separate or, as in to act like they don't exist.
No, but I do think
a lot of people do that.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a person that I have played many years, since many years now.
I just wanted to see how strongly you felt about Christianity.
No. I mean, if my kids are Christians, of course, I will, because they don't believe in many things when they are baptized. They believe in many things that there is a very.
I understand. I'm familiar with Christianity, but
so for us,
do you believe they'll go to hell? Let's say.
Yeah, but that's what we believe in. Because most believe they are believers. Yeah, they also will believe that I will go to hell. So it's gonna be the similar type of.
We only believe you'll go to hell if you affirm the denial of the message of Prophet Muhammad. Like if someone told you, do you believe Prophet Muhammad to be a liar, and you answer with a positive answer, and then you can't justify that would, because the same question is going to be asked to you in Judgment Day. But if you're a Christian and you don't know about Islam,
Muslims that have committed sin will take my soul and give him my life, and I will go to hell for the Muslims that like say.
okay, so that hadith.
There is
Alright,
not.
let me a few 2 points. One point.
If you believe in, yeah, but can I say,
the Quran is more is the fundamental. So if it's not mentioned in the Quran, even if it's something you feel is a strong point, it doesn't. It's secondary. So it won't. Even if we concede it, it wouldn't knock away from the main fundamental structure of Islam, because that's based on the infallibility of the Quran. We believe all the secondary tradition of hadith is fallible, but we have the methodology of falsifiability, and we're pretty sure of it. So if you want to falsify the hadith, there is already a standard to do that, and you need to apply that. Now, when it comes down to that hadith, the second point, I'll make this real quick. In the current world, when it comes down to the hedonism and the spread of unnecessary suffering in the world, the main ones responsible are not the Muslim world. We're not the ones spreading all this hedonism and sexual immorality and drugs and all that and weapons of mass destruction in the world. Now, let's say some of our people get caught in by that. Guess what? These people might have sinned, but there will be a time in a specific dynamic where these people, they have the, sins have to be accounted for. So someone needs to get punished. And these guys are not necessarily by default the reason why this sin took place. Those people, that sin, they might be absolved from it, and the weight of that goes back to its main creditor, which is, whoever spread it to begin with. So that's how it is. You can't go around trapping populations in vices and then somehow sending. You can't be Satan. God has. I'm clarifying something because I wanted to land with you. We can't. God has already made sure that there is no system in the world when it comes down to Him where someone can send people via vice in massive waves back to God. So you can't go around do like what the British did and the Opium War in China and drug the Chinese and opiums, and because you're a sadistic motherfucker, you want to send them to God so they can go to hell. No, that's not how it works. God is not gonna play your game.
Yeah, but the problem is also, we need to look at this. Those places where you have, we can look at today's world.
We can see that the Christians are spreading all kinds of hedonism in the world. Go ahead, I'm just working back and forth.
Yes, but it's not back and forth because I say one word and you say two words.
Yeah, you're Greek, you know how it is. Think of me like family.
So when it comes to Islam, hadiths, is that some places, some areas in the world, if you deny part of hadiths, would be very devastating. You have some hadiths that the Shias are using, and then you have some hadiths that the Shias not accepting, and some that the Sunnis accept. So we can discuss that as well. So then we look at the punishment or not. According to the Bible, the Quran and the scriptures, not just the Quran. When I say the Quran, I mean also the other hadiths that is according to them.
Mythos, you're talking to a high level Muslim. And I'm someone who, I'll add to you that I don't deny the Trinity as coherent. So I don't deny the Trinity.
I'm going to sound very, very prejudiced now, okay? But can I ask you this? Why is that? Here's the question.
And if you want to learn about Islam genuinely, I would be the best person on this app to tell you.
I do know. I'm not the, I don't know that.
I've seen you around in rooms, but if you want genuine feedback from rational Muslim, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. No, so the thing I was trying to point out is that when we look at things that happens in the world, why is that? This is just a question.
And I'm Palestinian.
I hear you. You sound like very educated. You have a very good articulated words. You speak English. It's beautiful. I like that. My question, and I want you to understand, if you go to Germany, you have attacking people with knives. They are used to the Islamic God. This word is
terrorism.
Yes. The question is, why are they so what you call it? So they really believe in something. When the police question them why they have done this, They say that you are infidels, you guys are this and that, and they do this in a land that is supposed to be a Christian. It's a Germany. And you have a lot of minorities that are Muslim.
You think Germany is a Christian land?
Germany, I mean, I think that when you look at the laws and the way how they, it's
secular.
Secular, but it's a secular Christian culture. I would say that.
The Christian in name only. Anyways, but let's go with what you're saying.
I just want to know this. When you look at, for example, in a more deeper view, if people are doing an act like this, if they don't like that country so much, they hate it. Why are they going there? And let's say they commit an attack like this, a terror attack. It's very strange because we have groups that have seen hidden cameras on TV. They have gone to different mosques, let's say in Sweden or in Germany or in Britain. They're saying that they should kill the kofar and they should do this. And this is an imam who is well educated as well in the Quran. Then you have other people that say, no, it's not that because it's according to this and that. This is it's interpretation. But then when people look at the interpretation, look what it says about how they should treat this group or this non-Muslim group, etc. It doesn't
understand all the trauma and justification.
I'm just saying that why do you think this is happening in the West if there is not, because I'm not a young blonde Swedish girl with blonde hair. I have made my research about. The question is, it has to do with, I guess, many reasons. I think the problem is that
you're going to answer your own question.
No, I mean, what I think is that there is so much attacks. Not like when we look at terror attacks, IRA, where they bombed in the UK.
So you understand that there is usually a cause that leads to an effect that is terrorism, and it's not specific to Muslims, right? So you just brought up
No, it's not just the Muslims, but when you look at the worldly statistic records, the majority of terror attacks that actually is committed is mostly by
you're dealing with 1/5 of the global population, and like humanity is 1/5 like Muslim, if not more.
The majority of the attacks is not in an area where Muslims are, let's say this, you have a Kuwait.
Yeah, but if you look at all the attacks that have been, the overwhelming majority of them, they're conducted against nations that have that are applying aggression or invading a Muslim demographic or a Muslim country. The point is, Germany is part of NATO, and NATO did invade Afghanistan, and that has led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Not only that, but they've shared in the coalition invasion of Iraq, and they've participated in that as well. And not only that, but Germany is one of the main top weapon sellers to Israel. All submarines, they got them from Germany. A lot of their military tech, if it's not from the United States or Russia, it's Germany. Germany continues to compensate them for the Holocaust, even though they know their system doesn't actually go to Holocaust survivors, it goes to the state of Israel. So that's why Germany is guilty. Now, do I believe that Germany, Muslims should be conducting attacks when Germany has given them refuge, or they've come under the guise of obtaining German citizenship, or that they are German citizens? No, because that is a breaking of a treaty, and that's not allowed. So if you give your word on something, you don't get to go back on it. But again, from some people's perspective, Germany is going back on their word by engaging in breaking commandments. But still, it's not allowed. Now, when it comes down to a second point, when it comes down to attacks done by factions, so by entities that are not lone wolf attacks, that is a different discussion. So these are entities that might have smuggled themselves across the border, or might have come from a different, or their very intention from the very beginning entering into the process was to engage in militant activity. That's a different kind of ruling. Why? Because they have a chain of command. These people are part of organizations, and they're a soldier. It's not necessarily, you got to go figure out what's the issue with the organization. And usually that's going to be Al-Qaeda.
or in its affiliates. And you know the strategy of Al-Qaeda. They have already declared themselves before they conducted any attack against the West. They said those who are going to invade or going to participate in attacks against Muslim people or Muslim nations and civilian casualties should be expecting retaliation. So like Osama bin Laden said, you don't see attacks in Sweden back when he made that comment. For a reason. Why Sweden hasn't engaged in hostilities against the Muslim world back then when these comments were made. So that's just the golden rule, no?
Yes, I'm not. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not just talking about that. I mean, terror attacks in the world has not just been happening during 9/11 and the military from the during Bush administration.
So you're gonna make a claim that terror attacks were happening prior to any Western interventionism in the region.
I'm not saying in the same way level as it is today, but what I was trying to point out is that when we look, for example, in Egypt, we have, for example, girls kidnapped.
I already know attacks happen, terrorism happens. If you are making a claim, make it straight. Are you claiming there's an increase in terror attacks up until now?
I was trying to say something about Egypt, for example. For example, in Egypt, you have Christian girls, Catholic girls, has been kidnapped. Yeah. And the family members maybe hire an investigator, and the investigator says to them that your girl lives in this area.
I already know the circumstances of Egypt. I recognize your point.
Let me explain it, because what I'm trying to say is that then they come there and they try to get their daughters back. The authorities says we cannot do nothing. She is a Muslim. And the question is here now, if the authorities will work, why is that people are, for example, other stories, there's people that's going to get married. There's a woman I heard, she's explaining the story, it's very tragic.
You think the Egyptian government is supporting? Dude, the Coptic Church has extreme influence and power over its people, even if you convert to Islam, and vice versa is not the same. So if a Muslim converts to the Coptic faith and they end up being incorporated into church, no one is going to really go out there and try to tell them, if they're a woman, it's a different case. Obviously, women, it's always going to be different. It's just that's how the Middle East.
I'm gonna say this. If I say this,
but there are Muslim women, there are Coptic women who genuinely converted to Islam, and they have videos of this. And then they were forced to be given back to the Coptic Church, and then they disappeared. We don't know necessarily what happened to them. Now, under Islamic law, these people are not to be given back to the faction that they were part of if they convert to Islam. Now that they were given back, and not only that, but we don't know anything. That's why you saw ISIS kidnap those Coptic folks in Libya. So is it right? Was that the proper response? No, that was not the proper response. But let me land. ISIS did give the Coptic Church an ultimatum and give them a time window to release those women, and that they would affirm that they have been released and they're good, and that there would be no execution. And they didn't abide by that. Now, is that, I'm not justifying ISIS, but I'm just telling you there was a choice. And that's just the facts of the matter.
But I think what the problem is that it's very unfair in every way, because when you say there's people becoming Muslim, I'm not talking about people who convert to Islam. I'm not talking about that, because there's a lot of Muslims that look in Turkey, they look in Bosnia. Today, Bosnia used to be the majority Muslim. Now you have, with the Christian Orthodox and Roman Catholic combined, they are the majority. The same thing goes with Albania.
What do you believe, regardless of how crazy it sounds, that you want me to believe, just so I'm on the same page with you, not so
what I'm
sake
saying,
of argument.
Conversion is one thing. What can I say? You could be stopped? No. People want to convert to Islam, Buddhism.
That's fine, all right. What's the issue specifically to Islam, not to a nation?
Now, if I was, let's say, I'm going to compare this here, for example. I've seen many records about...
This is all experiential.
No, I'm just trying to explain.
This has nothing to do with fundamental Islam.
Okay, Okay, but
if I go and tell you, look at this Christian nation, they got all these bars and hookers and the sexual immorality and gender, does that mean that you represent Christianity? No.
Yeah, but this is the problem. We had already such thing.
Yeah, so if I'm going to argue, I don't know why he went out. I think he's busy doing something. But that's fine. Continue to talk because that's just what I do. If I'm going to criticize a religious or a theological framework, it needs to be an internal critique objective to the tenets of that faith. It can't be subjective to the works of the demographic that associates themselves with that theology or religion. That's just the facts. That's just how logic works. You need to objectively analyze. Now, if all the Muslim world went up and pitched up and started crucifying people, does not take away from Islam anything. Why? Because Islam doesn't call for that. So
I don't know. We can discuss passages that talks about things.
Now, people can manipulate religion.
I'm not here to argue against you. In your way of the Islamic view you have, no problem. It's just if you have a view that is.
I just want to, if we are to discuss anything, and since you brought up Islam, it seems to be going in that direction. If you have because you brought up Hadith,
because of all the countries used to be Christian. What happened to the Christians?
I'll tell you what happened, because we have DNA evidence. They converted. A lot of them converted. What's the problem?
Many of them actually majority was actually forced because they wouldn't have any.
How? Okay, but when you say certainly, almost certainly,
it would be unlogically.
That's an oxymoron.
Yeah, but it would be illogically that.
Why is it illogical? The historic consensus on this is that it's mainly due to economic and class reasons.
The problem is that I don't. I'm not going to go too deep.
Well, but listen, man. If you're going to bring up the claims, you got to substantiate. That's.
Yeah, but what happened to all the Christians that used to?
I just told you, over hundreds of years, they converted.
They leave their belief because Islam is so beautiful. Do you believe they?
Not all of them left. You see the Coptic population. You see the Christian population in Palestine. You see the reason in Palestine they got reduced. Judaism, the Zionists. So they were in Palestine. They were the majority of Bethlehem. They had majority cities. Now it's all gone. So who's responsible for that? Iraq had a strong Christian population. After the American occupation, all of that disappeared. Syria, the same thing. Who actually, in a small window, managed to eliminate double-digit percentile from the population of Christianity in the MENA region?
Allah
was the West.
But the problem is, there is something that we cannot deny yet, because first of all, when we look at historically, first of all, people are forced to convert. Their entire
I'm telling you, substantiate that claim.
Yeah, but if you go to Turkey, they dig it.
No, that's anecdotal. I need substantiation.
Let me say, because you don't.
But it's anecdotal mythos.
Yes, but if you look at this, if you go in Turkey, you dig anywhere, and you find a marble from the antiquity. Most of the time.
No one's denying the legacy of Greeks in Anatolia.
If you go to Istanbul, you go to a place called Hagia Sophia that has been converted to a mosque.
You don't have to tell me about history of Anatolia.
No. It's not history, and it's actually quite recent years that they did something that is the mosque and stuff like that. And the problem, what I'm saying, if Christians start doing this, that happened.
They did it before we converted Hagia Sophia to a mosque. They did it in Andalusia. Not only that, they did the Inquisitions too.
Yeah.
You should be happy it came down to this.
That's the Spanish thing. But here's the thing: if they want to take their country back,
that's your problem. You think from the Muslim world, we think Catholic, Eastern. Good luck, man. They all see Christian. That's it. They don't see you guys in your little camps and churches.
Yeah, no, I get it. But the problem is when you look at different places in Europe. Let's say if you look at the ancient demographics, you will see that sometimes.
Plus, if Hagia Sophia was like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, or
or the Church of Nativity in Bethlehem.
I would call Hagia Sophia were more less like the Eastern.
Because there is no religious event that happened in Hagia Sophia. This doesn't mark any sort of like religious fundamental event, like Pauline buried down there, Peter. This is a building that Constantine built.
When a church is built,
it's owned by the emperor.
When a church is built, it has certain rules when how it's gonna be built. I think it just prayers. I think it depends if you're gonna have some relics, some type of other things. So it is the holy site. So the same thing is when you look at Muslim when they took over Jerusalem and they built the mosque above the temple.
There was no temple for us to build above it.
Yeah, but you still build it on a temple in an area that should be.
We built it on the space that the Romans was using as a garbage collection area.
Yeah.
So, they built it. We actually this is on top of a temple of Jupiter. That's what it's on top of.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that place actually still has been a place for the temple. So
we don't care that it was a temple. We accept what Christ has judged them with. So that's it. They have no temple because they don't recognize Christ and they don't recognize Jesus and they don't recognize Muhammad. The Jews have no rights. These are not even related to the Israelites. The Israelites are not the Jews. These are just historical facts. Israel is us. It's the community of people that maintains God's commandments and establishes the temple, which is established today. What did Jesus in the Bible say? Jesus condemned the temple for being a den of thieves and merchants.
Are you a Christian?
I follow the gospel of Christ.
Okay. No, so what I was trying to say is that when we look at...
And what did he want? He wanted it to be a house of worship to God alone. And that's what it is today. It's a house of worship to God alone.
Yes, but here's the thing.
Did he say, I want this to be a house of worship for me?
I think that the house of worship, he's God according to the New Testament.
He's God in the qualitative sense. If you want to talk about the Trinity, we can.
No, but I'm not. What I was trying to say for now was that when you look, I don't know where we are right now.
I don't mind. I can refresh you. You seem like you wanted to go into the Trinity and that somehow, or you're talking about the history of Christianity and Islam.
No, we were talking about
the Hagia Sophia.
Yes, it was about that.
I already told you. The bottom line with Hagia Sophia, it has no religious significant value, and it was property of the emperor.
And one of the biggest Orthodox church in the world, so of course it has a value, and it is a holy site for us Christians. So
holy? No, not for us Christians. The Westerners hold it as what is the religious value?
What's the religious value? That's the problem. It's a holy church. It's a big, what you call a cathedral, I think it's called.
So it's not even one of the fundamental churches. It's literally a building.
That's not how we Christians.
I understand, but mythos. The rules when I'm with you. Let me tell you this.
I want to finish because I was trying to say something about this.
Okay, are you gonna like? All right, go ahead.
Can I say something? First of all, when we look at this, when we look at the ancient places you call Mecca, okay? Now, the Mecca used to be a place, the area where you go around the stone. You used to be a part of that area was the pagan area, way before Muhammad came there, and they took away the idols and stuff like that, yeah? So, and it has to come.
It's not necessarily a true statement, no.
So it's not a holy site for the Muslims, Mecca.
Mecca is a holy site for the Muslims. You said that it was prior, it was pagan, but that needs to be added a nuance to it, as in you understand the narrative from the Islamic perspective that Abraham is the one that raised the pillars and Adam is the one who established this as a house of worship for God. Not that this is the only house of worship for God in the world. There could be others. But this is what we know, and Jerusalem. So when it comes down to that, and Arabs were not pagan in the sense that they denied the ultimate God, they associated with him earthly partners. So just to clarify this.
My friend, I hear this is Islamic view on this podcast. So
This is also backed by historical evidence. It's not decisive, but like much of history is not decisive.
Adam have built. I mean, or when Abraham, you said something about Abraham.
Oh yeah, we can't back that up. But the notion of like what Arabs believed and the way they believed, it's not stupid chicken shit. Like nor were the Greeks believing Zeus, Athena, and all the gods were literally like humanoid figures on Mount Olympus. They understood that there was symbology involved, but not everybody. Laymen are laymen.
Here's the problem. Let's say this. Western people come and they're flooding. I'm just taking an example. Taking over Saudi Arabia. Okay? Later on, we are building a big church and maybe even take away the black stuff. Just move that with a big truck and put it outside and say, "Yeah, this is for museum."
Are you being realistically realistic right now?
No, I can't because the Hagia Sophia for us is also a holy site.
You're comparing, dude. You're literally comparing the church of the proper comparison would be the Church of Nativity or the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, not Hagia Sophia. It's not the same value at all, dude. What are you talking about? Hagia Sophia. Here, I'll tell you what the value of Hagia Sophia would be. It would be the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus. That's what the value of this would be. And guess what? Before we took over Hagia Sophia, they took over the equivalent of the Umayyad Mosque in Spain, and they converted it to a cathedral. It's still till this day, I believe, a church. So unless they turn it into
actually became a mosque, but also it's a museum in its own way.
So alhamdulillah, I believe.
But you don't allow to address my view because I see.
I've already addressed your view. I've already clearly told you.
No, you can't address my view because I was saying that the
Hagia Sophia. Address your view.
The Hagia Sophia, according to the Eastern Orthodox Christians, even other Christians as well, but specifically the Eastern Orthodox, this place is a thing that people always will say that we want it back. And the problem that we can see is that when we don't allow Christians to say that, like they say me, I say that it's a holy site, and you say it's not. I'm not comparing to other churches. The problem is holiness is when you are performing the service. So just the building itself, of course, is just every building can get destroyed by an earthquake.
Okay, so I just want to clarify certain things, but just facts. The building, is it owned by the emperor and the empire, or is it owned by Christendom? And how do you prove that historically, if you believe that it's owned by Christendom? Are you saying the emperor couldn't have torn it down and built something else if he wanted to? Like if he wanted to, just wake up and didn't like the design, he could have done that. He couldn't have done this in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre or Nativity or why? These are historical, so they have that, UNESCO kind of historical site stamp on them. This is completely his property. It's the emperor's property. He wants to build it. He wants to burn it into a million pieces. He can do that. And the second point, because it's personal property, the second point is that under the terms of the Sultan, when he sieged Constantinople, he told them, if you guys give up peacefully, your church, your property will be secured. If we secure this via warfare, that is not going to be the case. So your property and your rights are going to be subject to the victor's policy. And that's just what happened. They didn't want to do it the easy way. And even though they knew they were going to lose, they knew, the emperor knew, he did this for theology. That's what makes it worse. He did this because of religion. And I already told you, this is just facts. The Roman Empire did not agree to permanent ratification of borders or plans with the Muslim caliphates. Why? Because they did not recognize them as religious authorities, and to them that would have been a theological defeat. So
it has to be clear that the Roman Empire, at least that Constantine Christian imperial strain, has been defeated by the very own rules of its game. So that's why there needs to be also a public display of this.
Yeah, but
it needs to be known when you go to that city that these people were defeated theologically.
What I was talking about, because it was Justinian's the first.
I'm just giving you our understanding. You don't have to agree with it. That's all.
Yes, because then you also have those who are arguing.
But you're saying I'm a hypocrite, though. That just seems what you're implying, or I'm not being consistent, because I wouldn't apply this to
I'm
Mecca
not
or
saying
Medina.
anything. I'm only saying that this is how we side with the Christians. It still is.
But you understand, if Mecca was destroyed tomorrow, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to us. Because as long as it's destroyed.
You know, the problem is that what I'm trying to point out is that I'm not saying.
But if you can establish a church where Mecca is, and you can do this, but Mythos, I'm giving you exactly what you want.
You know what the problem is? That
I'll make this point, and then I'll let you run. I'll let you cook. If today Christendom gathers its forces and they invade Arabia and they invade Jerusalem and they take out our holy sites and they build churches and they throw they destroy the great, that's it. It would be a theological defeat. We wouldn't be arguing like, oh, why'd you build your church? We would be like, Islam is done. It's refuted. That's what you should be. When you see Hagia Sophia, you need to understand that the Christianity of the Roman Empire is defeated. Anything you're doing right now, this is all revivalism. That's all you're doing. Y'all changed the religion and invented an eschatology. Marble Emperor eschatology. Like, seriously, look this up. Why do you think Russia, they were calling themselves Tsars? Because they believed in this eschatology. They wanted to go and conquer Constantinople and prove themselves as the revival of Rome.
I think
y'all did what the Jews.
And the only one I see that we can discuss. Okay, the church, I think we give them credits for still having it running, renovating it, and taking care of that building. You know, that's one thing I respect them for. And not that they haven't destroyed it. You know, they haven't made a strip club out of it, or in some Western countries they have made pubs in their church. It's very old.
But don't feel like we have a strong attachment to this building. If Eastern Christianity got its shit together and they had a center of authority, kind of like how the Catholics did, and they came to make a permanent agreement with the Muslim world that is binding because it would be ecumenical, that building can be returned back to you guys.
We have something called Patreon, and as Christian Orthodox, we have. Here's the problem. How I see this.
You guys fractured just so you didn't follow this authority. That's why the Russians have their own.
Can I say something that? Please, I mean, it's you.
I promise the information I'm adding is helping you.
Yes, but I want to explain something. You know, in the early church, before the schism, we had 5 ancient patriarchs. So you had the Mother Church, Jerusalem, Antioch. They also have Rome. It's the ancient churches, jurisdictional areas, we call it, jurisdictional centers. Then further on in the future, you have Constantinople and Alexandria in Egypt. Okay, so we get the 5 churches. The all patriarchy were always self-governed centers that they had their own borders, jurisdiction.
There was no Constantinople during Christ. I'm just saying that's a fact, Mythos. What do you want me to let you build on an error? Like it would be against you.
Bro, you don't listen. The ancient church, for example, when Peter went to Rome, he established the church there. And we have the church that I mentioned. 3 of them is mentioned in the Bible. Then they established churches later on in the 300 to 500 AD. Then you have other places like Alexandria, and also Constantinople. So we are 5 ancient agencies. And those 5 ancient agencies was self-governed authorities. They all were in communion with each other. You had the Rome, Constantinople, and all those places were communion. They were in the same belief. And if I went to Italy Peninsula in the year 500 and go to Rome, I will receive the Eucharist there and partaking of the Mass or liturgy, as it were called. If a Roman guy or a guy from Italy, Naples, or whatever, went to Greece, to Athens, he would partake of the Eucharist there. So we were in one community, so one church. But the jurisdictions is something we need to look deeper, because Constantinople had its church jurisdiction.
I promise you, I know all the information about Christianity and the history of Rome.
I just want to explain more further than this, because the problem is Constantinople.
Always do this. Try to say the conclusion and see if I disagree or agree, because I could agree. You don't have to explain all this. Only if I disagree do you have to justify.
Yeah. So we still have the ecumenical patriarch that we call Constantinople today. Many people will say Istanbul. He's still there. Yeah? But meanwhile, one of his churches he cannot really enter because he's a Muslim. That's not one thing I want to address. So we still have.
Which church you can't enter?
You don't understand what I'm saying. That area used to be a church, a capital for the Eastern Orthodox or the Byzantine Church.
All of the Muslim world pretty much was Christian, at least Middle East. Now what?
I know that, and that's what I'm saying. That you have Antioch, who has the jurisdiction. I think they go into Jordan, I guess.
I understand this point. I agree with you. All right.
So, what I was trying to point out before was that Hagia Sophia is still a church, but they have converted it now to a mosque. Okay? So, and I think
I've been there.
It's a museum. Okay? So let's say when people say that it's not holy ground, the problem is it's still a holy ground for the Christians, but it's occupied. Someone made it do something that it's not. So let's say
it's only holy for those who hold to Roman revivalism.
No, because the Roman, the problem what many people don't understand, during the process when Constantine moved the capital from Rome all the way to the Constantinople.
Okay, I'll concede it's still holy to Christianity. All right.
Let me say this. He moved them to that area, and we can say that the Christian Empire. No, what I'm trying to say, the Christian Empire. We have 2 Roman empires actually. One, that I will not consider to be really Roman Empire, is the Germanic Holy Roman Empire. The German wants to have it back in the Second World War. And you can see Germany in the middle, like the Holy Empire, and it goes a little bit out down, almost around Vatican. Not around it, but a little bit through Vatican. That was the Holy Roman Empire. It was Germanic Empire, more or less. Yeah. But you still have the Christian Empire during the days. You had the Byzantine Empire that became the Christian continuation of the Roman Empire. So it wasn't like the Roman Empire died out, some people say. No, the Roman Empire lasted always to the 1400s when the siege of Constantinople. That's the Roman Empire, because Constantinople were called the second Rome, the second capital. So the Roman Empire in Italy, the city called Rome, was, I don't know, it wasn't the capital, I think it was Constantinople. So,
bro, no one's arguing with you any of these facts. Like, I'm not going to argue with you basic facts. Like, you're right, but you don't have to tell me about the history. I already telling you you're right. Like, I understand the history. Now, if you're arguing this is wrong, no problem, because it's holy to Christianity. Well, the terms were given. Don't say we weren't fair. As for, did the Christians do this before us? Yes, they have. So, and you're telling me that now this is holy to Christianity, so you're generalizing Christians. But when I tell you Christians did this, you're telling me, well, we didn't do this. We're not them. So it can't be both ways. Now, can this be rectified? Yes, it can. We have no strong sentiment to that building. That can totally go back to Christian governance. But you need to give us something of value. So what if you say this is the holiest thing for you, then you need to give us something of major value.
Okay, but again, what we can see.
You want us to return it because what? Because you believe in a sense of fairness? Or you believe this would be justice? But that's subjective to you.
Yes. I'm not saying otherwise. The only thing I'm saying.
But I'm not denying your feelings or how you think. I'm not arguing that. I understand you guys still believe it's a symbol and it's a holy site. No problem.
No, so what I'm trying to point out here is this: okay? Christians have made, especially the Western Christians, the Franks and the Germanic people. If you know that, if you look at early German, there is a book. I need to buy the book, but I was listening to people who went through the book. It's called Franks and Romans with Callistus Varro. I think that's the author. And he went through he was explaining one thing very interesting. He said, like Italy, north part of Italy were like Germanic, like not really, but like Latinized Germanic, and also Frankish and Germanic tribes.
And Franks and Norway invasion, yeah.
No, so they became very influential. Not only that, they also said if you look at some areas and cities, they had walls around the city. And everybody thinks that it's about to protect them from invaders. Actually, not really. Sometimes it was to collect taxes from the farmers that went out to the city to, collect the farm, collect the.
So old-time Germany. Okay.
So the interesting here, when I listened to the book, was that when you look historically, some of those areas, Wisconsin, you look at before it became Latinized, as you say, they still spoke Greek in many cities in that area, in the southern part of Italy. I would say from Naples, Napoli, Italy, Napoli, and down, even to the Sicilian peninsula. Island. Okay, so when we look at that area, they used to speak Greek. You still have people in that area that speak Greek in Italy. So when they were Christian, they were very common to the Eastern Orthodox view. I would say that. That's what I would say. Okay? But the problem that I see when we're talking about the differences when we look at areas and so on, you can see that now in Italy, it has been an awareness more and more people they want to have the Greek identity. Like Strato Magna, Sicilia Dua, Strato Magna.
Is it like DNA?
Not only DNA in that perspective, also cultural. They want to go back to the ancient roots when it was.
So you think they're just waking up and going, man, I feel Greek. I need to go back to the fatherland.
It's called Strato Magna Graecia Dua Sicilia or something like that, or Italian.
No English term for it?
Greater Greece.
Huh?
The Greater Greece.
Okay, but I'm not denying the notion of a greater Hellenized world, but are you telling me there are people in Italy who are feeling a strong relation to Greek identity and they want to be brought into the fold? I mean, that sounds interesting. I would like to see your explanation on this and if you have any references. I mean, I could just chat GPT that, but I never heard that before. I could see how that would be a result of DNA test, but that would be very interesting too. Because that would mean that they are comparing to some specific lineage, and I would like to know what that is. And I already pulled up the data a while back in our conversation on Greek haplogroups.
Because there is a lot of people, when you see South Italians, that particular DNA, many times refers to the ancient Greeks as well. Okay, so
I don't care about admixture, man. I care about your paternal haplogroup. If your paternal haplogroup is Greek, you're Greek. If it's
yes, but when you use the term, because I think that many.
I care if your mother was Greek.
No, I mean, like, I'm not talking about that either. I'm saying that the hologram. So when we look at, for example, those who are called to be called South Italians, why do they have a label, Southern Italians? Then there must be a breakup with the Northern Italians. And I mentioned to you that you have the Germanic and the Frankish tribe made a mess in the northern part of it, like in the middle and up. And then you can also understand that the Sicilian mob once upon a time were like rebels against the city state. And the big capital want to take over and tell them this is how like they felt oppressed.
Okay, they got subjugated.
I think more or less. So that's where you can see the mafia later on became more like what they are called mafia today. I guess it's criminal, etc., etc. But that wasn't really the case back.
So why are you bringing this up?
No, what I'm bringing this up is that a lot of people don't know that Italy also shares many old ancient Greek, because you have a lot of ancient Greek civilization that's been in Italy, especially in the southern part. Even a city called Naples was built by the ancient Greeks. So that is actually a Greek city. Not maybe the modern, they build new buildings, of course. The new buildings is not the Greeks, but you get my point. So many of the different cities that has been built up there, villages, whatever, is thanks to the Greeks. And those Greeks, they still live there and they continue to live there. So when you look at Halo groups, I think when you say Southern Italian, it means Greek. And that's what you can see sometimes with Italians, and I mean Albanian people, that when they take a DNA test, it says sometimes Greek Albanian DNA. It's very simplistic. But that's actually the Greek DNA that they share with the Greeks in that region. Epirotis, the northern part of the Greece area. So if you go to Greece and Crete, are having maybe a little bit different DNA than the Greeks in let's say, what's the word I'm trying to find? West coast of mainland Greece, but they are still Greeks. They share sometimes DNA. They still have the Greeks. And then you also have the invasion by the Turks. You have way back in history, the Ottoman Empire. So you also have DNA from probably other things. You have looting, rape, marriage, conversions, and so on and so on. But I think it's important to know that the ancient world today, like Strato Magna Grecia Dua Sicilia, I've seen that in Facebook. More and more people having almost more than 1,000 that are joining that Facebook, which is quite interesting. So it's not
No, it's not what they're offering. Man, you're Greek. Stop acting this clubhouse shit. Or Western, it's normal for us to have overlap. I'm not gonna get offended, so you can act normal. You're a guest, so just think of it as Greek or Palestinian. So we're very close in culture and attitude. Just religion adds the nuances. But honestly, I can't tell you guys apart from us. Unless you have like blonde features, which are not originally Greek anyways. So you guys are supposed to look very Levantine. So, like me, I get confused for Greek a lot actually. Palestinian.
Because you do know that who the ancient Philistines was, the Philistines.
Like I said, I recognize the Greek history of the land. I understand that we have. I see myself as we're no longer that, but we recognize the Hellenized history and cultural influence. We know we have.
Maybe Palestine should say this: we want the ancient roots to be started taking over here. We want the Greeks to.
The Greeks are in control of Palestinian Christian affairs. So Greek Orthodoxy is the predominant Christian denomination in Palestine. But unfortunately, the patriarch is not supportive or does not have power. He gets pushed around and land gets confiscated. There's a big battle over Greek Orthodox land, and we don't see where's. If you're going to showcase that you guys have power, influence, the best way to showcase that is to showcase that you have sovereignty over the lands that belong to the Orthodox Church. And you could just look this up. Like, it's bad, man. You shouldn't be worried about us. You should be worried about the Christians in the Holy Land and what the Jews are doing to them, because they're almost gone, man.
What I see is that, the Greek Orthodox Church, what you call it, Palestine / because it's actually considered to be called, if you are in the Jerusalem jurisdiction of Jerusalem. So it belongs to the.
You know, I took Greek in 5th grade.
Sorry?
You know, they taught me Greek in 5th grade.
So, yeah,
that's how powerful Greek is, like in our life, especially private schools, Christian private schools, which are all the private schools are Christian. So yeah, a lot of Muslims attend those schools, and the majority of the students are Muslim, but they're Christian themed. We don't have an issue with that. I have a lot of Christian friends, and they're actually more successful and richer than your average Muslim Palestinian. So there's no issue over this.
There's another issue that is also.
But the ones who are a real threat are the Jews, man. They hate your guts.
Yeah, I know. I've seen videos about that. But what I'm trying to point out is also one thing that I want to raise as an important highlight is that when we look at why did Constantinople become invaded by and here's the problem that a lot of people don't understand that it can take. They never really regained back their power after the Venetian and the Crusaders. Knight temples when they destroyed the sacked Constantinople. Thanks to that, we never came back to our strength again. And of course, the Pope did not say, "Go and do this." No, this was among them himself. Actually.
Yeah, the whole point of the Crusades was to assist the Roman Empire, and instead they sacked it, and then they took its territories that were supposed to be taken and given to the emperor. So this is what they did. These Latins can't be trusted, bro. But it wasn't even the Latins; it's the Franks, because the Roman Church appointed Charlemagne in 800, and they created a Roman rival. So they took the Roman name, which didn't belong to them, and they gave it to the Franks, the barbarians, who the Romans spent decades, if not centuries, of fighting them and their ancestors. And we go and you go, the church in Rome names him like a Roman emperor, and you get the Holy Roman Empire. That's not only wicked, that's theft, that's appropriation. If you're gonna talk, it's worse than Hagia Sophia. They stole the Roman name, man.
The thing I was trying to point out was that historically we can see that I need to check it.
They destroyed you guys because they took the Roman name. You realize that?
So what I just want to say that the problem with this, the problem with the sack of Constantinople was because of some type of debt. They didn't pay them for some type of thing. I forget exactly what it was. And so they sacked the entire thing. Hollander and I guess also Arabia probably killed people as well. And this was around. This was.
That's the whole meaning of sack.
I mean, like it was in the 40s.
You know, they stole even the books. You know, they had a direct list from the Vatican of the books they wanted. So they already know beforehand that there was going to be sacked.
I'm not sure about that. I would say this.
What do you think? They had a renaissance, man. They literally stole all the shit.
I need to just address this. The First Crusade, I do think it actually was like a type of action by reaction type of military action, what you call drill, that happened because of the Islamic, continuation in that region. But I do think that during the time, a lot of those so-called kings and, what you call it, dark dukes or some area or whatever, and influential crusaders, they did not probably do their jobs correctly. This is what I mean, like they could have made more better research. We need to remember that the armor they had was too hot to bear to carry their. So if they would be more organized and maybe station military in that region to get to know the people and the culture, not the culture because we still had many Christians there, but to understand the environment, they probably wouldn't lose that symbols like they did, as we had Fourth Crusade. We won the Jerusalem, so on, took it away from them. They won it again, it was taken away, and so on. It went front and back. But I don't think it's. I don't think it's.
I understand what you're saying, man. You don't have to tell me that, to justify, or I'm not asking you to justify why you hold strongly to Hagia Sophia, or why you even believe Anatolia should be Hellenized and returned into, or even if you decide to go on a campaign like Alexander the Great and unite the Western Hemisphere. I don't deny the legitimacy of peoples into seeking that or obtaining that. That is the human condition. So when the United States comes to the world and starts taking over territories and securing its hegemony, I don't go, oh my God, how dare you do that? I go, that is the natural course of an empire that is
but even
hegemony.
the word Anatolia, or whatever Anatolia.
But then there are acts of sadism that are not the attributes of an empire and its expansion, and that usually alludes to some other factor, and that sometimes turns to be some fanatical religious element like evangelicalism or Zionism, and some messianic fanatic belief. And that's where it's like, oh, okay, now it's personal, because this is not an empire expanding, you're attacking the religion. Islam can survive under empires like the Mongols came and took over. We didn't lose our Islamic identity. No one ended up converting to no sky god Genghis Khan, and everybody held. And guess what? What happened? Landing. The Mongols ended up themselves becoming Muslim for at least the Golden Horde and a few others. But so it was the other way around. So it's not an excuse to say like, oh, someone you got subjugated. That this means that this necessarily results into the reduction of your demographic. No, it doesn't. If you have a strong religion and this is more logical and coherent, it is not going to decline. And the proof of this is the Mongol invasion of the Muslim world.
Can I just jump into something else? I also want to say that what I mean with this land that you're talking about. Most big monuments are not built not even close by those Mongolian or the Genghis Khan. You mentioned, I forgot the name, but you mentioned some of those things. Most of the thing they took over was built by us that had the technique, had the knowledge, that was taken over. What we can see, the lack in Islam, what happened was the Second World War. We can see that how the Western Christians specifically, how they use people from other places. Just look at the African slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. We can see that how the British Empire had a lot of Muslim, they took over and colonized areas, the same with the French and so on. So they were the kings over those people. But look at now, even if, look at this, whatever you said, why should they become Christian? Not Christian, Greek again, have to be Christian, identity. Yeah, the entire Turkey, when you dig, you find findings. It's more or less.
Bro, you're just repeating yourself. I know you dig anywhere in Turkey, you're gonna find something Greek.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say with this is that means that anything that those who call themselves Turkey in that region are there, but they have no identity to it.
Okay, you're defaulting back to our the reason we engaged in. We already told you Anatolians are majority DNA-wise Anatolian, so you can't be saying these things.
No, I understand it, but I'm not finished with what I'm trying to say. And also, when we look at most of the people, the Turkish in the western part of Anatolia, western part of Turkey, divide Turkey in half. It's quite long, and go. Yes, let's say the further into the west you come to the shore, to the Greek islands, because Greek islands are almost like today, like it's almost in the shore, the Turkish coastal area. So you can see Turkey from the Greek islands. Okay, so when you do that, the further you go there, you will see low rise, maybe not always brown, but typical Greek Italic style in the features, the face. Yeah. But the further you go to the east, you may have more not Greek-looking features. It's normal. Yeah. You have Armenians, you have Kurd, you have different people, maybe even Arab, etc., etc. Even more probably people with more Asian look face, like Japanese. You know what I mean? As Asian. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that a of course, the Greeks have a real wish, like not only the Greeks, other groups in Balkans wish that would be Greek, run by the Greeks, taken care of the Greeks, and so on. We actually had, somewhere in 1919 or 1921, I think, I forgot exactly the date, but we actually worked, 1910, anyway, I forgot the date, but in the early 1900s, we were already in Constantinople. We had it. I think we were also in Izmir. We had the Kosovo.
Bro, you got to Afghanistan. You really gonna tell me?
No, I'm talking about the 1900s when we actually got our country back.
Oh, yeah, you retook Constant. Okay, nah, I wouldn't say it that way. There was no notion of there was no concept of states, but yeah.
Freedom of revolution, the revolution of the people.
You got independence, you could say that.
Yes. So during the process, we used to actually have the shore of what we call West Turkey. I would say the west coast of Turkey used to be Greek. It was like for a few times.
Of course. It was only after the population exchange that changed.
No, not only that. I think it has to do with the British people. I think that they expanded, they left us alone. Like, bye.
If you were expecting the British to fight your battle, that's not going to happen. The problem is that the Greeks refused to stick to the game plan of it. They got too excited and they made moves that were too premature, and they ended up, stressing supply lines, and they lost. You're not, and also the conditions of the.
I need to go. I'm sorry for that. But,
no problem. Yeah, it was nice talking to you. You can add me. I'll add you back. Yeah.
I added you now, okay? Have a wonderful day.
You too, man. Take care. That was an interesting conversation. I mean, he was open-minded, didn't crash out. But repeatedly showcasing historical connections of Anatolia to Hellenized culture and civilization does not mean that the land should be granted to people who currently identify with the nation-state of Greece. First of all, these people who are in Anatolia are, for the most part, indigenous Anatolians. Anatolia was not originally Greek. The lands that the Greeks contain today are bigger than their historical lands. These guys were city-states, so this was the land of the Hittites. And this is the whole Troy and all that. The people, historically, whoever was before the Greeks, these people were not friendly with the Greeks. That's another point. So you're going to claim a grievance, then a historical one, you're going to do what the Jews do. And then the people who can connect themselves to a higher demographic, they would have the rounds on you, just according to your own rules. So you establish the standard. If I beat you in your own standard, I win. Don't cry foul, bro. Hate the player. Or hate the game. Don't hate the player. Same thing happened with Roman Christianity, because what you see is Western Christianity. That is not Roman Christianity. Roman Christianity is imperial. And they lost. And they need to recognize this. Because they made the standard and they lost. They didn't have to go down swinging. Now, respect that they did and make the enemy pay for every inch. That's not a bad logic. But if it means it's your end, I would reconsider that strategy. They did not reconsider that strategy, and they had to be made an example. That's just what happened. Christians destroyed a whole Islamic civilization, the Iberian Andalusia. Cried to me about a church that Constantine built. Too bad. The inheritor of Constantine's line should have agreed to terms before Muhammad al-Fatih started firing cannons that he never seen that humanity has never seen. So should have thought about that when those big ass fucking elephant-sized cannons started rolling up. They listened to those dumb lions, and they fought a stupid battle where they ended up sucking the last resources of the empire and the emperor, and they went back to Italy, and they left him with his dick out. So that's just what it is, and that's the story they gave us. That's assuming this emperor didn't just leave with them and fuck the whole, because that's usually what irrational tyrants do. They value their survival, their lineage. I don't think this guy gave it up and went down in Balflint. Also, if he did, the Ottomans would have recovered his body. His body was never found. There's no Ottoman records that say he was, or that anybody fought against him or killed him. It's just a legend, really. But most likely, he might have died. Just not in the way they're describing it. Might have been betrayed by lions. I mean, if I was the Vatican, I wouldn't be interested in an emperor running around. You have no value, actually. You would be detrimental. Why? Because you represent a different sect of Christianity. Your existence actually is a threat. If I was the Vatican, I would have took him out. Catholics were never allies with the Roman Empire during the since Constantine switched the capital. He just, like, Rome was Rome. It had value because, like, hey, that's the capital. Plus the history. This guy just flips it. Now, he has his reasons, but now the West, which was only recently regained, is no longer receiving funds for development. It's not longer, security is not the empire's top priority. You go from a capital to a normal city that's been conquered by barbarians for several centuries. Yeah, you're retaken, and then you're, like, neglected. It's like, why the fuck did you fight the whole barbarians and all of that just to, like, leave me in a worse position? So they took a grudge on that one. They felt it was an insult to Latin identity. So that's why the church in Rome did what it did. Especially with the coming of Islam, the empire, Eastern Roman section, ended up neglecting that. They're like, hey, we need protection, we need an actual system that works, and he went crown shrine. It's just what it is. So people and entities and civilizations don't act irrationally. They all act reasonably. Now, can they evoke irrational things? Sure. Money makes the world go around, nothing else. People don't just do stuff. Massive collectives with logistics and supply lines, and money is coming in. There's a reason why money's coming in. And the reason is not to set yourself up for failure. If you want to burn money, you can go burn it directly or throw it in the sea. You don't gotta do the whole human sacrifice ritual. Not that that doesn't exist. That does exist. But that's more conspiracy element, not anything we can prove. Which you guys already saw in Gaza. That was an example of human sacrifice. That was a lot of innocents that didn't have to die. That was deliberately done, even when the Israelis understood that they couldn't achieve the main objective, which is not to rescue captives, which is to exile the Palestinians into Egypt. But once you knew that Egypt was already deployed its military on the border and that this wasn't possible without invoking World War III, your campaign should have stopped. But that they continued regardless of strategic defeat, it's like America, knowing they're like, all right, everybody withdraw to Vietnam, and then they send in all the bombers just to carpet bomb the South one last time. Like, what is the purpose of this? Just like sadistic. It's not something a military does. Military should always be extremely efficient when it comes down to the task delivered. It should be a chessboard match. It says military should never be like bloodthirsty, because that's how you know a bad military, just because if they're bloodthirsty or not. Think about Romans, extremely disciplined, even in phase of excessive desire for vengeance. And also, this is why terms are offered in the ancient world and Middle Ages. So, surrender peacefully, your shit don't get rocked. Resist, your shit gonna get rocked. And this is not about resist and you can win. That's a different dynamic. When you are offered terms and your defeat is as certain as the sun is going to rise tomorrow, which we're not absolutely certain, but we're certain, then you surrender. That just makes sense. If you fight, that means you believe in something absolute that's going to grant you victory. And no worries, man. We'd love to see this. Because this is like proof, so these moments are absolutely great to witness in history. And when you see the absolute opposite happen, someone really fucked up. Or it's God's hand. Divine providence. That's just how the world saw it. That's how we see it. That's how the world will continue to see it this way. Regardless of all the propaganda they release, and international law, and UN, and Security Council, and all the human rights groups that you see. Why? Because this is how things are structure-wise. This is just how central governments and a strong central authority and expansion lead to. This is why in the Quran it is described that the condition of mankind is to be of strife, that you would be enemies to one another. This is not a punishment. This is just the condition of living in this lesser reality. It's just the environment, bro. And this isn't necessarily punishment. It's part of the process. It's part of the human experience. It's just that humanity had to fall for this to initiate. So it was already bound that this would happen before the fall of Adam, at least from the perspective of the Quran. And so the conditions prescribed in the Quran about the human condition are not a punishment. They are intrinsic. And this is backed scientifically, natural selection, survival of the fittest, evolution. You have experiments that set up biologicals and utopias, and guess what? The result is extinction. If there is no strife, if there is no suffering, and I'm not saying extraordinary suffering, irrational suffering. That's the suffering where, you end up becoming stronger. that is necessary. And if that is gone, it's like what the Quran says, the lands would have ended up festering in corruption, and people would have abandoned prayers and the need to call to God, and through this, the whole dynamic of growth and evolution. And so everything would have ended up grinding down to a halt, and everything, like you see with your body, it starts decaying. And this needs to be more closer to what is actually happening when it comes down to geopolitics. You can see certain states like North Korea, for example. The more isolated they remain, the more difficult it's going to be to reintegrate them into the world, to the global community. Why? Because they are so isolated and they are been indoctrinated by this, tyrant. So they're like Pharaoh and the Egyptians as soldiers. God had to drown Pharaoh and his soldiers because it just could not be. They were that indoctrinated. They chased Pharaoh into the ocean. I mean, you got to be insane. Like, I understand military command, but bro, you're telling me to kill myself. I'm not going to do that. Especially if there's no executioner waiting on the other side, just in case I retreat. Now Pharaoh can go by himself. That just shows that they literally believed in Pharaoh like he was God. So you gotta pay attention to these things. And it's not like the Bible says like it was meant to be a utopia first and then we fucked up. No, it's not what it says. The whole concept of original sin is up to interpretation, and it's also does not stem from the Bible. So namely Augustine. So he believes he's a Platonist and he holds to gradation, so it's not going to be. That's where that's coming from. This is a lesser grade reality. No, it's not. It's literally the reality that is meant for us. We wouldn't really exist in any other reality in the way that you think people think, at least not in this matter form. People think that the world is gonna disappear or something. Like, people think heaven isn't in this realm. Like, dude, everything you're seeing is it. That's it. There's no you going on a space shuttle and traveling in a straight trajectory and you're gonna hit the second heaven or the third heaven or seventh. It's not how it is. It's not a matter of altitude or geo coordinates. You cannot see that. You just cannot see it. If an angel swung by next to the planet, you're gonna think it's a star or an asteroid or a black hole or whatever. You're not gonna recognize it. No one has seen a real angel. When angels show up, they don't show up in their real. They take the form of men because this is what this reality is. You can't take up a different form. You can't show up in your original form because the reality is not that environment. It's like a fish trying to live on land. The only way a fish can get on land is if you put it in a little glass and put some water in it. And it would be temporary. It's just a matter of scale. There is no above. Like, above is not what you think, like up. Once you leave Earth, up and down is relative. How do you know what up and down is? Plus, the Earth rotates. If you think like Mecca points up, And if you just like launch from back and go up, the planet rotates. It's not this understanding. Now, God only knows because induction, obviously, we can't make absolute claims. The only claims we can make are deductive, absolute statements from the Quran or from the Prophet, or at least the consensus if you're a Sunni, or even the house of the Prophet or Hadith if you're a Shia, not about those. Whatever. It's not the case. It's not a matter of altitude or direction. It's a matter of energy, and it's also a matter of scale. How do you know quantum reality is not up? When you're saying God is above, it's really an energy scale thing. It's not a distance thing. If you were a higher energy being, you would see things and observe things that are of higher frequency, and they would probably translate for you. We're just incapable of this. Also, this world is, or the relativity world, or the world where the Einstein's equations work. This is Earth. This is the Earth that God set up in 2 days and 4 days. This is not the heavens. The heavens are another system, and that's the system that was made in the last 2 days. And they were made 7. And hold and behold, 7 frequencies. If you go to Planck and black body radiation, ultraviolet catastrophe, you can see the rainbows, or you can see the rainbow. So it's an energy scale thing. God's throne is upon light, the quantum film. He's the observer that collapses the superposition non-local wave into local determinants, or determined things, particles, objects. It's just science too. This is not even my exegesis. It's just quantum mechanics and field theory. So the Quran never says to abandon discovery or learning and just, this is all. No, the Quran is the final revelation to all of mankind till the end of man's experience. So resurrection, judgment day and resurrection. So until judgment day, the Quran is active. And that's the miracle of Prophet Muhammad. You didn't witness any miracles of Prophet Muhammad. Why would you believe in him? Even if you presented a book that says, God told me God was, true, and we all need to worship God and stop worshiping idols and live a good life. That's not a cool. That's a nice ideal story you got there, but that doesn't prove anything. Prophets present miracles. Muhammad presents the Quran. The Quran is a miracle. What's the miracle? Is that it applies to every time. So every era of human experience. So if you're in the era of physics, the Quran should be challenging that era. How is it challenging? Is that it is supporting certain views or certain structures over other structures. Or it's leading to the discovery of structures that do align with the falsifiable data. Which were more in the second, the initial, not the latter. We're we're more in the latter, in the golden, or the era of Canaan, the golden era, in accordance to the West. So our religious understandings were leading us to discovery. Now we're finding the West is discovering, and then we're finding the Quran in alignment. So this is what it is. You're in the era of mathematics. It's going to be mathematics. If it's going to be cosmology, it's going to be cosmology. If it's going to be metaphysics, it's going to be metaphysics. If it's going to be medicine, it's going to be medicine. But obviously, that's Jesus. That's what the tradition teaches us. Is the reason Jesus has the miracles that he has is because he is in the era of medicine. So there's strong aptitude. At least that's the theme of the time, not necessarily relative to the highest scale of humanity and medicine. But in their time, that's how they thought was the big thing about their time. Like, we got medicine. It's a thing. So Jesus comes, and his miracles specifically are to, deal with that theme. So life after death. Like, dude, that guy's dead. There's no medical explanation for this. Clearly, this is a miracle. So if they can verify whether this is actually something extraordinary or if it's something logical, and the degree of the extraordinariness of the act. So again, God ain't gonna set you up for failure, nor is he the Lam of the Abid, nor is he someone who commits prejudice against his creation. He's not out there to get you. He's out there to give you all the means that require you and your collective to adhere to the truth, or at least to be held accountable. And God has ordained upon himself that his mercy would overcome his wrath. So he is always more merciful than he is wrathful. Once you exhaust those conditions, at that point wrath is allowed, but you're still going to have to showcase a final appeal. And after that, it's all out. God's wrath is great and extraordinary. So it's always the calm before the storm. That's one of his signatures. So whenever you see that city, that Roman city or Greek city that disappeared with the volcano, it was quick, but that could have been a divine punishment. So we don't know. Obviously, there are prophets that came to other peoples. Islam is not necessarily. Actually, there are foreign prophets that we don't know. They're already mentioned in the Quran. There are assumed origins of them, but we don't know. Yes, we don't know. The Kitover, we don't know. Yes is said to be associated with Hermes. So the one that shows up in Egypt. Why? Because usually prophets have these signs with them. They have this numerology, symbology, knowledge from the book. That's what it is. So the knowledge from God always leads its people into enlightenment. So God teaches man that which he did not know before. If you see after the coming of Islam, the Quran, you see math, you see algebra, algorithms, the sciences, chemistry, all of that, even pre-calculus, Riemann sums. The West didn't invent calculus; they just standardized calculus. But we were already calculating areas under the graph or approximating the area using geometric shapes, basic geometric shapes. We have the proof of all this. This is all Iberian Peninsula. We have so if it wasn't for the Mongol invasion, humanity might have been, launching satellites a few hundred years earlier. Lessons to be learned is every nation tested is going to experience or potentially experience what would lead to these tribulations. Just part of human civilization. Now, the miracle of Islam to the nations is the same that was given to Abraham. The miracle to the nations via Islam is that you will continue. That regardless of the human pattern where you see civilizations crash and fall and disappear into history, so they die, Islam will guarantee that you will continue as long as you adhere to its covenant. And it promises great riches and dominion to those who join it. So you can see the Turks, for example, which were part of Tatar. They were in tandem with the Mongols, which people, for the most part, converted to Islam. They might have not necessarily done so for faith reasons, even though there's really nothing about Islam that a nomad in the steppes, a warrior nomad, is going to say, like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Now, there's one guy, okay, I mean, nothing crazy. Genghis Khan believed in. Just called him a sky god. Different names, whatever. And over time and their success and their relation with Islamic communities, they were like, oh, actually, this is legit. It's the real deal. Like, look at me, I'm eating buff. All of a sudden, these guys are rocking the world for a few centuries because they're just the pinnacle empire. And only when the Ottoman Empire started becoming loose with Islam and the rise of these cryptic, crypto movements or hidden movements that we started, corruption started to expand. And the lack of reforms and the lack of keeping up with your enemy when you can see that the West is industrializing and you might have a different calculus because, like, you're not used to this whole interest thing usually, but these guys apparently they're making a science, and with usury you have to consume, you have to overconsume. So they didn't keep up with that. They thought human labor would be enough. We paid the price for it, which put us in debt, and they had to borrow money, and that was another mistake. So once you start engaging in usury, that's where you curse yourself. So that covenant ends up, the Islamic covenant works against you because the Quran says those who engage in this, to prepare for war. So, assume that God and his prophet are now enemies to you. So if your own covenant is now your own enemy, what's the point? You're definitely going to crash. And that's definitely what happened. But to be absolutely clear, the Ottoman Empire did not fall due to foreign intervention. The Ottoman Empire fell once the CUP overthrew the Caliph or the Sultan. So once they overthrew him, it was over. And that's where you see the Arabs, the Arab revolt. Because you're no longer abiding by Sharia, you're no longer a caliphate, you have no authority over me. Actually, you're in opposition to Islam now. You're out there banning Arabic and Islam, and you're actually Hellenizing a whole Muslim community, a whole Muslim nation. So it was not an affront against the Turks. It was against the secular nationalists who are adhering to Western agenda. Ottoman Empire didn't fall, as in due to conquest by its enemies. It fell because internally it was overthrown and the people accepted it. So they had to suffer. They had to suffer the abandonment of the covenant. But even when they abandoned the covenant, the Turks did not abandon reason or strategy. So reason and strategy, they understood, at least when it came down to their military. And when the military was failing to maintain the economy and the nation, it delivered it to the civilians. So, was it a smooth transition? Not really, but when it comes down to nations, it could have been way worse. Now you see the Turks are pretty much back on the map. We're talking seriously about a neo-Ottoman reality. Might not be called an Ottoman Empire, but pretty much something that has Turkey at the helm. But not as a central authority or caliphate that's dominated by Turks. Because the Turks just don't have the resources, nor are the Arabs interested in being undermined by a Turkish dynasty. Not that we have an issue with the Uthman and his dynasty with the Seljuks. But, that's going to be the price they pay. That you had leadership of the Muslim world and you kind of let that go. So, doesn't mean history can't swing around about, but you're going to have to regain that trust by truly dedicating to Islam in light of the current Western and Eastern threat. Which Turkey is building to. It's pretty much there. Just a few more things. And by the way, we're not dealing with the Turks. These are not actually the Turks leadership-wise. Turks, but that dynasty doesn't even rule anymore. You're dealing with Anatolians. You're dealing with Romans. These are the Romans. So this also should make you reassess any eschatology that involves Rome. So when we're talking about Rome, what are we actually talking about? Depending on the context of specific eschatology, Islamic, you can tell from the context that it's talking about the church or Western Christianity. But there are some things where the context does not necessarily imply that it is the Western church or Christianity. It would be the people. And there is no people on the face of this planet that can claim to be more Romans than the very population that was conquered by the Ottomans. Except maybe the Latins, and that has to go back before the, they got to figure that out with the Greeks before they come to us making those claims. You're going to claim to be Roman and you have no continuation. And even if you had if you had lineages that connected to Rome, doesn't make you an inheritor of Rome. Rome is an empire, multi-ethnic. So these people should be thought of as Romans who are Muslim, so Muslim Romans. But if you want to think about that hadith in a different way, that talks about Rome conquering Constantinople and then us retaking it, well, that already happened. How did that happen? It was, if the Turks are the Romans, which they are, DNA proves this, they ended up conquering the Muslim Caliphate, Constantinople, and they themselves are now being conquered. It doesn't have to be with death and destruction. It can be, I mean, there were a lot of people who died. It's not a joke. It's turning Anatolia secular involved a lot of persecution. So it is a conquest. And if you look at internal Turkish politics, nationalist and Muslim aligned Turks are at each other's throats. But it's the Muslims that always give the nationalists, they throw them a bone. So they always make sure that their strategy it feeds into the nation's interest. And that usually secures enough loyalist nationalists and rationalists, even if they're secular, to vote in favor of the Islamic Party or Islamic parties. So, which is what the Muslim political party in Turkey was able to do successfully versus the other branches, Muslim Brotherhood, in the MENA region, that didn't play smart. So that just proves Turks or these Romans are clever. And it also proves divine intervention. Like the Prophet says something in light of what has been happening with political Islamic parties in the Middle East and the experience of democracy, it hasn't been good. There's actually no successful Muslim Brotherhood faction or ideology, political party that has been successful without like a full-on revolution. Turkey is able to do this. Even in their secular mode, they were more honest, or they upheld its values, even though they weren't really good at it. But yeah, so prophecy has already happened. Now, this is not definitive, obviously, induction. Nothing's absolute. However, this should be a way of thinking about the world and understanding that how it's being presented to you in light of Islamic eschatology as if things are yet to happen in the future is not necessarily the case. We are actually, if what I'm saying is true, and a lot of these prophecies have come true, then we are more endgame than we think. And, you're as endgame, we just witnessed the Messiah, or a very messianic phenomenon happen in the world, and people didn't register that. Now, I'm not saying Jesus ain't coming back, but I'm just saying, unless unless Jesus is in a cave somewhere, like how the Shia believe the Mahdi is. Not that they don't even believe he's like in a comatose state. I don't know what those crazy, but still, yeah, he's like, no, Jesus coming back. It just doesn't go with the laws of physics. That's not something that the laws of physics would allow even under extreme circumstances. Like unless he like reconstructs him, but that's a big one. Even the Quran doesn't state clearly that Jesus is coming, but it doesn't mean there is no Messiah in the theme of Jesus, like messianic in the theme of Jesus. Jesus again is not truly understood even by us, but like he's a straight up miracle, so it should be thought about. Like, you know, the Son of Man only played a factor in the theme that is Jesus. That's all I'm saying. So the Son of God factor is not identical to the Son of Man. That's what Paul emphasizes, that the flesh is not what's significant about Christ, it's the mind and spirit of Christ. So, I'm just saying. But I don't deny completely or in absolute sense that Jesus' second coming would come. But I do want to highlight that there is a messianic wave in the world, and very similar to the theme of Jesus when his messianic wave was what? Spread of monotheism, the flip of ethics, so the system of morality and ethics and before Jesus and after Jesus are different. So people intrinsically believe, or they believe that their economic and political class or power class was intrinsic to reality. So if you were born rich, that's because Plato's world of forms, you're freaking rich. It's just what the code came with. You rich. So I must be better than you. That's just why I'm higher than you. Pharaoh's Pharaoh because he's just better than you. It's intrinsically better. So Jesus takes care of all that. Flips after you. No one could credit the Stoics as well, but the true mechanism that propagated this was Christ, at least the theme of Christ. Even in Christianity, like Jesus is barely 3 years. Like that's what it says. And, that number can be symbolic also, but like as in encompassing. So dynamic is 3. So very short. So he was counting on the effect. So he was like setting things up to run post him. And that's really what we see. And when you look at the world, post Gaza, October 7th, what do you see? There's a wave in the world, a radical wave where a lot of people are being converted all of a sudden. Where do you see that? Well, they were going from supporting Zionism or neutral on Zionism to anti-Zionism, rabbinic or Pharisaic. Now, that theme was only when Christ came, the Messiah showed up. cause a consequence. And this is the same thing we see today. And it's radical. Do not think like even everybody is paying attention to this, that like, how is it in 3 years that you have this like everywhere? It's like just this 180 happened. Viral videos of like Israelis around the world. I just watched one like 2 days ago in Brazil. And they were chilling and having a good time. I was like, oh, where are you guys from? And it was like Israel. It's just like their faces turned upside down, and one of them started swinging at me. These guys are not Palestinian. They're not Arab. They're not Muslim. People believe in Jesus and by mention only, and pretty much hold to secular, liberal, capitalist frameworks. This is very odd. Not even the most fueled billion of dollars, propaganda machines can pull something off this fast. But this is only a result of massive human sacrifice. What does that say about things? So, I'm just saying, I entertain the possibility, that the Messiah the Messiah has come a second time, as in a very messianic way. We would just look at its attributes and compare it to Jesus, and you'll see a lot of shared themes. So, I've given you some reasonable induction on that. Armageddon also might have already happened. This notion of a hadith that talks about Muslims aligning with an ally to defeat a third enemy, or aligning with Rome to defeat a third greater enemy. I believe this has already happened. This is the Soviet Union. This is us allying with the West and against the Soviet Union and defeating the Soviet Union. So, post-Soviet Union, or when the Hadith describes this, or the eschatology describes this, it says while post-Armageddon, that's when the Antichrist shows up. Well, post-collapse of the Soviet Union, that's when you got your Dajjal, which pretty much war on terror. When it's like fully exposes himself, goes all that. Era of deception, era of delusion, with its seat being in Jerusalem, which is a lot of people credit a lot of the problems in the nation and in the world and the Western atmosphere to the Zionists and those who have them within their circle. So that's just the facts of the matter. Now, people say, well, that's maybe what people aren't right. It's fallacy of authority. True, but that logic doesn't apply when we're looking at the human nature. So humans are not going to be, via their free will, overriding their human nature. And they could do that that on an individual level, they can do that on a scale is real. So, for example, like it's going to be really tough, and there's going to be a lot of challenges. But you know, the struggle in this is honored and it's blessed, and God's with you. Or it can be done at a major faith level, like Islam submission. So just the logic of submission followed by the logic of faith. So we just need to submit because, you know, that's God. We need to try this out and see if this works. If it's working, then it has to be God. Or even if it's not, it's working, so just show the fuck up in color. Which Islam describes the state as hypocrisy, and hypocrites should not be engaged with as an inquisition would engage with heretics or something. You know, you would just maintain abiding with them as if they were Muslim. And God is going to punish them in the end, the worst kind of punishment. But why are we not to address them here in this world? Is because it's detrimental. We end up hurting ourselves. Who cares? Like, think of him as cattle or as a machine. As long as he's doing his job, there's no reason to start problems. We're not like the Cowboys. Straight up stupid if you think about it. And desperate. But they had a Jew running that shit. So it was like throwing the blame on him. Yeah, so these are just several eschatologies that could have been applied. So it should shift your perspective on where we are in Islamic eschatology, how much has truly been, you know, possibly fulfilled. Recognize where you are in these times. You got to also understand that God isn't sending any more miracles. There's only the Quran. That's it. And then the major signs, when you see the next major sign, it's going to be the great event. It's going to be Deb. You know, it's just if that event happens where humanity knows for a fact God exists and that can't be denied, just like the sun can't be denied or the moon can't be denied, it's game over. That would be the major calamity that strikes humanity. And that's how humans will be believer and disbeliever. And it will be like written on their foreheads as it. Now, whatever reality that brings about, there might be some technology or something that somehow showcase if we're speaking the truth or not, or whether we're lying to each other or not. Might be. Who knows? I would assume humans would support an endeavor that would allow them to know whether the other person is speaking the truth, if the other party is willing to engage. Lie detector test kind of thing. But imagine this being something you could like carry in your hand, or you know, and I believe phones are eventually going to become obsolete too. I think it's all going to go into eyewear. If not, and the only reason why there's this delay with eyewear is, I think, because this whole, do we even need eyewear? Can we reduce this to something more like an implant or an external implant? So it's only a matter of time. But right now, they just can't put all of that tech into something that you would attach to the side of your head, and it wouldn't be a hindrance. But the technology is already available, so we can use brain waves, we can map them, these could translate to commands, and this could go through a software, and you would have an interface. Now, how this interface would be displayed. I don't know. It could be like a Dragon Ball thing, or it could be like I don't know. It could be something that connects to a screen on your hand or whatever. It could be verbal. It could be projecting. All these concepts are already being studied marketing-wise. It's not we don't know exactly how the consumer and the technology is radically shifting. We just might as well go for the jugular, the whole chip in your head, or external or internal implant that would interface with your visual cortex. Cyberpunk shit, which is just inevitable. That kind of technology would be sick. As long as it doesn't override, brain function. Which I just don't see how that would happen. But that could be a reality. We might not see it. Or we could. We might be pretty old, but it could definitely happen. So, regardless, whether this is like a metaphor or not, whether people's face status will be on their foreheads in a literal sense, or in some sort of like tangible sense, or is this simply that, after this, it might as well be on their forehead because it's not going to change. So, as in, the door of conversion is closed in the world, so you can't change. There is no more faith. So, what I am hinting at is the possibility of the great occurrence, or what's mentioned in the Quran as a deb. Now, this is assumed to be in also certain many exegeses, or it includes in many exegeses, or by many exegeses, that this is a creature of some sort. Although I don't, could be. Just don't see a dragon coming out of the ground and like telling people, like that kind of legend. So like a Smoth or whatever the Lord of the Rings bullshit is. So that's not what I think it is. Could be. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. But we might end up bringing back a dinosaur or some sort of creature. We might find some interesting DNA and we bring that out, and all of that, it's a sentient being. The fuck? How are you sentient? Like, you actually have cognition. What the hell? You can speak. It's like, yeah, bro, not only can I speak, but I have this passive ability that allows me to see the world and like certain structuring. And guess what, you guys know it says out there's like a God and stuff. You'll be like, how so, bro? You'll be like, here, let me show you. So it could be something like that. If we want to like really synthesize the two positions. But in general, from what you can conclude with the Quran inductively and deductively, is that this is describing a great occurrence, something, and that within this occurrence, it would lead to people professing faith or denial of faith in a way that just doesn't allow them to switch back and forth, which only means the opportunity for faith has ended. So, and this is mentioned, if the sun rises from the west, it's GG's. So, the notion of extraordinary signs by God that are signs, big signs, once the big signs appear, it's game over anyways. So, it doesn't mean the world ends. It means humanity will experience an era where it knows God exists. It actually can falsify that. or it has strong inductive evidence that just like science cannot be denied. So something like that. So when people are thinking yeah. So when big signs appear, that's it. You know, just like, nah, don't even bother. Don't even, God, you know, sorry or something like that. No. Don't even waste your time. Might as well just write it on your forehead and accept it. And live accordingly, because guess what? If everybody who is already on faith and this happens and they start saying to the disbelievers, hey, don't lie, you GG, bro, just own up to it. Now, once you get over all the stages of grief, denial, and all that, what it is that just like someone who's been told they have cancer and they're going to die in a year or two, what do? Well, you maximize your happiness. That's the logical thing to do. So, if believers knew that these disbelievers are fucked, even I would tell them, like, bro, just have your best time in this life. Yeah, enjoy it. There would necessarily need to be some separation to begin with, just to give them that maximum. It's just humanity, being humans. Now, if you want an argument in front of God to argue, now if I was a lawyer and I was going to be your lawyer, I would tell these disbelievers to kill themselves. So just like the command by Moses. So what did Moses tell the Israelites when he came down Mount Sinai? It's like, you know, the ones who disbelieved, it's better for God if you killed yourselves. And there's a debate on this, whether they actually did this or not, but regardless, either way is not a problem. So whether they actually did this, you know, God forgave. If they didn't, God forgave. But I believe they might have done this, which makes sense. You know, you don't want that kind of people in your group. And those people, once you signed on the dotted line and you witnessed major miracles, you were saved by Pharaoh and all the things that happened to you, and you still did this, and yeah, might as well. And when you kill yourself, you're going to be forgiven. So, you know.
Hi, I'm on the stage. Hi.
Hello. Would you like to talk about anything religious or geopolitical?
Eschatology is one of my favorite things, actually.
Okay, religious eschatology. Do you hold to a specific framework or
I could be
theological framework?
I'm not very informed.
You prescribe to the Hindu paradigm or no?
I do. You know, if you speak to me about it, maybe I will. You know, I'll be reminded of something.
Familiar with Hinduism a bit, at least structural.
You go by many names.
Yeah, I've changed that policy. So I mean, a lot of that has to do with like just making a statement, but no, you'll see it looming more.
Okay. I mean, like, you know, I've done that myself, and I've settled into this. So, you know, this
I've said Illumi only. Changed it.
Yeah,
Not just
so
Illumi,
yes.
Illumi only.
So yeah, I think I'm going to be Nara only.
Even my the way I interact will change. So Illumi comes with a specific approach, but I'll reserve these more genuine conversations to the house. That's what I'm going to test that out. So we'll see.
So yes, eschatology is something that is, I think it's something very important to be. I don't know if it's something about the unheard aspects of it, right? Because if it's truly the end of times, then the unheard has to be heard. So please. So I mean, it's almost, you could say that, these are the times that were prophesized. So that's my religious view of it. How do you feel about that?
If you look at my profile and just go to my bio, you'll see look from the bottom, you'll see the declarative statement of what I hold to or what I'm trying to bring to people. What I hold to in a way that recognizes or a framework of any religion or theology can recognize. I'm just going to read this. There is one absolute source, nous, and nous holding to the definition as in a knower. One binding structure of intelligibility, logos, and many archetypal disclosures. Tajali across history, submission is alignment with this constraint, and doctrines are tested by coherence without denying real eschatology. So I've already recognized people's different eschatologies and that this wouldn't be a problem as long as the constraint is upheld, which is to recognize that there is a knower agent of reality pretty much, and that this knower agent is timeless, but timeless in a dynamic way, so not static. So he's not the background. He's actually active, and that's just his timeless dynamic. So you don't ask like what God was doing before because he's eternally doing it. So this is all a dynamic. The notion that God can just like snap his fingers, or that he's in another location and that he could just snap his fingers and pop up right here, he could $1 million you, like break the laws of physics. I don't hold to that kind of notion of God. Not that I claim to hold to understand the complete modality, but I believe at this point very strong understanding. So if you want to share any eschatology, I'd be very interested.
Which is very
hold to the constraint.
Yes. No, I completely. I think I agree with your sense of the God that you were trying to describe. Nous. I am familiar with that. I remember reading something about the argument of the source, and yeah, it reveals itself in various archetypes,
Exactly. Hinduism very much actually names these disclosures, names them, and might commit to some iconography when it comes down to these manifestations. But Hinduism doesn't necessarily hold to the notion, it uses the word incarnation loosely. So Krishna is not like an actual anthropomorphic figure that showed up on Earth and conducted acts. He's an iconography of God's manifestation of his free will or sovereignty over the logos, so over the very order of reality without breaking the order of reality.
Krishna. Rama is the God establishing the logos. So he's the command, the law, the enforcer of law. So these are just themes that have been painted over God's manifestations or attributes or descriptions. Not necessarily held to be literal persons by the Hindu pantheon.
Yeah, no, I believe in the no limits kind of God. God has no, is everything that we imagine him to be, and we can imagine him to be. My God is the all powerful, omniscient God.
Yeah, I actually believe Hindus, if they can, it's a large pantheon, but if you can shift through all the gods and figure out the archetypes that they are fulfilling, then, and you can translate that to divine manifestations or attributes, you're in a position to explain God's attributes and interactions. I believe that a very vivid, in a very vivid description. And I use the description of some of the Hindu gods in describing theology or God's actions.
I mean, that's actually very, that's an area of expertise for me. If you see my work over the last so many years, it's been, aimed at catching glimpses of the ineffable views that you speak of, the Ram, the Krishna, that you have tried to kind of use AI to leave behind, like generate some art, right? Creative. Come back, I invite you to that art exhibition. There are
I'm already ahead of you. Maybe you haven't seen my pictures, or my images, but here I'll show you my Rama. I have some Hindu stuff here. This is my Rama guy.
Beautiful. You're looking at your pictures and they're beautiful. These are
Rama. No, it's here somewhere. Just have so many. Oh, here it is. This is a while. It's been a while since my doing some Hindu synthesis, but I've done it. I've done some key gods or disclosures or iconography regarding God.
Say hello.
I've become more understanding of what's up, man. Adi, brother, you come in, you say Salam alaikum, and then alaikum salam, or you could say it in the chat, bro. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay, but my brother is gonna talk to you. No.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, say hi to him.
Greetings. Nara, he'd like you to recognize him. So.
Yeah, say hello. Hello.
And there you go.
Hello.
Yeah, he's talking. No, this time. Say slow.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he's not okay. Say to him. Talk to him, bro. Yeah, he's from Brazil, learning English. Tell him.
So this is my Rama. Yeah, well, I put my depiction.
Say how are you? Ask how are you?
But Hinduism is not really that much of a synthesis can be found, actually. It's not actually that hard. Hinduism is not a paradigm like Christianity. Again, incarnation is the confusing word. People think transubstantiation. And they need to understand that God is immutable. And as long as they understand that, then... What's up, Swag? Like, it can't be interrupting, man. Like, I'm down to Holy Spirit and all, but...
Palestine. But yeah, I'm always encouraged. I'm always down to learn about Hinduism.
This is the emergence, and we're all in this together. So just happy that you were glad that all of us are here.
Yes, this is part of an overall process that is the human experience. There is
Something tells me that's enough, and that's enough. It's like
it's up to you. You're thinking you don't have any questions about the world, or you're not trying to get to the bottom of what you believe or your logic.
Every day, some of your brothers of purity.
No, they're not. I don't like those guys. I call them brothers of disparity. Try to trigger people with their silly title, but the problem is you're not doing research, you're not bringing anything new. It's very repetitive, very basic. If your whole attempt is to antagonize people by forcing them to do research and learning the hard way, y'all not very good at it. And that's what they're like. When you push hard on them, they'll say, well, we're intentionally doing this so people would go and learn. I was like, that doesn't seem actually doing what you guys think it's doing. It's just causing sectarian hate. And y'all also taking a name that really doesn't belong to y'all. It's just like kind of slandering that. So, but to me, they're mainly like Safahed, Sassanid, the revivalists. They glorify Persian imperialism. So, and they're attacking Islam from taqiyya, crypto kind of style.
Yeah, so it's
not necessarily all of them. That's just their dynamic.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Iran. I heard something terrible today about millions of people. I hope that's not true.
Billions? They drop a nuke?
No, I heard someone mention 6 million people.
Speak Jewish.
I don't know. 6 million? That sounds like an awful lot.
So, temporary suspension of negotiations in Geneva, and Americans are demanding that Tehran turn in its uranium. I thought y'all blew it up. What happened? So what it's saying, I'm translating it, obviously. The Omani foreign minister has declared that the American and Iranian negotiators have suspended temporarily, and that they would return negotiations later on Thursday. Meantime, Washington expects Iran to dismantle 3 sites and deliver all its enriched uranium. No, that's not going to happen. However, positive note, they did exchange creative and positive ideas during the talks, expressing optimism. The talks were 3 hours. What was approximately 3 hours. And it was while the foreign Omani minister and the nuclear agency, whatever, the director of that nuclear watch agency. Other than that, Axios is the one that revealed the hours and the key demand. Fox
Fox News reported from American officials that any deal with Iran would demand that they seize uranium enrichment and ensure that they will not revive their nuclear program. On its end, Wall Street reported from officials that expects Iran to dismantle 3 nuclear sites and deliver the uranium. So that was actually Wall Street Journal, which makes it more incredible. So they're definitely demanding that Iran seizes its nuclear everything, even if it was for civil. It's a stupid demand. It's not a demand that Iran is going to give in to. To abandon nuclear technology is not going to be something that a nation can tell a nation. That's literally why we have Nuclear Watch Agency. But once you say America has the right to tell nations what technology you develop, that's not the world we want to live in. If anything, I would give nuclear technology to everyone, ensure that it's civilian use by some committee of its neighbors, and international buy-in. That would be it, just because everybody in humanity should have access to the same level of knowledge and technology. So otherwise it's just going to be tyranny in the world.
Yeah, about that. I mean, I have my own experiences to talk about. I mean, what is nuclear fusion? I mean, you're talking about Holy Spirit. What is nuclear fusion or Holy Spirit?
I mean, this is not about God. God ain't going to be taken out with a nuke. That doesn't mean we can't be destructive to one another. We don't have to be. Exactly, but when everybody got nuclear tech, or they got like nukes, well, that's pretty much it. No one's really gonna be thinking to go mess around with that guy. He's got a nuke. Can deliver a so-called nuke, then it's GG. You're not gonna mess with him. That's just peace through power. That seems to be the way the world is converging towards. That's the answer.
The West is just concerned that if Iran had nukes, you wouldn't want to hesitate to launch them. I think that's an legitimate concern.
Really? Like, where would Iran launch those nukes?
Tell me about it.
You tell me. You're the one who's pretty, like...
Even the Khomeini, he wanted to leave a square inch of the ground.
Oof. Why do you think Khamenei is someone who's like...
Not just him alone. I mean,
wants to genocide most of humanity.
I don't know what's going on in Iran. Nothing.
Well, I'm telling you, he doesn't want to. Nor they might be a specific kind of a sect, but they're still Muslim. Muslims just cannot. We cannot fundamentally attempt to do this. We would be refuting our own religion if we accomplished something like this. We can't do something like that. Yet alone, what you're saying is crazy. Just nuclear radiation and winds and just nuking the whole world. You'd just be nuking yourself too. You can't do that.
Why else would they resist Iranian attempted nuclear fusion?
The reason Iran wants nuclear technology is because, one, it's necessary in the light of the reality that Iran lives in. It's because it's surrounded by, Sunni states for the most part, and Turkey and Russia. Turkey's NATO. Russia is practically a nuclear power,
I was going to say practically superpower, but I shifted. But they're still very powerful in the sense. And so Iran needs something to secure its national interest, and that's having a nuclear program where they can toggle into fast production of nukes if they require it, because you're literally dealing. Russia got like 4,000 nukes. So, and Russia is a rival, like this trinity of rivalry that's happening. It's Turkey, Iran, Russia. That's in the surrounding the Caucasus regions and mutual borders. So that's just the matter of it. So this is a national security thing for Iran. This is nothing to do with the Islamic mullahs and actually, if anything, it's the mullahs that are making sure that the military doesn't go full out with the nukes. This is an ideological line. Iran can't launch nukes at Israel, yet alone launch them at the rest. Israel's the Holy Land. Palestine, Israel. There's nothing wrong with the name Israel. But the Zionist state.
Some of the guys at Clubhouse
can't nuke the Holy Land.
Some of the voices I've heard here on Clubhouse, Matthew specifically, and there is another Indian sounding voice.
Yes.
They would not hesitate, for anything. They sound ravenous. Ravenously.
They're ready to defend the Persian Empire, of course.
So I can hear the words growling loud.
They're really just Persian nationalists.
The Fenry was louding. I can hear that. This is the brown.
This is all they got, bro. Like, what else? You're gonna take this away from them? This is their moment. So they wanna let them have their moment. But they're gonna take an L regardless of all of this. Like, even if the nuclear program wasn't dismantled, which I don't want it to be dismantled. Honestly, I don't think the region wants to be, because it's an excuse for all of us to develop nuclear programs. So I like Iran to keep its. Also, because I don't want to see a precedent of a superpower imposing on another nation the technology ceiling. So that's not acceptable. Technology should not be limited. And the only ones we have a reason to distrust and remove nuclear capability from would be the very Americans, because they have actually used the nuke. Not that I'm calling for that either. But the issue with Iran and having nuclear technology is that even if they didn't develop nukes for the purpose of attacking, the very notion that these guys, because Iran's a big country, the very notion that these guys could put a nuke together in relatively short time so they can weaponize the uranium, this is alone deterrence. You've already, in a sense, established nuclear deterrence. This puts you in the big leagues. This puts the whole region in a specific balance that is not favorable for the Zionist state, because now yet alone that we have Pakistan that has nukes and Saudi cooperation. So we already technically have nukes. We just don't have them on paper. And for the Zionists, they're terrified of that becoming on paper, because they themselves, their program is an open secret. It's not even something that the state actually officially declares to be a program. They don't actually officially state that they have nukes. It's like the most known secret in the world. So it's a balance enforcer. That's what they don't want. If Iran can just guarantee all the Sunni states in the region, I don't mean just the Arab world, but Turkey, then we're good. We're kosher with the Iranians. But they have another problem. If I do put my hand in hand with the Sunni axis, or even the United States, as a new
Western hegemony framework that will replace the United Nations. Because the United Nations is on its way out. This would also be an ideological defeat for Wilayat al-Faqih. If you know what Wilayat al-Faqih is, it's pretty much the Shia Caliphate. So what you have is the Shia Caliphate. If the Shia Caliphate ends up putting hands in hand with not only its ideological rival, which, by the way, the very specific strain of Shiism that they're using there is the Safavid strain, the one that was imposed on them by the Safavid dynasty, or Salim al-Awwal. So it's a specific strain that is hostile to Sunnism and sees fulfillment by the defeat of Sunni propagators. So alone, it's an ideological enemy, and it's already, they can't argue this because it was literally enforced and imposed by forced conversion, wasn't willing, by the Safavid. And they did this because the Ottoman Empire was predominantly Sunni, and how else are you going to justify Sunni Muslims killing each other? So that's what they did. So if your very ideology has it where this person is an enemy and you conquering that enemy is a fulfillment of your religion, what are you doing when you end up cooperating with the enemy? And not only that, that enemy becomes a superpower because of that cooperation.
Yeah, I mean,
You raise the white flag.
you raised the white flag, and I've been trying to raise it for a while, In so many ways, what has been unleashed, has taken a life of its own. These are matters of the heart, these are matters of the spirit, these are matters of roots, these are matters of cosmological importance. The little travails of human affairs are important from the vantage point of Nara, this moment. But what if the strife was like these rifts between, I certainly wish for death and destruction. I don't wish for infighting. So, Shia Sunni, they've seen the rise and fall of their leaders in modern history. We're hearing each other for the first time across I don't know how many lifetimes. There was so frank in India. This is a moment. It's a happening. It's an event. Everything else is far. So can you induct it, bro?
I like to believe I'm pretty good at it. I feel like we've had a discussion a bit so far, so you can judge me based on that. I'm not making any definitive statements when it comes down to the end game with Iran. So what I'm telling you is inductive. So it is not something that is an absolute truth, nor am I presenting to be definitely with absolute certainty, because anything can happen. A meteorite could show up tomorrow and take out Washington, D.C., and who knows what could happen. But if we always measure things, or we're going to predict things, we predict things with the variables that we can calculate for it. And obviously, again, anything can happen. But if things continue the way they are, and Iran is in the current setup, it is going to have to choose between being in, if it gets it
there's actually three. It ends up becoming a North Korea, so very isolated, and a huge military kind of operation to make sure that it doesn't close the strait as a consequence of this, which would be costly and hopefully doesn't happen, because it only delays the boom. And the good option would be if they just choose to join in with the region alliance and just understand that we're all Muslims, and we should just enjoy the prosperity of each other and understand their history, that they were forcibly converted into a specifically hostile doctrine. And the Khamenei is actually not irrational, someone who can be engaged with, and he thinks about things pragmatically. So if he can just, which hopefully he does, unless he dies and someone like pretty radical shows up, which hopefully that doesn't happen either. Things hopefully go in accordance to this, and the Iranians just realize that Shiism is going to be something that they're going to have to put an academic effort in supporting, and that's the only way they're going to be able to propagate this in the world. But they already know they can't do that, and they're just going to have to accept long-term assimilation is going to be the inevitable outcome. So as it took like maybe I think 100, 200 years with the Safavids, it will take probably the same. Shiism was always on its way out as a opposition, a political opposition within the Islamic framework. In a world of nation states, like, it's just no longer necessary to have a Shiism. So this is just simply a legacy of the Safavid Empire, and this is the ambition of Iranians who want to, which model do you propagate? Well, the model that works. So whatever model that works, the one that's true and tested, that's the one that you're going to go. That's the one they went with.
The operation Leviathan. I mean,
But forget about my analysis. There's also Jewish eschatology on this. Did you know that? Yeah. Talks about the subjugation of Persia and how Persia, due to circumstances, not via total war. So it doesn't talk about total war. This is Zohar, some midrash, but this theme is present. And it puts this theme in context of a fifth exile, and so a huge exile, a last one. And if you just play around for a second and just stick to the framework and forget about the events, if you recognize what Israel is, Israel by de facto has to be in the land and has to be persevering to establish the house of God and the community of God in the land. That is not the Zionists, that is the Palestinians. If you look at since October 7th, there has been an exile, as in people have been kicked out. And so we're suffering a fifth exile framework. If Israel has to be, if you're looking religiously, theologically,
I identify you and excuse me, trespassing or transgressing anything, because I don't know any other way to have a conversation. I would have to make some assumptions. Because you go by many names, and one of the names I remember is Gaza.
Oh, you were Gaza Winds? Yeah. It's looming.
Gaza is, I remember the Mr. Arafat very fondly. He was quite a regular on our TV screens back then.
Gaza Wind.
Yeah.
It's mainly to, shove it in their face. Gaza Wind shows up when you want.
fact is.
But I'm simply describing Israel in the theological framework, and if Israel is defined that way in that theological, how could it apply to these Zionists who are not propagating God? What is Israel? But Israel is those who maintain the house of God and establish a society, God-fearing society in the Holy Land. That's what Israel is. And this is historically correct, as the Jews are not necessarily Israel. There's a connection, and Jews can become of Israel, just like Christians describe Israel as the church, spiritual Israel. But Israel specifically is a condition that applies to the seed of Abraham establishing a community of God or a nation of God in the Holy Land via maintaining the holy sites.
Something about the temple of Israel.
Well, there is if you look at it from a theological standpoint, there is already a temple. There is a house of worship, just like what Jesus said in the Bible that says this should be a house of worship dedicated to God alone. And that is exactly what it is. What does the temple need to be exactly? It needs to be parliament? No, it doesn't need to be. Well, you can have parliament set up if you want. The whole temple is the Temple Mount, technically. So when we talk about the holy site, we don't mean the buildings. We mean the whole geography. So the buildings are just within the sanctuary, which they call the Temple Mount. We call it the sanctuary. So all of this is a sanctuary, not the buildings. Buildings are one of them is built by Omar, the other one is built by the Umayyad Caliph Abdul Malik, which I think was the third Umayyad Caliph. So yeah, these are the ones who built this. And so, not that we don't believe in the whole narrative of Muhammad and journeying to this land and being a representative and having some sort of interaction as a collective of prophets with God. And whether you believe in the ascension or not, that's up to you. But that's what it is. But why invoke the Jewish temple? Do you believe that they might have legitimacy to rebuild specifically what geography? Because they haven't shown us any evidence. We just know that it's within the region. They found some things that hint at a temple, not under the Temple Mount, but within Jerusalem. They found like that stone that says, Gentiles are not allowed to cross at this point. But this doesn't mean that the temple, they've dug tunnels under there. There is no temple down there. You found all kinds of Roman shit. As long as it's not an attempt to destroy or jeopardize the infrastructure of the sanctuary in any way, I don't really care. I want them to know for a fact that there was no temple down there. I'm not saying the temple isn't in the radius. I'm just saying y'all not understanding history or intentionally being obtuse because that Jerusalem was destroyed. This is not the old Jerusalem that was destroyed after Bar Kokhba. This is Iliyat. This is what the city is called, actually. So it's a new capital, a new city. So this is built on top or adjacent. There's an overlap with that Jerusalem that was burned down, Bar Kokhba. So this is not the same Jerusalem. We keep telling that to people. Like, we Muslims did not build this site because we knew the temple was under there. No. There was a temple of Jupiter up here, and this was a good space, and It's like, build this, and we knew that this was somewhere in this region. There's the temple established. We don't care about the exact coordinates. We're not like these dumb Jews. It's as long as it's in that region, there's a house of worship for God, we're good. But now that they made this on along with this whole, temples under there, and not like we ever forbid access to Jews up there either. Jews can go up there. We literally worship God. There's no problem between us and Jews. They don't think we're disbelievers. They literally accept that we believe the same God. Not only that, but they have to believe that we have spiritual connection and a spiritual covenant with God via Abraham and Ishmael. God has honored his covenant so far with us. Abraham, the blood covenant doesn't apply to them. Israel as a covenant doesn't apply to them. And Islam as a covenant doesn't apply to them, except in their engagement with that covenant as a hostile. That's it. No issues with these clowns because they're not threatening whatsoever. Judaism doesn't threaten us. It's outdated. That's all it is. And all that Islam is gift of turning the hand of time. And we're not going to remove anything. And y'all don't even want the temple to begin with. If it was up to me, I would remove the Dome of the Rock. And I wouldn't remove the other one because it doesn't need to be removed. Like, how much space do you need for the freaking temple? So build your temple, but by building the temple, you understand you have to impose the law of Moses. But if you're building the temple in the sense like this is supposed to be some sort of new Mecca, and you're going to just turn this into a super mall or something, nah, that's not going to happen. So we need, if it was up to me, I would need guarantees that they would impose halakhic law on Jews. And they're never going to do that because Israel is a secular Western-style democracy that is actually just an ethno supremacy state. So that's what it is. They don't want religious law. They're actually very much against it. The whole project of the Zionist state is to eliminate the problem that Europe had with the Ashkenazis, which is that specific strain of Judaism that turned them into a nation in a nation. So they wanted to get rid of that. And Israel actually ends up eliminating that. It's part of that process. They simply don't perceive what's happening to them. They have been cursed. They don't see that they're like cattle who have been tricked with a lot of food and a lot of room and space, and guess what? They've actually been fenced in and all very radical. And so what we need to ensure is that these people don't end up resorting to some sort of Samson option. I don't know any eschatology that implies any sort of major destruction or any of that to the world, but they have threatened to use this option. So we cannot kill box them. And the plan is not to kill box them. We don't need to total war the Zionists. All time is on our side. All we have to do is make sure that we develop our nations and have within our ability enough leverage to impose on Israel peace. The doctrine as a state is peace through power. And so that's actually our strategy, peace through power, because we have the numbers on our side, and once we have the numbers, time is just working in our favor exponentially. You know how population growth works. It's exponential. So we'll Arabize them in less than a second. Which they're already pretty Arab anyways.
I mean,
This is just based on current growth rates, assuming there is a long-term peace that doesn't necessarily to state but maintains in the current regions and allows for the average prosperity. So we're assuming long-term peace. The numbers literally end up in less than a century. You have to be active. You can't be passive. You can't be waiting for, if they truly believed in God, they would be waiting for that meteorite or divine intervention. They don't have that in their books. Rabbinic Judaism doesn't believe in God the way we believe in God. They believe in God like Star Wars believes in God. They believe in the Force. They believe God is something that you can, blow and use. And
from their perspective, right? When you're masters of the universe and you have all the wealth and power in the world, you can change lives overnight. You can those around you, right? You can influence in small ways, little things, little changes. Over a period of time, they all incrementally build up. They become they lead to compound exponential growth, right? That's the whole attempt at AI. This technology and this quest for resources, right? I think could also be a flashpoint that they could trigger unknown, gods being gods, I guess. Should we allow, as citizens of the world, should we allow these giants to have their way with us? I don't know. I feel kind of strongly about it because if anything, if Clubhouse experiences to anything to go by, there are some who would rip out the guts inside out. That's the extreme level of that.
Yeah, I understand there's a lot of blend, especially younger crowds like 20s or 30s who are going to say all kinds of, or maybe your own kin to go and die in a conflict that isn't going to benefit you in any scenario. You go to war after you have concluded with a high percentage that you're going to be victorious. You don't engage in these half-ass wars. People who do that are usually end up losing. So, art of war, you win the war before the very war itself. That's what proves the United States also ain't ready for any sort of escalation because they have not set up. You can clearly tell that they're not. They don't have it in the bag. The United States got you when they have it in the bag and you can see it happening. No one in the region sees this happening. But that doesn't mean Iran won because America doesn't need to strike them. They're already causing. Look at all the deaths happening. They're in the thousands. I won't say 10,000 because I think that number's crazy, but it's quite a few thousand. Now, that alone, I'll just keep that going long term. What's the problem? Iran is going to buckle regardless. The end scenario is Wilayat al-Faqih is pacified. That's all what anybody wants in the region. Or that is what the Sunni axis is willing to guarantee Iran through Turkey in return for joining our alliance, which we are telling them America can help us once we gain the advantage. We can negotiate with America. We already have an alliance with America. America does not want to kill us. America does not want to destroy us. America's survival is based on us. We made America post-Nixon shock. The petrodollar is what keeps America hegemony. If we want to blow up America, all we have to do is blow up all the oil. Blow up OPEC tomorrow or start undermining the market. We would destroy it, and they wouldn't do anything because they don't have the money.
No point doing that.
But we would be destroying our own wealth too because our wealth is in dollars. So the petrodollar deal and King Faisal and the other state.
Yeah, sounds like a piece of that.
The only wild card is the Zionist again, because they're messianic fanatics, and history has taught us to take messianic fanatics seriously. And the second one is going to be Iran double down on its religious eschatology fulfillment. So they would topple this guy, or he would get sick and die, and then some extremist mullah comes out and he declares Shia jihad, and all of a sudden the region implodes. So, but that's a very low probability scenario. True probability, Iranians are reasonable, so they'll just take the L. They're not even about the whole Wilayat al-Faqih anyways as a population. They're not invested. They just want to live a good life, man. Peace. We want to give that to them. You want to be like Turkey, right? That's what they really want. Turkey, they love going there. There's a lot of Persians in Turkey. Actually have a sizable population living there. So if that's what you want, easy. Just join with us. This is their real test. And if you look at the news, Turkey and Iran, you're going to see that Turkey is very interested in this working through. I actually have money bet on this, so I need this to work. I need Iran to agree to a deal, hopefully not the abandonment of the nuclear program, but some sort of settlement where Turkey has a role or has a strong role, or clearly we can showcase a role of Turkey in this deal. It's $1,000, man. I need my 1,000. Yeah, something else. So really counting on this one. But so they're not going to do that. Why would you do that? They would do a strike after Ramadan, or they would do it in a very vulnerable time at the end of Ramadan, which would be like the 27th or the 23rd. Which, again, would be really bad if they did this, even if it had a strategic advantage. So, really bad, because, again, it would blow up the region. You'd be declaring de facto Shia jihad against you just by this very act. So you have to wait. They have to wait till after Ramadan and after the Eid. So it's a good time to negotiate. And this doesn't mean the pressure is off of Iran, because again, they have to deal with the internal currency fluctuation and the economy. How can you run an economy when your currency isn't stable? So the only one who could fuck this up are the
create more money. Rich and happy.
We created a system where you can print out money. Like, we're good. It's just we need nations to actually be rational and work in their interest. Doesn't mean they have to be paragons. It just means when you get checkmated, you just drop your king. You don't go and flip the whole table. Don't get mad because you already knew that this battle was not going to go down your way. Like, the chances of your strategy succeeding were very low to begin with. Whether this is the Zionist or this notion of Safavid 2.0 empire, this is not going to happen. Why? It's too late because the demographics are already way lopsided in the favor of the MENA Sunni world. We don't have a growth rate problem. We can sustain our population. We can recover even in cases of war. We're good. War comes at a cost. You might win a war, but what does this do to your demographics? How much did you lose? What does this do to your long-term trajectory? All of that needs to be calculated for. I don't see the Iranians doing anything crazy. But like everybody, I'm just in
enjoying the show. So these are things that just sit back and relax, because it's the true way to determine. But I always like to be right, so I've been right so far on quite a few things that happened in the region. Everything has been going in accordance to what was expected. I couldn't predict the timelines of all this. They completely surprised us with that. But that kicked off a whole bunch of events that you could tell what, or induce what they could have led to. It's pretty good. Yeah. Predicted the fall of Assad. I predicted the fall of. I didn't predict the assassination of the head of Hezbollah, but I've predicted that they would lose their influence and their support as a consequence to the fall of Assad. I've been, since the beginning of this, when COVID, I've spoken about the rise of the Neo-Ottoman Empire, which the Sunni axis. So I've highlighted that. I've highlighted Saudi, Turkish, Egyptian triangle, that necessary triangle. So fighting force from Egypt and your monetary kind of support from logistic from Saudi. That's really what we need. Iran would just be extra support. That would be great. Relatively quick. Which again, we don't need this because Turkey's already done way more than this. We just need to kick Turkey into high production once they get all the technology, which they're about to, submarines they should already be building an indigenous submarine. So once we get the submarines and once we get the engines for the stealth fighter, the 5th gens, no one's gonna fuck with us after that. And the United States knows this, so they're actually building a whole new global order because of this. Israel they're not aligning with the notion that our interest trumps your interest because you're our bitch. And they seem to have forgotten that, so we're gonna remind them. We already did when we stopped the whole war in Gaza, and now we have American troops over there. As at the time, American troops are in the Holy of has been deployed. That's extremely significant. People never take that into account. And soon, with the Indonesian forces showing up as peacekeeping forces or whatever, multi-international, is predominantly going to be Muslim anyways. Israel's spot, like, come on. Forget about that. Jelani is building up a whole Sunni army, battle-hardened. It's going to be backed with Turkish top-of-the-line. Zionists don't want the smoke. Now, are they going to self-implode because of the stress and the anxiety of the strategic L? Yeah, that's the worry. That's exactly what's going to happen. Because God has stated clearly what they do when they get defeated. They tear down their own buildings. They tear down their own shit. That's literally what they do. And the Quran can't be wrong. If it is wrong, then it's not the Quran. But see, these are one of these prophecies that the Quran tells you that people don't pay attention to. It's like, if they don't do this, so the Quran is making a prediction.
just the way I like to speak when presenting the Quran to a mixed audience, or even the Muslims. When talking about Islam, we should be as objective and academic as possible, because that shows anybody listening that we are adhering to academic standards and we are actually seeking knowledge and truth, and not simply to reinforce a dogma. You know, highlighting or showcasing fanatical expression when having discussions of faith and multi-faith congregation don't serve us. The reason Islam was able to spread, especially our top scholars, actually a strong percentage, they're overrepresented in the golden era, because Arabs were mainly maintaining like civil rule and, you know, going out and fighting wars. These guys were, you know, thinking. They already had that thinking class going on. So we inherited this intelligentsia, ended up spawning some of the well-named scholars that we know. Avicenna, Al-Izmi, Al-Azhari, even though I don't like him. And many others. Now, in context, these people spoke Arabic. Arabic was practically like a first language. People grew up on Islam. Their accomplishments are our accomplishments. So we don't credit this to say Muslims, but we don't ignore it that he is Persian. Nothing wrong with that. But no beef with the Persians. Muslims, and especially my guys in the Middle East, North Africa region, need to understand that Iran, for the longest time, was Sunni. Almost 1,000 years. Actually, think of it, 1,000 years or a bit over. Contributed greatly to Sunni Islam. And just because some Turkish sadistic dynasty decided to show up and impose and do demographic change and do what Stalin did, does not mean that we forget that these people were once their ancestors, at least a portion of them, a strong portion, helped propagate Islam. So think of them as your long-lost relative who got raised by some Jews. And your relative really want to kill him, or would you prefer he comes back home? That's the logic. Since no one has come to the stage to interact with me, I'm going to assume this to be the conclusion of my monologue, which is just me thinking out loud and filing information in my head. I just do what you do when you sleep consciously. But I'm already reaching the blank. Forgetting there are now categories on Clubhouse of faith. Okay. What is free will between Muslims and Christians? All of that is done, or it's all gone. Well, we accomplished what we were set out to do. Neutralize that kind of snap. But I mean, what is the snap?
Do you see? Isn't this a different Tucker?
Not really.
Well, but not really, but it is. I mean, let me continue. But do you see, like, he's even saying he doesn't have a problem because he sees the money that goes to Israel in the benefit of the U.S. I'm going to repeat that.
Actually, but I thought it was. No, I know it's not. But to the extent that we think we know, I think countries should act on behalf of their own citizens. That's the basic idea in democracy, okay? And there's certainly you could make a case that whatever we're giving to Israel this year in the form of direct aid, military assistance, loan guarantees, however we're doing it, is good for the United States. I think you just have to make that case.
Why is it good for the United States?
Well, you can make that case.
But why is it?
I'm not convinced.
What is the case?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to be an advocate for it. You are a vociferous advocate for it, so why don't you tell me?
For what?
For USA to Israel in the current conflict.
Actually, I'm not expecting a view about that at all. I'm just curious about the difference.
You're not an Israel hater, are you? What do you think? What do you think?
He's not implying that, though.
I don't know. What problem do you have with Israel?
I have no problem with Israel.
Like this. They secretly hate Israel.
I have no problem with Israel
Feels
whatsoever.
like you do. Is Netanyahu a dictator?
Actually, I don't like Netanyahu. I think you should. I think
Israel.
I think you should go. No, but that's what. Let me just ask you one more time.
Hang on. Now we're getting into. I'm not comfortable with this.
Here's my question.
Should any platform? That's my question. You just said you don't like Netanyahu.
I'm trying to work out whose brand suffers more when we platform each other. But let me ask you this.
I'm gonna need a second.
One more time, just quietly for the people at the back. You don't like America getting involved in helping Ukraine against Russia because there's no national interest for America in doing that in your eyes.
Well, there's a negative national.
Okay, so that's one. So I get that.
Using the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency.
Okay,
this war.
All right. So fine.
No greater
So that's your the opposition is America first. There's no interest for America. Shouldn't be doing it.
Every country.
It's a problem between Ukraine and Russia. Okay, that's fine. A lot of people have that view. I respect it. What I can't understand is the difference in your logic and principle about supporting Israel in its war with Hamas, which is many thousands of miles away from America. There's no direct.
I've been a great advocate for the war. I missed that part of the conversation.
Well, you support America supporting Israel. You don't support America supporting Ukraine.
I don't support America supporting any nation on the planet to its own detriment. Every element of our foreign policy should serve the United States.
Okay.
That's the point of our government, is to serve the people who live there, called citizens. That's what democracy is. There's no other reason. So if I'm in charge of a country and I decide, actually, I should do this because people who pay me want me to do it, or I'm making money to do it, then I'm by definition illegitimate. That's not democracy. That is a species of oligarchy or whatever. You can assign a name to it. That's not democracy. So I just believe in our system. And our leaders should act on behalf of their own people, or what they think is their own people's interests. And I would apply that to Israel. I would apply it to Ukraine. I think there have certainly been times where we have benefited from our alliance with Israel. It was an alliance, just like we have an alliance with
Israel.
I don't know what ally means.
It's short for alliance.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah, it's funny. I never understood you. You got me.
He doesn't know what allies mean, but he said he's an ally to his kids.
My English linguistics.
You guys have been.
Okay, I think that there is still a little bit more when he speaks about Israel, but I think that that's a little bit the turning point of Tucker, because in this interview, he was, I mean, not explicitly and not with his teeth out, but he was sort of defending even the funding that USA was sending to Israel. Like, he's happy with it. So, and this is just 1 year ago. It's on the 31st of January of last year.
Yeah, I don't know if he was explicitly defending Israel.
He was not defending, but he was not attacking.
Skeptical.
He's skeptical, yeah. But it's not the same Tucker, Simon. It's not the Tucker that right now is just like viciously, going after Israel and just like completely all the time attacking it. It's different. Something happened after this.
Because then he was standing up for his Russian backers. Now he's standing up for his Qatari backers.
No, but this interview, they were actually discussing Russia-Ukraine. And he was for Israel.
Russia was okay with Israel back then. They only got upset at Israel in 24 because Israel supplied weaponry to Ukraine.
In England, Meyer, this is 31st of January 2025.
Yeah, he was completely in the tank for Russia then. He was arguing Russian arguments. Anti-Ukraine is just a small part of it. He was talking about American foods being poisoned, the Russian talking point. He was talking about how the grocery stores in Moscow are so clean and neat and nice.
Yeah, I know all of that. But that has nothing really to do with Israel.
That's the point. It does have nothing to do with Israel. That's why he was very neutral on Israel then. But in the last couple of months,
we were talking 1 year into the 7th of October war.
Yeah, because then he was. I'm telling you, it doesn't do with the war. It has to do with Tucker. When Tucker left Fox, he was spewing Russian propaganda. Now he's spewing Qatari propaganda. Why that changed, I don't know, but that's the change.
Meyer, but my point is, so he left Fox like 3 years ago, something like that, and he became independent. Then this interview, he was more or less consistent with his thoughts, whatever. Last year, 1 year ago, on the 31st of January, he had this interview with Piers Morgan. He was in Saudi Arabia. They were talking about Ukraine, Russia, and Piers Morgan challenged him on his views on Ukraine versus Russia, making the comparison with Israel, Gaza, because Tucker had a pro-Israel stance in the war.
He was neutral about it.
But he was okay with the money that the U.S. was sending to Israel.
Right, but where am I not coming through? Because when you're talking about Russians' involvement in American politics, they don't care about money going to Israel. That's not an area that they're so worried about. There was issues with Syria. There was a understanding between Israel and Russia of what Israel can do in Syria and how not to hurt Russian soldiers. That's why when Zelensky came and asked for the Iron Dome back in the beginning of the war of 2022, Israel said we can't do that. We have Russian soldiers on our border. That's way too dangerous for us. But since then, Russia has left Syria. And the relationship between Ukraine and Israel has changed. And Tucker changed. He's now working for Qatar. He's taking
that I understand that he's working for Qatar, but that's my whole point, that something happened after the 31st of January that completely made him take a 180-degree changing of position. And so in this interview, he's still neutral. He's sort of pro-Israel still. And then something happened, I believe that it's Qatari money, that he completely shifted his position. And he became a pitbull for Qatar. And always shifted for Israel. But it was just so evident.
Yeah. The Russian, Qatar, Iran, China alliance has gotten stronger as well. So there's no conflict between him being the mouthpiece of Qatar. But yeah, you can clearly see the propaganda shift. The anti-America Russian side, the anti-America Qatari side is his shift for the last year.
I mean, to be fair though, even my views shifted a lot. I don't know.
Well, the people that mold your view are coming from a different angle.
Honestly, it's not so much what I'm listening to. It's more just literally observations and what I'm hearing. The Zionists say, and it's rubbed me the wrong way so much.
How do you hear what the Zionists say?
Oh, sure. When they were speaking at the
what's that Jewish Republican conference that they had in Vegas. You had the Jewish World Congress. Of course, Greenblatt is a fucking faggot, and he always runs his mouth. And then even what's come out of Netanyahu's mouth, and they've, for example, this social media or information campaign that they're doing, where they managed to convince Congress to force the sale of America's TikTok, and then Larry Ellison buys it.
You're clearly listening to heavy propaganda. Like you just.
But no, but Netanyahu said this was when he was at the influencer conference here in the United States. He was outward. He was saying it like that's our most important goal because of the young. That's particularly influencing the young people. It's not.
Yeah, so what he was saying was, which should be obvious to everyone, that there should be a better PR campaign. I mean, he's basically parroting Charlie Kirk's letter. There should be a better PR campaign. The people that you're listening to have taken that to mean that they're trying to infiltrate TikTok. It's humorous. It's silly.
I mean, only if you want to hear that is what you're gonna understand. Like a guy who's clearly like the whole world is against him. He's saying, yeah, like the amount of PR against us is insane. Like what's actually happening is not what these people are saying. We have to fight back and actually like make sure that the facts remain the facts.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I'm not. I mean, even Mitt Romney, others, after they did that vote, they had said, yeah, no, this was because of the anti-Semitism or whatever they were calling it on TikTok. And even if we were to look today, like one of the biggest criticisms you're going to get on the right are going to be two specific things. We don't want the Zionists or Israel to get us involved in a foreign entanglement. We're tired of sending them money, and then it's kind of like we look at what's happening today. It's like what's happening. Oh shit, yeah, it's Israel's literally trying to get us to do a. I don't know what the fuck it is they want us to do.
More false propaganda that you
exactly like you say.
Let's backtrack a job. This comes from you pretending that Israel pushed America into the Iraq War. Nothing is further from the truth. It's like such a retarded allegation. Israel did not want the war. One man who was out of parliament government at the time, Netanyahu, came to America and supported an ally as a friendship, and that turning that into everything.
Didn't they actually advise them not to?
Yes, they told him not to. They asked them not to.
Yeah, I'm not conflating Iraq. I'm not conflating Iraq with this.
Okay,
I understand Ariel Sharon was president and did not want it to happen.
Sorry, I interrupted, but
so that foundation is completely false. Now, what's going on now is what people on the right who want to destroy America, it's very scary, like Nick Fuentes and that crowd. They want to uninvent America. They ignore it, call themselves conservative. They're not conserving anything. They are arguing that because it'll benefit Israel to go if the U.S. destroys the mullahs, therefore we shouldn't do it. Our interests align. Like I'm sorry for Nick Fuentes that the interest aligns with Jews. Like I can't help him, but our interests align. They killed thousands of Americans, and they want to kill Israel. You know why? By the way, because they hate democracy. They hate freedom. So they'll attack the country that represents democracy in the Middle East, and they'll attack the country that represents democracy in the world. Unless you hate democracy, like Nick Fuentes, you should be against Iran, whether it helps Jews or not. This is like pure propaganda that you've bought into.
Do you think that they hate democracy, or do you think they hate the U.S. for very specific reasons?
What
like
they
hate
democracy. What
they hate both.
It's both. They hate democracy and they hate the U.S.
No, I think they specifically hate us for very specific reasons. We were against them when they came into power.
No, actually, we assisted them. Your history is completely retarded. What happened was in 1954, when the anti-establishment Mohammed was dumb enough to ship out what's today called BP gas, British Petroleum. Back then it was called something like Persian Anglo Drilling Company. Now the British Petroleum, whatever exactly it was called, the British Anglo, no, it was called British, Anglo-Persian, whatever the exact term was, they completely raped the Persian people. So I'm not giving them a pass.
the British government made more in taxes than the people drilling for the oil made. Like, it was terrible. That had to be renegotiated. Everybody knew that. They were ready to renegotiate. But Mohammed, if you look up his name, decided to cut ties with the West completely and bankrupted the country. At the same time, he was making lavish, like, Persian-themed parties. The mullahs begged America to get involved. They said, and he positioned himself, read his books, he positioned himself as the voice of freedom. Now, if you actually read what he says, he kind of similar to Mein Kampf. He said, as soon as we get America's help, we're going to throw them out. America, in its traditional, assuming everyone's like us way, backed him anyway. But the claim that they're mad at America for helping them is the exact opposite. They blinded America. America went with it. It was actually one person in the government that said in 1979 who said, let's not do this, and he was maligned as propagating Zionist interest for hating Islam and ignored. But no, America backed the mullahs stupidly. Not true.
Why did they take our embassy workers hostage?
They hate democracy. They say it. Read the book. He says it openly.
Bro,
they want Sharia law. They hate democracy.
You don't even need to go into. Just let me say this quickly. You don't even need to go into the details. Just open your eyes and see. Do you think Iran is democratic?
Do I think it's democratic?
In their most
know it's not
perfect
democratic.
ideal system of in their most perfect ideal of Sharia, like, where does that even promote something like democracy?
Why? None of those fucking countries are democracies. None of those Muslim countries are. I don't give a fuck. But you have Turkey. Maybe that's
why do you think the Islamic Republic?
Why do you think they break down democracy wherever they go?
I don't think those people can exist under a democracy, unfortunately.
Exactly.
They did.
So
One second, they did.
There you go.
One second, they did. The Persians did. They had
the Persians did.
No. I'm not talking about the Persians.
So we're talking about the Persians. We're talking about the Persians. The Persians were taken hostage by the Islamic Republic.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Islamic regimes. You know, every time they go somewhere, they take down whatever it is and they implement something completely different to democracy. And this is exactly what they did in Iran. The Persians are not the same as the IRGC.
Everybody knows that.
Listen, the allegation against America, which is not completely true, is that America backed an anti-democracy regime because it was better for America. Now, that's not really true, but no one can make the argument that we didn't back the mullahs. We did. To say thank you, 6 months later, they took our embassy workers hostage. But they should not have a beef with America. America worked with them up until they turned against us.
I'm not supporting the IRGC, or like I can really care less if it would be good if the IRGC was taken out. I'm not even. That's not it. But
can you see a benefit to America if the IRGC is gone?
Well, it'd be more peaceful in the region.
No, not in the region directly.
But that affects us, because what happens there affects us.
Yeah. But apart from the region directly, can you see any reason why the USA would benefit itself by taking the IRGC
down? Not really, no.
No?
Just
no terrorist cells in your country?
They don't really do that in the U.S.
No interference of Iran.
You know, they try to murder.
That's usually Sunni Muslims that do this.
No Americans.
Wait, you do know that
Americans slaughtered by Hezbollah, who are financed by the IRGC. You see definitely zero connections that benefit the U.S.
What about the attempt?
Where did Hezbollah attack outside of Iraq? Where did they attack us?
Lebanon.
Well, they attacked us in Lebanon. They killed 250 Marines.
And that was how many decades ago?
Who cares? Like, you forgive them now? It's over. What? It was the 80s. Once again,
I don't know.
But once again, they tried to murder Trump. They tried to murder Trump. That's okay.
Yeah, they actually
I'm not saying it is.
According to Tucker Carlson, we should nuke him for that.
Well, I'm not saying that they. Once again, I'm not making the position that they're bad, that they're good, or that it wouldn't be best with them not in power. But she asked me the question, what is good for the United States? And terrorism, I'm sorry, they're not really committing terrorism on us.
Because you're making the claim. you're making the claim that if the U.S. gets into Iran, it'll be because Israel is making them.
No,
And that
they
is
can't make
false.
us. They can't make us do anything.
Well, that was your claim initially.
No, I'm saying no. It's obviously it's Israel that's pushing for this, and of course the Zionist Americans for sure.
Dude, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Really, I think you have things like so twisted.
Wait, so
I'm
just curious. If there's another free nation on the planet, some of which the people themselves that are completely opposed to the regime oppressing them are some of the most productive people of, any country that they go to. I mean, like it's, they're doctors. These are people who come from Western. They're like Westerners. Having that sort of country be free for these people to flourish in, would that not be in America's interest?
That in particular, probably not.
Yeah, no, Simon. I mean, America is not a charity. They're not charity nuns. I mean, it's not because of that. If they intervene in Iran, it's not going to be because they want the Iranian people to flourish. No, it will be because of self-interest. It's not about a charity.
Terrorists.
It will be because
some of the most dangerous terrorists.
Yeah, well, the IRGC is funding all of these terrorist groups. These terrorist groups are also infiltrating not only the USA, but also the backyard of the USA, which are all our Latin American countries.
Yeah, but
starting with Venezuela. So Iran is expanding its circle of influence, to Latin America, and so all of these people are being funded by Iran. I am sure that the U.S. has got so many sleeping cells right now, terrorist cells, that will go off at some point.
I got a question, man.
Yeah, but my point was just to illustrate that
what's funny about
we're not talking about just random poor nothing burger people. We're talking about people who are Westerners who are being oppressed by terrorists threatening. They're not Westerners. One of the freest countries. Iranians are Westerners.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're Westerners.
Oh my God.
Have you listened to Iranians speak?
Yes, they're still not considered the Western world.
I'm not saying that they
had Western values prior to the revolution.
Yeah, they would have Western values, but they're not part of the Western world. Just like Latin America is not the Western world. We're Westernized, but we're not the Western world.
I know. I'm not saying that they're Western.
I have a question to your point.
Hey, Simon, it's not charity. It's not about the people.
I didn't say that it's charity. I said you're taking out one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on the planet.
Yes, but they're not going to do it just because they don't go and take down the North Korean regime, which is also could be considered a terrorist regime. It's because it directly. You're saying that they're doing it because it's a terrorist regime. It's not because of that. It's because they have interest in it. Anyway,
No, aren't the talks limited to the nuclear program, or are they also expanded to include funding for external terrorist groups?
I think it's everything, and I think the nuclear program they're using to justify.
It's almost all the nuclear shit.
Okay.
It's like they have to get rid of all of the enriched uranium, and then they have to be on
but I think that's what
basically a permanent, without a sundown clause. They have to remain basically they can't produce anymore. They have to stop their nuclear program. Period.
Yeah, but it's also ballistics because they have intercontinentals. So it is actually to the point where now Iran from China has certain ICBMs that could reach Europe. So it's beyond.
Reach the United States, forget Europe.
Well, not at this point, but Europe.
Yes, actually, yeah, no, they
Iran also.
Yes, I did the math.
Iran also has got a.
Sure, they'll reach here because we don't have forces that could shoot them down, right? But
Iran also has operations in Venezuela. Do you know how long it takes for a missile to be launched from Venezuela and hit Miami?
How long?
We would know.
Wait, tú eres.
We would know the moment they
sit
And it's not that they have any kind of control in Venezuela. Like Russia, they can only do that because Russia allows them to. They don't hold the fucking strings.
Yeah, of course. The IRGC is waiting for Russia to allow them. Yeah.
There's a big economic interest, I think, in Iran for America, which is that if you want to stop China from building the Silk Road and having untold influence over parts of the Western world, you kind of need Iran to become a much more Western-leaning, friendly country to stop the encroachment of China, not just in the Middle East, but following the Silk Road. If you want something from India, that's a big interest of the United States, is to actually sort of box in China from this, like sort of encroachment on the West, and trying to bifurcate the world between China and the United States. Like, look, China wants to actually do this. They've made no secret about it, about building the Silk Road. Where do you think that's going to go through? Central Asia. Where is Iran? Boom. Like, this is a huge deal for the United States in terms of, like, thinking out 10, 20, 30 years. Economically, it's a big deal for the United States, too. Iran has a pretty decent amount of minerals.
And maybe I am wrong, but I think that a lot of these arguments are very short-sighted. I think that this is part of a much, much bigger plan than
it's
people
huge.
usually
It's a huge plan.
Are used to see. You know, whatever the Silk Road, fuck that, fuck the oil, fuck the whatever. It's
fuck
like
it.
a bigger plan that Trump is envisioning.
It's huge plan. It's so big you can't comprehend the size of the plan.
The Venezuela thing is happening. The guarantees agreement with.
But that's about getting China out of South America too.
Israel and Gaza and
Israel and Gaza is todos everybody.
Through commercial interest instead of just relying on diplomacy, he is actually trying to strike a lot of commercial agreements with all of the Middle East. He's trying to isolate Iran, isolate Russia. I think that the next one that it's going to take place is going to be Russia, Ukraine. And he is isolating some of these powers, probably China, so that to force China into a table, to make some
to force them to do what they have to do for the legitimacy of the country.
Countries and stop being enemies with everyone. Otherwise, it's never going to work out.
It's never going to work.
That are going to set the music that everybody is going to dance. And I think that that's what Trump is trying to do. He has got a much bigger picture.
It's a huge picture. Huge picture. It's a huge picture.
I think that's a little naive. If we only cared about,
of course, it is naive.
Having more people like us. I'm not saying this, in a satirical way.
I'm not talking about people liking
you. The fuck, Pepe?
People bowing to you because you are showing them who is the boss.
Yeah, but like
soy de jefe.
Panama was up for renegotiating, or at least opening up to companies the Panama port, right? Which the Panama Canal is a huge deal. And what happened? They went with Maersk. Basically China was pushed out of getting access to the Panama Canal. That's actually a big fucking deal.
They own they own both sides.
They don't anymore.
Yeah. I know they used to,
right,
and
they were but the whole point around what's happening in South America is to box China out of South America. China is not a friend of the United States. I'm sorry to tell anybody here who has further illusions.
It's not a friend.
Largest strategic.
It's not a friend. It's not a friend, my friend. My friend is not a friend.
Minerals on this earth. China has near monopoly over control over a lot of important shit, and that's not acceptable to the United States. Not acceptable to the Western world. And Iran would be kind of getting a foothold in that part of the world to control China. Same with South America.
China.
Smart strategic. We're lucky we have Trump right now.
It's the underpinning of their Belt and Road Initiative.
Exactly.
The Belt
Initiative. Yeah.
Belt and whatever.
Road. Yeah. Yes, but sure, but they already have tons of influence in Africa, right? Basically mining the shit out of Africa. It's pretty dismal. What's he doing?
Yeah, I've been explaining to him, I'm not going to do it once, he said, because I don't give a fuck what most people think. So I do care what you think. So here's the deal. When we went off the gold standard in 72, the petrodollar became the global standard. And I do agree with you that Trump is wanting to commercialize, and I don't want to say westernize, but develop commercial underpinnings in that part of the world as part of an overall strategy to control the oil so that we never lose the the status of our currency globally. Because once that happens, then America's in big trouble. And I know Trump knows that. So the only reason why we give a fuck about Iran is the oil in the long run. Now, obviously, the points that Sir makes about the Belt and Road, and the Belt and Road is a pretty clever strategy by the Chinese to, resource their country. They are 4 times bigger in the number of people, and if you just scale that up, they could be, 4 times bigger than the United States, theoretically, if they had the right economic system. So they do have an internal demand for all the raw materials in Africa and all the energy in the Middle East, that if they ever got their hands on it, that would, give them the power to
Los carteles son frijoles.
Fuck America in a way that we've never seen. So it all comes down to who has the global currency in terms of our lifetime. Because the minute we go to double-digit interest rates on our internal debt, this country's screwed, and you know it, and I know it. So where Trump is masterful is he's isolating our enemies. He's basically, to Sir's point, he showed China day one in the office that, look, motherfucker, we're going to control the Panama Canal because you don't have enough. You can make enough boats, but they can't get Panama to defend your interests. So good luck. And then now he's fucking Venezuela over. We're going to wind up getting a lot of oil out of that deal. That'll basically what it's going to come down to is, can Russia supply the other side, our I don't want to say frenemies, but our enemies, enough oil to keep their economies afloat? If Trump succeeds with his global sort of, what they call it, the Marshall. What do they have a name for it? The Marshall Plan. They had a name for it. I'm trying to think.
Is that after World War II?
Yeah, but there's been some mememization of Trump's plan, the equivalent to the Marshall Plan, where he's basically dividing and conquer one at a time. And I do believe he is clever enough to use, to realize you just can't base it on oil. And what he's just saying around, developing friendships to live part of it. But we cannot afford to ever lose control of the oil as long as oil is the predominant energy source, which now that AI's come along, we will have at least another 100 years of hydrocarbon production in the world that we must control, not only for our AI capability, but for our stability of our currency. So